What the hell is going on? When I woke up, I found myself lying on a patch of scorched ground barely 3 square meters in size. A campfire crackled at its center, while churning black fog surrounded me on every side. Strange cries drifted from behind the fog now and then, but some invisible barrier kept whatever made them outside. I had clearly fallen asleep in my own bedroom. I had grown up in an orphanage, though, and the only people close to me were our 84-year-old director and a few little kids. None of them could have moved me here without making a sound. Once I ruled out a prank, I was about to pinch myself and see whether I was dreaming when an ethereal voice suddenly rang inside my head. At the same moment, a panel materialized in front of me. Xia Ran of Blue Star, welcome to the Toxic Fog World Survival Challenge. Succeed, and you will receive everything you desire. Fail, and you will pay with your life. Minors, adults over 65, and people unable to care for themselves will enter the Toxic Fog World 1 month later through a different process. Until then, they will receive special care. There is no need to worry about their health or safety. Please observe the following challenge rules. 1. The Toxic Fog World is shrouded in poisonous mist. Its plants, animals, water, soil, and every other resource have been corroded and mutated by the fog and are harmful to humans. Use them with caution. 2. Opening treasure chests can yield clean, non-toxic supplies. Every day at 8 a.m., treasure chests will spawn at random throughout the Toxic Fog World, excluding safe bases. Any chest that has not been discovered and collected after 3 hours will disappear automatically. To open a chest, touch it and think, open. 3. Every challenger will begin with a safe base measuring 3 square meters. A safe base blocks the corrosive effects of the toxic fog and can be expanded. 4. The first 3 days constitute the beginner protection period. During this time, challengers are immune to the toxic fog and take 70% less damage. Creatures in the fog are subject to a 90% suppression effect and cannot enter safe bases. 5. Think of the personal challenge panel to summon it. A challenger's personal panel is visible only to its owner. When a challenger dies, all supplies in their possession will drop. 6. Seize every opportunity to obtain as many treasure chests as possible. They are your best guarantee of survival. 7. Staying inside your safe base at night and keeping the campfire burning will greatly increase your chances of survival. Once I had heard all the rules, I quickly recovered from my initial shock. I might have been a homebody, but I had read plenty of survival novels. They had seemed fun when I read them. I never expected to experience one firsthand. It was terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. According to the rules, none of us could return home. If there was no way back, then I would find a way to live well here. I had no choice but to accept reality and start planning for the future. The director and the younger children did not qualify for the first group of challengers. They would not arrive until a month from now. I have to become stronger this month so I can protect them when they get here. With my thoughts in order, my fighting spirit returned. Challenge panel. A panel appeared out of thin air before me. It contained tabs labeled Personal Information, Inventory, Map, Chat, Trading, Weather, and more. I opened the Information tab first. Challenger, Xiao Ran. Base level, Level 1, 3 square meters. Upgrading to a Level 2 base requires 100 energy and will expand the base to 10 square meters. Overall physique, 12, human average, 10. Abilities, none. Abilities can be acquired by fusing with skill cards. Supplies, none. Supplies can be acquired by opening treasure chests, becoming self-sufficient, and other methods. I really am completely broke. My temples throbbed as I swept through the information. The only comfort was that my physique was above average. Although I spent most of my time at home, I had made time to exercise every day for the past 6 months. I opened the inventory panel. It showed a row of square slots. I counted 15 in total. Each slot could hold only one type of item, with a maximum stack of 999. The entire inventory was empty. I continued on to the map. The map could be zoomed in and out. A small blue dot with a trapezoid-shaped cursor represented the challenger. The safe base was marked with a little house icon. Thick black fog covered most of the map, hiding whatever lay beneath it. Only a small area around the safe base revealed any basic terrain. After a quick glance, I opened the chat channel. Messages poured in like a flood. Holy crap, what's going on? I was about to blow up the enemy crystal when everything went black, and then I ended up in this freaky place surrounded by poisonous fog. Something said this is a toxic fog survival challenge. It's terrifying. Is anyone else nearby? This place looks so scary. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Boo-hoo. Damn it. I only turned 18 yesterday. I haven't even sobered up, and they already dragged me in here. Young man upstairs. This old fellow was supposed to celebrate his 66th birthday tonight, and then I got dragged in. I was only a few hours away. I sigh. After watching for a while, I saw almost nothing but panic and complaints. There was no useful information, so I left the chat and checked the trading interface instead. Everyone had only just arrived and apparently had no supplies yet. The trading panel was completely empty. I opened the weather tab next. Cloudy, 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 light rain, cloudy. The forecast only covered 7 days. The light rain would arrive 3 days from now, precisely when the beginner protection period ended. Rain in this place was poisonous. Who knew what would happen if it soaked into my skin? If I did not want to get drenched, I needed to prepare in advance. Everything in this world was toxic and unusable. If I wanted shelter from the rain, I could only hope to find the necessary resources in treasure chests. I looked at the clock in the upper right corner of the panel. 7:58. In other words, the treasure chests would spawn in 2 minutes. The protection period lasted 3 days. During it, challengers were immune to the fog and took 70% less damage. Put another way, whether I could survive here and for how long depended on what I accomplished during these 3 days. After quickly assessing the situation, I waited for 8 o'clock. The time soon arrived. Every challenger received the notification at the same time. Treasure chests have spawned. Please begin searching immediately. The chests will disappear in 3 hours. 3 hours was neither especially long nor especially short. But if I chose the wrong direction, I could very well return empty-handed. Where do treasure chests spawn? I examined the map and was about to pick a random direction when it suddenly flashed. One blinking chest icon after another appeared across what had been an empty map. Are those the locations of treasure chests? Was this not supposed to be a survival challenge? Why would a vital resource like treasure chests appear right on the map? That would greatly increase everyone's chances of survival. The challenge was surprisingly humane. You'll do. I looked at the blinking icons and, without giving it much thought, selected one chest and set out to collect it. It sat on a large rock 10 meters southeast of my safe base and was the closest chest to me. At such a short distance, I was confident I could retreat to the safe base in time even if I encountered a dangerous creature. When I reached the edge of the base, I did not rush outside. I cautiously extended one hand into the black fog first. The instant my hand entered the fog, a vacuum-like layer wrapped around my skin and shut out the churning mist. This had to be the beginner protection. I waited patiently. Only after confirming that the fog could not penetrate the protective layer did I leave the safe base and step into the toxic mist. Unlike the bright, warm base, the fog was dim, damp, and cold. Walking through it felt like traveling a deserted road in the dead of night. This is pretty frightening. I resisted the urge to turn back, rubbed the goose bumps on my arms, and forced myself onward while staying alert to my surroundings. At last, I reached the location marked on the map without incident. A wooden chest rested quietly on top of a boulder half as tall as I was. After confirming that the area was safe, I stepped forward, pressed my hand against the chest, and thought, collect. The wooden chest vanished instantly. At the same time, a chest appeared inside one of my inventory slots. Successfully collecting my first chest made me a little bolder. Instead of returning to the safe base, I summoned my panel and checked the map. There's another chest 30 meters ahead. Keep going. The toxic fog churned in silence. Apart from the occasional chilling cry, there was not a sound. The stillness was terrifying. I soon reached the marker for the second chest. It was an empty patch of ground, with a lone wooden chest lying in the dirt. I touched the chest and placed it in my inventory. Without pausing, I followed the map toward the third one. A bronze chest sat on a pile of scattered logs. I checked the surroundings for anything unusual before approaching and storing the bronze chest in my inventory. Those logs should count as supplies too, shouldn't they? With the chest collected, I studied the wood on the ground. If I gathered some timber and then found leaves or thatch, I could build a simple shelter. Then I would not have to fear the rain. But collecting it would slow my search for treasure chests, and I would also have to touch it. The rule said everything in the toxic fog world was poisonous, so contact might put me in danger. I had nothing right now. If I was poisoned or ran into some other hazard, I could easily lose my life. To be safe, I did not collect the materials. I simply marked the spot on my map and continued toward the next chest I had selected. Whenever I encountered useful resources along the way, I marked them on the map. I kept searching until 11 o'clock, when the chests disappeared. Only then did I return reluctantly to my safe base. I had not wasted a moment during those 3 hours and had collected 9 chests in total. 6 wooden chests, 2 bronze chests, and 1 silver chest. I had actually seen a gold chest as well. Yet once I came within 5 meters of it, I could go no farther. An invisible barrier seemed to block my path, and in the end I had no choice but to give up. It was disappointing, but at least I had learned something useful. Perhaps the area I could explore would expand once I became stronger. After making that guess, I put the matter aside, took out all 9 chests, and opened them one by one. Steamed bun X2 can relieve hunger. 200g bread X1 can relieve hunger. 500 milliliters unlabeled drinking water X2 can relieve hunger and thirst. Wood X25, 2 stacks, can be used to construct buildings, tools, and more. Stone X10 can be used to construct buildings, tools, and more. Zhonghua cigarettes X2 packs, hazardous to your health. Socks X1 pair can provide warmth and protection. Blanket X1 can provide warmth. White sneakers X1 pair can provide warmth and protection. Thatch X50, 2 stacks, can be used to construct buildings, tools, and more. Basic full-body sealed protective suits X3, single-use items. Wearing one protects you from the corrosive effects of the toxic fog for 3 hours. Whenever an item came out of a chest, a description window appeared to explain its purpose. I put on the socks and white sneakers immediately. Once they were on, I looked at the folded sealed protective suits. After the beginner protection period ended in 3 days, those suits would be indispensable if I wanted to enter the fog and search for chests. I swiftly placed the supplies in my inventory, then opened the 2 bronze chests. Stone axe X1 can be used for labor. Stone sickle X1 can be used for labor. Expansion card X1, used to add 1 inventory slot or increase the capacity of 1 slot. Apprentice craftsman identity card X1, used to acquire the knowledge needed to construct basic tools, facilities, and more. Intermediate protective suit X1, single-use item. Wearing it protects you from the corrosive effects of the toxic fog for 6 hours. Firestarter X1 can be used to start fires. The bronze chests contained better supplies than the wooden ones. Delighted, I stored the protective suit and Firestarter in my inventory, then turned to the expansion card and identity card. Both cards were about the size and thickness of ordinary playing cards. I could not tell what they were made of, but they were remarkably hard, cool to the touch, and engraved with different patterns. The pattern on the identity card was noticeably more intricate than the one on the expansion card. I picked up the expansion card. My inventory had enough capacity for the moment, but each slot could only hold 1 kind of item. 15 slots were not nearly enough. By my rough count, I had encountered more than 20 types of resources during my search. I urgently needed more inventory slots. Use it. Add 1 inventory slot. As soon as I spoke, the expansion card dissolved into a streak of light and entered my body. Light flashed across the panel. My 15 inventory slots became 16. The apprentice craftsman identity card also transformed into light and entered my body. A vast amount of knowledge about constructing basic tools and facilities flooded my mind. Once I absorbed it, the panel flashed and a new construction interface appeared. It listed everything I could build, from a large thatch shelter to a wooden sickle, along with the required materials. I browsed through the interface and finally selected the large thatch shelter. Large thatch shelter. Thatch 50/0 plus wood 30/0 plus stone 5/0. A build button sat to the right of the material requirements. A dialog box appeared as well. Insufficient materials. Construction unavailable. That's strange. I have all those materials. With that thought, I placed every supply from the chests into my inventory. Large thatch shelter. Thatch 50/60ths plus wood 30/30ths plus stone 5/10ths. The gray build button turned green, showing that it was now available. I pressed it at once. A translucent image of a large thatched shelter appeared in front of me and changed position as I directed it with my mind. Please select a suitable construction site. What's wrong? Everything a challenger built had to be placed inside the safe base. Construction was impossible outside its boundaries. The shelter was about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. My entire safe base measured only 3 square meters, and the campfire occupied the center, leaving too little usable space for the shelter's projection to settle. That's easy to fix. I moved the campfire into a corner, freed enough room, and tried again. The instant the projection touched the ground, golden light flashed, and a simple shelter large enough for 1 person appeared. The entire process took less than a second. Whoa! A house had appeared at the touch of a button. For the first time, I understood the pleasure of living inside a game. Clicking a mouse through a screen could never compare to the thrill of experiencing it in person. I rushed into the shelter, looking and touching everywhere in wonder. I spread the remaining straw across the ground in a thick layer, laid the blanket on top, and flopped down. It was soft and comfortable. I rolled over and sighed contentedly. This feels amazing. I had spent 3 uninterrupted hours running through the cold, damp fog and was utterly exhausted. Lying on that simple but soft bed of straw felt better than the expensive mattress I used to own. The wind blows straight through both ends, though. I don't know whether it can keep out the poisonous rain in 3 days. If only I could upgrade it. Upgrade. I pressed upgrade immediately. Unable to upgrade. Required materials. Thatch X 300 plus planks X 100 plus wood X 80 plus stone blocks X 100. That's a lot. The supplies from today's chests were almost entirely consumed after I built the shelter. Judging by today's results, I would need to collect at least twice as many treasure chests tomorrow to gather the materials required for a thatched hut. I had not wasted a second today and had still found only 9 chests. Unless twice as many spawned tomorrow and clustered close together, gathering enough would be impossible. There were plenty of materials in the toxic fog. Collecting even a small portion would be enough to upgrade the shelter. Unfortunately, those things had been corroded by the fog for years. I did not dare use them without first removing the toxins. If only there were some way to cleanse the fog's corruption. The thought made me look up and slap my forehead. I still have a silver chest. How did I forget? Maybe it contains something that can deal with the toxic fog. I took out the silver chest and opened it immediately. Iron Pot X1 can be used for cooking and more. Purification Skill Card X1. Learn it to acquire purification, which can cleanse all negative effects, including toxins from the fog. Random Seed X1. Unique. 1 unidentified seed. Survival is not guaranteed, and what it will grow into is unknown. It can cleanse toxins from the fog. Overjoyed, I grabbed the purification skill card and thought, learn. The card dissolved into blue light and entered my body, becoming a warm current that spread through my limbs. At the same time, a tremendous amount of information about purification flooded my mind. After absorbing it, I looked at my hand and murmured, "Purify. I need something to test it on." I looked around, then used the stone axe to knock a chunk of dirt the size of a pigeon's egg from the ground. Corroded by the fog, the soil had become black as ink, lifeless and devoid of vitality. I lifted the clod with the stone axe, held my hand just above it, and thought, "Purify." Clear blue light spilled from my pale palm and enveloped the soil. The pitch-black color slowly receded until the clod returned to the natural brown of ordinary earth. It really works? With purification, I no longer needed to fear the fog. My chances of surviving here had risen dramatically. I could even collect resources from within the fog and cleanse their toxins once I returned. At the thought, I prepared to act at once. I had skipped dinner the night before to finish some work, showered, and gone straight to bed. When I opened my eyes that morning, I had been sent to this wretched place before eating breakfast, then spent more than 3 hours running without a break. My body had long since exhausted its energy. An army marches on its stomach. I'll eat, rest for a while, and then go gather supplies. There were several directions I had not explored. I could check them that afternoon and bring back every resource I found, no matter what it was. If my inventory ran out of room, I could pile the excess on the open ground. Whatever happened, I needed to exploit the 3-day protection period and gather everything I possibly could. With my decision made, I sat down, took out the bread, and began to eat. At the same time, I opened the chat interface to lurk and see how many chests everyone else had found and what supplies they had received. Boo-hoo, it's terrifying outside. I was too scared to leave. I didn't find a single chest. I circled my safe base and found one wooden chest. It contained a steamed bun, 20 units of wood, and a pair of women's underwear. What rotten luck. What is a grown man supposed to do with women's underwear? None of you had worse luck than me. I wandered through the fog for 3 hours without seeing a single chest. Since I was already outside, I didn't want to return empty-handed, so I gathered some wood and stone. Now my hands are turning black. I think I've been poisoned. I picked some up too, and my hands are turning black. What do I do? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Can anyone save me? No one can save you under these circumstances. The rules clearly said every resource in the toxic fog world has been altered by the fog and is harmful to humans. You failed to pay attention and got poisoned. You have only yourselves to blame. It was fortunate that I had been cautious, or I would have been poisoned too. I had later obtained a purification skill card and could have cleansed myself, but who could guarantee I would be that lucky every time? There was no room for wishful thinking, especially in an unknown world filled with danger. I had to be more careful and win through steady, cautious progress. I quietly reminded myself of that and continued lurking. First, each person had a separate safe base, and the bases were not connected. Even if I wanted to save them, I could not reach them. Second, I had no desire to reveal my purification ability. It was far too important. Who knew what would happen if word got out? I was just one weak young woman. It would be foolish to test the darkness in people's hearts. I only needed to keep my head down, grow stronger, and protect the director and the children when they arrived a month from now. I took a drink of water and kept eating my bread as I watched the chat. After a while, I noticed something strange. Everyone complained that the treasure chests were difficult to find, their luck was bad, and their harvests were meager. They seemed completely unaware of the chest's locations and had been running blindly across the map, hoping to stumble across one. Had they not checked the map? Did they not know chest locations appeared there? My heart hammered. A bold possibility occurred to me. I held down the microphone button on the chat interface and cautiously said, "The toxic fog world is enormous, and the treasure chests spawn randomly. They're hard to find. If only their locations appeared on the map." When I released the button, my speech was automatically converted to text and sent. The person above is right. This place is huge and dangerous, and the time limit is so short. If chest locations appeared on our maps, it would greatly improve our chances of finding them. Nice fantasy, but reality is cruel. Don't forget, we were dragged here for a survival challenge, not a treasure hunting game. Wake up. My eyes shone as I watched the screen. I was the only person who could see treasure chest locations on the map. No one can ever learn this secret. Compared with this secret, purification was insignificant. I did not even need to imagine the consequences if word got out. I clenched my small fists, excited but also afraid. Then I remembered that personal panels were visible only to their owners. As long as I said nothing and acted carefully enough that no one noticed anything unusual, no one should discover it. Only then did I relax slightly. But if I could obtain purification, perhaps someone else could obtain divination. If someone truly acquired divination and used it to expose me, I would still be in danger. Only by becoming strong enough could I stop being afraid, even if someone eventually learned the truth. I crushed the bread into a ball, stuffed it into my mouth, and prepared to close the chat and get moving. Ha! This young master found 13 chests. 2 silver chests, 1 radiant chest, and 1 diamond chest. You can't imagine the magnificent sight of 8 chests piled beneath a tree like Christmas presents. This young master collected them until my hands went numb. I won't tell you what they contained, though. You cannon fodder only need to know that this young master's safe base has already expanded to 300 square meters and that I have all the food and clothing I could want. Trash, address me as the Emperor of Luck. I had run until my legs nearly broke just to collect 9 chests, while this man had casually stumbled across a whole pile. A cunning light flashed in my eyes. It was good to have this foolish Emperor of Luck drawing everyone's hatred. I could quietly focus on developing my own strength. Fine, you're lucky. Couldn't you make your fortune in silence? Why come out here to show off? Careful you don't get struck by lightning. Still, after he revealed some of the supplies he had obtained, I could not resist quietly cursing him. But when the Emperor of Luck flatly refused, everyone did a complete 180. They hurled abuse at him, insulting 18 generations of his ancestors. The entire chat interface descended into a war of words. I shook my head and closed it. From lurking in the chat, I had learned that treasure chests spawned differently for every person. In other words, how many chests someone found and what quality they were depended entirely on personal luck. Perhaps radiant or diamond chests had spawned near me as well, and I had simply missed them. If only I could increase my speed. The faster I moved, the more treasure chests I could collect, and the more fully I could exploit my advantage. I hope I find some kind of speed-related skill card tomorrow. With that thought, I left the chat and opened the trading platform. 30 planks in exchange for 1 serving of food. 50 thatch in exchange for 1 serving of water. Nearly every listing offered materials in exchange for food. Not every treasure chest contained food. I had opened 9 chests and received only 2 steamed buns, 2 bottles of water, and 1 loaf of bread. Everyone else was in an even worse position. Apart from the ostentatious Emperor of Luck who had drawn everyone's abuse, most people had found only 1 to 3 chests, generally wooden ones. The chance of finding food was genuinely low. My water and steamed buns should be able to bring in materials. Given the current situation, no one would offer supplies in exchange for cigarettes anyway. If no one accepted, I would lose nothing. I decided to try. I took out the iron pot and poured both bottles of water into it, leaving about 50 milliliters in each. Then I opened the trading panel and began creating listings. 50 milliliters water in exchange for 50 thatch. Half a steamed bun in exchange for 50 thatch. 5 cigarettes in exchange for 50 thatch. 5 cigarettes in exchange for 30 planks. Once the listings were ready, I uploaded them and stood to go search for supplies. The instant I got up, I received a notification that a trade had succeeded. Trade successful. You exchanged 50 milliliters of water for 50 thatch. Trade successful. You exchanged half a steamed bun for 50 thatch. Trade successful. You exchanged 5 cigarettes for 50 thatch. Trade successful. You exchanged 5 cigarettes for 30 planks. Someone actually traded materials for cigarettes. Water and steamed buns were food. Even if people complained I was exploiting them, someone would ultimately make the exchange. The cigarettes, however, were a genuine surprise. Someone had taken them so quickly that the listings disappeared almost instantly. Trades were confidential, and even the back end did not reveal the other party. I had no idea who had snapped them up. I immediately tallied my materials. To upgrade, I still needed 100 thatch, 70 planks, and 100 stone blocks. I could gather wood myself and use it after purifying it, so I did not need to reserve a listing for that. The key resources were planks and stone blocks. Those probably required intermediate processing, such as cutting wood into planks or shaping stone into blocks. I lacked those skills, so trading for the finished materials was safer. Half a steamed bun in exchange for 50 thatch. 50 milliliters water in exchange for 50 thatch. 5 cigarettes in exchange for 30 planks. 5 cigarettes in exchange for stone blocks. I searched through the listings and found that no one had offered stone blocks yet. I also had no idea how many stone blocks came from a treasure chest, so I did not specify a quantity. I simply wrote stone blocks. Trade successful. You exchanged 5 cigarettes for 30 planks. The moment I uploaded the listing, I received notice that the cigarette trade had gone through. I opened my private messages. The profile picture looked oddly familiar. How many stone blocks do you need, and how many cigarettes do you have left? Name the amount. This Emperor of Luck will take the entire lot. Seeing the message, I finally remembered that the person who had instantly bought the cigarettes was the same Emperor of Luck who had shown off in chat. Naturally, the Emperor of Luck lacked no materials. What he did lack were entertainment goods that ordinary people currently regarded as useless. I need 200 stone blocks and 100 planks. If you can supply all of them, I have one unopened pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. They're all yours. If I did not fleece the Emperor of Luck, I would be insulting his title. You're openly trying to fleece this young master, but fine. I don't lack those things. Create the listing and we'll trade. I wasted no time and uploaded it immediately. A trade success notification soon arrived. Trade successful. You exchanged one pack of Zhonghua cigarettes for 200 stone blocks and 100 planks. I hurriedly opened my inventory and smiled only after seeing the additional materials. At that moment, I also received notice that the thatch trade had succeeded. The thatch had arrived. Now I only lacked wood for the thatched hut upgrade. I closed the panel and prepared to collect it. Then another private message appeared. It was the Emperor of Luck again. I'll give you another 50 planks for those last 5 cigarettes. You're preparing to upgrade your thatched hut, aren't you? If you find anything like cigarettes in the future, don't list it publicly. Contact me directly. This young master will give you the best price. Deal. A decisive, generous Emperor of Luck was impossible not to like. My eyes curved with amusement as I agreed without hesitation. After completing the trade, I drank some water and left the base for the logging site. Looking at the logs strewn across the ground, I activated purification. Clear blue light wrapped around my pale hand as I held it over one of the logs. A palm-sized patch of blue light fell upon the blackened wood, and its dull color began to recede. The wood's original color soon emerged beneath the light. That should be enough. Collect. I pressed my hand against the purified patch and stored the log in my inventory. I had not purified the entire log before collecting it. First, I had only just acquired purification and was still too weak. Who knew how long cleansing an entire log would take? Second, the log remained inside the fog. Even as I purified it, the mist continued corroding it. Completely cleansing it there was impossible. I might as well store it first and finish purifying it back at the base. Once I had secured the first log, I used the same method on a second without stopping. Then a third. A patch of wilderness near the logging site held a large number of thriving wild vegetables, and I planned to gather some. 5 minutes later, I reached the field. Perhaps they had mutated under the fog's influence, because every vegetable was as broad as a wash basin. Their leaves were dark green, plump, and appetizing. I pulled up more than 100 plants, left the field, and walked for another 10 minutes until I reached a thicket of wild fruit bushes. Half-height shrubs covered the ground, bearing egg-sized red fruit shaped like cherries. I had previously purified one and tasted it. After confirming that the area was safe, I showed no restraint and picked only the largest, reddest fruit. What was that? I did not know how long I had been working when I suddenly froze and stood completely still. Had I just heard a wolf? I immediately stored the fruit in my hand, turned, and left. A whoa. Only a few minutes later, a clear wolf howl rose from the fog behind me. As long as I returned to my base, I would be safe. Fortunately, it was not too far away in a straight line. A whoa. A whoa. I ignored everything else and ran with my head down. Suddenly, I saw firelight. It came from the campfire at my base. I had already calculated that, given the fog's density, its light was visible from about 50 meters away. That meant I was only 50 meters from the base. One final sprint would get me there. I pressed my lips together and accelerated again. Boom. Boom. The fog surged violently as a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster charged out of it. Its bulging muscles jutted like rocks. Wounds covered its body, and dark red liquid streamed from them, staining it from head to toe. With blood-red eyes, saw-like teeth, and fists as large as wash basins, it looked like a humanoid monster carved from stone. A mutated creature? It was clearly beyond my ability to fight. When it saw me, its crimson eyes narrowed. It raised the spear in its hand and hurled it with all its strength. Whoosh! The piercing sound of displaced air screamed toward me. My scalp prickled. I threw myself to the side. SHHK. A blade sliced through flesh, and searing pain erupted in my right arm. Boom. Boom. I hit the ground, rolled several times, and stabilized myself. With no time to think, I leaped up and kept running for the base. If I entered first, I would live. If I was one step too slow, I would die here today. Roar! The monster shrieked and pursued me. The base was close. Thud! I crossed into the safe zone first, stepped on a loose stone, and pitched forward. The monster followed close behind, only to be hurled backward by the invisible barrier. Ignoring the pain, I scrambled several steps farther on hands and feet. Blocked outside the base, the confused and furious monster pounded on the invisible barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying impacts cracked like thunder, making my heart pound along with them. Fortunately, no matter how hard the monster struck, it could not enter the base by even an inch. Once I knew I was safe, I secretly sighed in relief. Only then did I feel the waves of agony coming from my arm. I turned and found a gash half a finger deep where the spear had sliced me. The wound had already turned black. It was clearly poisoned. Purify. I hurriedly activated purification to cleanse the toxin from my body. The poison soon vanished, and the blood flowing from the wound returned to a vivid red. I tore a strip from my nightgown and bandaged the injury, feeling incredibly fortunate. Thank goodness I was still under beginner protection and had taken 70% less damage. Otherwise, that blow probably would have crippled my arm. The most frightening part was that the monster clearly possessed human intelligence. The protection period rules had kept me safe today. What would happen 3 days from now? I had to find a way to kill it before the protection ended. But how could I deal with something so enormous? A whoa, roar. At the sound of the wolves, the monster gripped its spear, turned, and prepared to leave. A whoa, a powerful howl rose from the fog. The mist churned violently as a massive wolf nearly 3 meters long sprang out, its eyes glowing with eerie green light, and snarled furiously at the monster. A second followed it, then a third. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen giant green-eyed wolves emerged from the fog. Every wolf was over 3 meters long. Once outside the fog, they all growled angrily at the monster. My expression changed, and I immediately retreated into the shelter. The howls I had heard earlier must have come from this pack. Another howl sounded from inside the mist. As if receiving an order, the wolves roared and attacked. The monster's black spearhead unleashed blade after blade of cold light at the encircling pack. The dozen wolves advanced and retreated in perfect order, coordinating smoothly as they intensified their assault. Unfortunately, the monster was powerfully built and wielded a deadly weapon. It not only endured the pack's attack, but even found opportunities to maul several of the green-eyed wolves. For a time, the lone monster fought the entire pack without dying and actually held a slight advantage. At this rate, the wolves would eventually be forced to retreat. Even if they refused, they would probably be killed one by one. The monster thought like a human. If it survived this fight, it would remain a future threat. That monster has to die. It could dominate the pack only because of the strange spear that had wounded me. If someone seized the spear, its strength would plummet, perhaps changing the course of the battle. Either the monster or one of those wolves could kill me instantly. The pack would have to create the opportunity for me to take the spear. Could they recognize how important it was? A whoa! Another bone-chilling howl came from the depths of the toxic fog. At the sound, the wolves lowered their bodies. In the next instant, they threw themselves at the monster with no regard for their lives. The monster hacked left and thrust right, grievously wounding another 2 wolves in moments. Yet faced with the pack's suicidal assault, it finally exposed its back. At that exact moment, A green-eyed wolf, even larger than the others, raced from the fog and slammed into the monster from behind. Bang! The monster flew through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Its spear slipped from its hand and rolled to a stop 3 meters outside my base. This is my chance. I sprang up, charged out of the base, and lunged for the spear. I was 4 meters from it. The monster was 10 meters away, and the pack was 15. Roar! The monster saw what I intended. It roared, rolled to its feet, and charged after me. I held an overwhelming advantage in distance, but the monster was more than twice as fast. Just as it was about to reach the spear before me, a whoa! The alpha howled. A grievously wounded green-eyed wolf abruptly rose and rammed the monster. Roar! The monster swung its massive fist and smashed it into the wolf's head. The green-eyed wolf's skull exploded instantly. As the monster reached for the spear, my fingertips touched it first. Collect! The spear vanished into my inventory. Roar! Having lost its weapon, the monster's eyes widened in fury. It swung a fist at me. I pushed off hard with my left foot and rolled aside, barely avoiding the fatal blow. A whoa! When its attack missed, the monster tried to strike again, but the pursuing wolves blocked it. I seized the opening and scrambled back into the base. Outside, the monster and the wolves descended into battle once more. Without its spear, the monster's strength dropped sharply, while the wolves' morale soared. After only a few exchanges, several wounds deep enough to expose bone covered its body. The alpha soon bit through its neck, killing it on the spot. A pack of green-eyed wolves still stood outside. The wolves and I might have cooperated to kill the monster, but I was not naive enough to believe these terrifying mutated animals now considered me an ally. Most importantly, the alpha seemed to possess intelligence equal to the monster's. Every muscle in my body tightened, but outwardly I remained calm and met its stare with cold eyes. I needed the alpha to believe I was not easy prey. Only then would it hesitate to act and eventually withdraw. One woman and one wolf stared each other down in silence from opposite sides of the fog. A whoa! The pack followed the alpha and soon vanished into the churning mist. I did not know whether they had truly left or were hiding in the fog, watching and waiting for an opportunity. I did not dare relax and continued pretending to be perfectly unconcerned. I took out a plank, smashed it apart with a stone, and tossed the pieces into the campfire. The dying flames immediately surged, illuminating the area around the base. I sat beside the fire and summoned my panel. 1856. I took a handful of wild fruit from my inventory. I still needed 60 units of wood to upgrade the thatched hut. I had originally planned to gather and purify the wood myself, but after everything that had happened, I no longer had the energy. Besides, each log was 3 to 5 meters long and at least 10 centimeters thick. With my current purification ability, who knew how long cleansing 60 of them would take? So I abandoned my original plan. Instead, I would purify the wild fruit and trade it for wood. The fruit was only the size of an egg and easy to cleanse. I soon purified 10 pieces. I summoned the panel, but rather than begin trading immediately, I opened the chat first to lurk and learn the current market. Will some kind person give me something to eat? I haven't eaten all day. I haven't had water all day. I'm dying of thirst. Please, give me something to drink. You must be dreaming. You were too scared to search for treasure chests, and now you have the nerve to beg for food? Just wait to die. Do you think no one else was afraid? If you didn't dare go outside, then prepare to die. You want a free meal? Dream on. We're still under beginner protection. The toxic fog can't hurt us, and all damage is reduced by 70%. If you don't dare leave now, you'll be even less willing once protection ends. Instead of sitting there and slowly starving to death, you might as well smash your head against something now and save yourself the suffering. The moment I opened the chat, comments raced across the screen. Anyone who found the begging intolerable fired back. Only after watching them argue for some time did I understand what had happened. Many people had been unable to adapt to the sudden disaster. Terrified, they had remained curled up inside their bases instead of searching for chests. Now that they were hungry and thirsty, they were begging for handouts. They actually have the nerve to ask. Under these conditions, surely no one would mindlessly donate their supplies to save those parasites. The thought had barely formed when reality slapped me in the face. How can all of you be so cold-blooded? We were suddenly dragged into this terrifying toxic fog world. It's only human to be afraid at first. We should help one another, unite, and survive this difficult time together. Wow, what a righteous speech. Why don't you share your own food and water, then? Fine, I will. Just wait. I'll list it right now as a free trade. Anyone without food or water can claim some from the trading interface. I blinked, hurriedly left the chat, and opened the trading platform to see whether this saintly woman was serious. 1 cookie in exchange for 1 blessing. 1 cookie in exchange for 1 blessing. 1 piece of instant noodles in exchange for 1 blessing. 1 50 milliliters cup of water in exchange for 1 blessing. New trade links appeared one after another. There really is a saint among us. I quickly reviewed the goods. Altogether, she had listed 2 packs of cookies, 1 pack of instant noodles, and 2 bottles of water. That would have been nothing in the old world. Under our present conditions, however, it was a fortune. After all, I had opened 9 chests that day and received only 2 bottles of water, 1 loaf of bread, and 2 steamed buns. Food did not come from every chest. I hope she doesn't regret this. I shook my head, made no attempt to claim those supplies, and returned to the chat. The exchange field can't be left blank, so I listed each supply in return for a blessing. Just write any words of goodwill you like. Brother, it's real. I just traded, you're beautiful for a cookie. Hurry and grab one before they're gone. I traded, you have a kind and beautiful heart for water. Go now. They'll really be gone if you're late. Thank you for the instant noodles, beautiful lady. No, merciful goddess. Please accept this humble one's bow. Beautiful goddess, I didn't get anything. Can you share a little more food? As soon as I re-entered, I saw the woman explaining herself. Then came the excited messages from those who had received food and the pleas of those who had not, asking her to offer more. Did this woman acquire some bizarre item that requires her to collect other people's blessings? Before I could think any further, another message appeared. Tao Rue, what are you doing? Those are supplies I risked my life to obtain from treasure chests. I couldn't even bear to eat them and gave them all to you, yet you handed them out for free. What do you think you're doing? Xiaolei, everyone has been hungry all day. What's wrong with sharing when we have extra? We can open more chests and find more food tomorrow. What is there to fear? You don't have a shred of empathy, and now you're yelling at me. You're so selfish. I'm selfish. Everything you ate and drank, including what you just gave away, came from me. And you call me selfish? Without me, you'd be in here crying and begging for food and water too. Besides, how can you be so certain we'll find chests tomorrow, much less food? If we find nothing, what are we supposed to eat? That won't happen. I believe in you. You'll definitely find treasure chests and food. Everyone else fell silent by mutual agreement, leaving the public channel to their argument. I stared at the messages and needed a long moment to recover. This development was genuinely beyond anything I had expected. Should I lament that love made people irrational, or conclude that the first rule of an apocalypse was to eliminate the bleeding hearts before they harmed everyone around them? Either way, it had nothing to do with me. I had no interest in watching the couple argue, so I closed the chat and opened the trading panel. 3 sweet and sour wild fruits in exchange for 20 wood. I finished editing the listing and uploaded it. Purification could remove every negative effect. These fruits had been cleansed and were entirely safe to use. The moment the listing went live, my private message alerts rang without stopping. Do you have no conscience? Someone else donated supplies, but you want 20 wood for 3 pieces of fruit. Why don't you just rob us? Boss, please share some fruit. I'm starving to death. Someone else gave away food for free, yet you're trading wild fruit for materials. Do you have any conscience? The private messages fell into 2 categories. I ignored anyone begging for charity. Anyone who accused or insulted me went straight onto my block list. Other people could make their own decisions, and I would make mine. I would not beg anyone for free supplies, and no one would freeload off me. The smart people had recognized reality and were working hard to stockpile supplies and survive. The fools were still shouting for free aid. Even one additional word spent on fools would be a waste of time. I was better off purifying more fruit and trading for more resources. I took out several more pieces and began to cleanse them. Before I had finished, trade success notifications appeared. Trade successful. You exchanged 3 sweet and sour wild fruits for 20 wood. Trade successful. You exchanged 3 sweet and sour wild fruits for 20 wood. Trade successful. You exchanged 3 sweet and sour wild fruits for 20 wood. Done. 3 batches made 60 wood. Added to the 20 I had left, I now had exactly 80. I had met the requirements to upgrade the thatched hut. My eyes gleamed as I opened the construction interface immediately. Sure enough, the upgrade button beside the large thatched shelter had changed from gray to green. Upgrade. I pressed it without hesitation. Golden light flashed, and I received notice that the upgrade had failed. Insufficient space. Upgrade failed. I had cleared every usable corner, and it still was not enough. It seemed I would have to expand the base itself, but I had no idea how to do that. After some thought, I opened the trading platform and decided to exchange fruit for information. 10 sweet and sour fruits in exchange for instructions on upgrading a base. To my surprise, someone accepted the trade as soon as I listed it. Obtain an energy stone to upgrade your base. An energy stone? Is it a resource from a treasure chest? I was certain that I had seen nothing except ordinary stones during today's search. I did not know whether anyone would be willing to trade one. It won't hurt to try. I opened the trading platform. Wild vegetables, wild fruit, or other supplies in exchange for an energy stone. I waited for a long time, but no one even asked for a price. Since no one would trade, I gave up and prepared something hot to eat and drive away the cold. The temperature inside the toxic fog was damp and chilly. After spending so long out there, I felt cold all over. I placed a steamed bun beside the fire to toast. Without a bowl or cup, I removed the pot from the campfire and set it aside to cool. Once the water reached a suitable temperature, I embraced the pot and drank directly from it. The hot water entered my stomach, and warmth spread through my limbs, dispelling the chill. I breathed out and immediately felt much better. By then, the steamed bun had finished toasting. I ate the golden brown bun with hot water, added several pieces of wild fruit, and finished my dinner. 21:42. The campfire stood close to the shelter, and I worried that the night wind might blow sparks onto the thatch. I surrounded the fire with stone blocks and covered the top, leaving only several gaps for air, then entered the shelter to sleep. But no matter how much I tossed and turned, sleep would not come. I adapted quickly and had a strong mind, but I had been abruptly transported into a bizarre and frightening world. I could not shake the feeling that something hidden in the darkness outside was watching me. No, I'll try sealing both ends of the shelter. I crawled up, took thatch from my inventory, and tightly blocked both ends, turning the shelter into a small enclosed space. That feels much better. Only then did I climb onto the blanket in the dark, wrap myself tightly into a ball, and close my eyes. I eventually fell asleep inside the shelter. My internal clock woke me precisely at 6 the next morning. When I emerged, I found several fresh wolf tracks beside the boundary of my base. They circled halfway around the barrier before disappearing back into the toxic fog, proving that something had indeed visited during the night. The sky remained gloomy, and the campfire had gone out at some point. Without the fire's warmth, the base felt damp and cold. I relit it with the fire starter and added planks until the flames burned high. Then I set the iron pot over the fire and boiled the cold water. After filling my stomach with warm water, steamed buns, and fruit, I rose and looked toward the place where the stone demon and the wolves had fought yesterday. A night had passed. The pack should have left by now. I wondered whether they had dragged away the bodies of the wolves killed by the stone demon. If not, I would collect them. Wolf meat should be edible after purification, and their thick, glossy fur would make excellent blankets. The rain would arrive in 2 days, and the temperature would fall. With fur blankets to keep me warm, I would not need to worry. I'll take a look. I would have to leave at 8 when the treasure chest spawned anyway. I might as well investigate early. If there was a problem, I could resolve it before it interfered with my plans at 8. I left the base and traveled 60 meters before finding the first green-eyed wolf's corpse. It measured over 3 meters long. Its coat mixed gray-white with earthy brown and looked somewhat dirty and disheveled. Fortunately, I cared less about its color than its ability to keep me warm. Perhaps because the toxic fog world was so cold, the wolf's hair was a handspan long and 10 centimeters thick. Excluding its head and tail, its body alone was nearly 3 meters. Once removed, the hide would be a natural fur blanket. Even better, the wolf had died from a spear through its skull, leaving the fur on its body completely undamaged. Huh, it's this soft. To my surprise, the fur was not coarse or prickly. It felt remarkably smooth and soft. I stored the first corpse in my inventory and searched the surrounding area. 20 meters away, I found another, slightly smaller wolf. Its neck had been pierced, and its entire pelt was intact. I unceremoniously placed it in my inventory too. The tracks led deeper into the fog. I did not so much as look in that direction and decisively returned to my base. The time soon reached 8 o'clock. Every challenger received the treasure chest notification. I opened the map, examined the displayed chest locations, planned my route, and quickly set out. This time, I did not choose the direction containing the nearest chest. I selected the area with the greatest number. At least 12 chests were scattered across one region southeast of my base. If I collected all of them within the time limit, I would obtain far more than I had yesterday. Move faster. Half an hour later, I arrived at a quarry. According to the map, 3 treasure chests were scattered across the quarry's roughly 1-acre area. Following the markers, I walked behind a boulder as tall as a person and found the first chest. I stored it in my inventory and continued onward. The second chest was inside the bucket of an abandoned excavator. I climbed out of the excavator and spotted the third on a high conveyor belt. After collecting it, I climbed down and immediately hurried toward the next spawn location. 10 minutes later, I stared open-mouthed at an enormous peach tree whose canopy hid the sky. Peaches that big? Has this tree turned into a spirit? I stared in shock at the gigantic tree. It stood about 15 meters tall, with a trunk nearly 2 meters in diameter and a dense crown of leaves. Its peaches were half the size of basketballs. I had once read a post online from someone who claimed to have eaten peaches as large as a human head as a child, but could never find any that large after growing up and deeply regretted it. I had always assumed the person remembered incorrectly. Unfortunately, it was only July. The peaches were still green and unripe. I'll mark the spot and come back later. A whole tree of enormous peaches represented a considerable stockpile. I could eat them or trade them. Naturally, I could not let them go to waste. I marked the tree on my map and resolved to return every few days. I absolutely could not miss the ripening period. Once the location was saved, I walked beneath the tree and discovered a gleaming silver chest among its roots. Collect. I placed it in my inventory and hurried toward the next chest. I found a gold chest on a boulder inside a cave. After leaving the cave and circling to the back of the mountain, I encountered a magnificent sea of bamboo. The map showed 5 chests there. I collected 3. The remaining 2 presented the same problem as yesterday. An invisible barrier blocked my path. I could see the 2 shining silver chests but could not touch them. One day, I'm going to break this damned barrier. Unwillingly, I turned back while marking the locations on my map. It was peak bamboo shoot season. Short, plump shoots covered the grove and made my fingers itch to harvest them. I decided to return that afternoon and dig them up. After leaving the bamboo forest, I continued following the map in search of treasure chests. 3 hours later, I returned to the base in an excellent mood. I had found 15 chests that day, 6 more than yesterday. Even more exciting, one of them was gold. The rest included 2 silver chests, 1 bronze chest, and 11 wooden chests. Open, open, open. The instant I returned, I impatiently opened every chest and received the following: thatch X500, wood X300, planks X150, stone blocks X100, 1 case of toilet paper, 10 kilograms rice X1, water vat X1, flower pot X1, sports bra X1, 20-liter bottle of purified water X1, expansion card X1, intermediate protective suit X1, iron pickaxe X1, boning knife X1, wood cutting knife X1, antitoxin gloves X1, basic processing technique card X1, basic physique card X1, advanced purification function cards X2, advanced healing function card X1, white crystal X1. Today's harvest was much better than yesterday's. Things will only improve from here. My eyes moved across the supplies and finally settled on the white crystal. Consumable. Can be used to upgrade a safe base or skill level. So this is an energy stone? The white crystal had come from the gold chest. It was the size of an egg, translucent, and radiated soft light. It felt warm and smooth in my hand, much like jade. Challenger, Xiaoran. Base level, level 1, 3 square meters. Upgrading to a level 2 base requires 100 energy and will expand the base to 10 square meters. Upgrade available. Overall physique, 12. Ability, purification, basic. Can be upgraded by absorbing energy stones. Supplies, basic processing technique card X1, basic physique card X1, advanced purification function cards X2. Sure enough, a green upgrade button had appeared beside the base information. My current level of purification was sufficient, so improving it was not urgent. The base was the priority. After a moment's thought, I chose to upgrade the base first. Upgrade. A golden wall of light as tall as the sky suddenly rose around the base. The white crystal transformed into sparkling motes and merged into it. The golden radiance intensified, and the wall expanded outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. I looked at my panel. The base information changed along with it. Base level, level 2, 10 square meters. Upgrading to a level 3 base requires 500 energy. After the upgrade, the base will expand to 30 square meters. That only meant finding a few more gold chests. I could take it slowly. Single-use consumable. Heals injuries and illnesses upon use. It's that powerful. I looked at the burning wound on my arm and immediately thought, use. Tremendous vitality erupted from deep inside my body and swiftly spread through every limb. The wound on my arm healed at a visible speed, scabbed over, shed the scab, and returned to normal. Even the stomach ailment I had suffered since childhood was bathed in pleasant warmth. From the inside out, my entire body felt renewed. I had never experienced such ease or comfort. This is incredible. I need to find more cards so the director and the little ones can use them when they arrive. Conditions at the orphanage had always been poor, and Director Chin and the children had suffered a great deal. Only in the last 2 years, after I established myself and began earning a respectable income, had their situation improved. Even so, they had probably accumulated many hidden health problems, especially Director Chin. She had devoted her life to the orphanage and was now elderly. The children had told me many times that she often felt so ill at night she could not sleep. Afraid of disturbing them, she would sit alone in the courtyard. I had repeatedly tried to take her to a hospital for an examination, but the stubborn old woman always refused. I understood. She feared increasing my burden and reducing the children's quality of life. But the world had changed. When the time came, whether she used the card would no longer be her decision. I had never shown it outwardly, but I had always worried about her health. I was terrified that she might suddenly collapse and leave me alone in that cold world. Before this upheaval, healing her had been an impossible dream. Now it felt close enough to touch. As long as I grew strong enough, found enough chests, and obtained enough treasures, I could make everything happen. I looked into the churning, unknown toxic fog world, my eyes shining fiercely. I'll treat this dangerous and exhilarating road of survival as a chance to be reborn. I would work toward the life I wanted and become the person I dreamed of being. I picked up the basic physique card. Single-use consumable. Grants a random increase of 1 to 5 points to overall physique. Use. The card dissolved into light and entered my body. A warm current erupted within me and nourished every limb. Overall physique, 15. My overall physique had increased by 3 points, from 12 to 15. I could feel improvements in my strength, speed, and physical coordination. The changes were not dramatic, but small gains would accumulate. The future looked promising. I picked up the basic processing technique card. Learn it to acquire basic processing techniques, such as turning wood into planks and stone into stone blocks. Learn. I chose to study it immediately. The technique card became light and entered my mind, bringing a wealth of fundamental processing knowledge. Once I had digested it, I opened the construction panel. The interface was now divided into 2 options: construction and processing. Plank processing, stone block processing, bamboo strip processing, hemp row processing. In the future, whenever I needed these supplies, I could gather the raw materials and process them here with a simple click. Finally, I looked at the 2 advanced purification function cards. Single-use consumable. Select any one item or one inventory slot of supplies to purify. The ability to purify an entire inventory slot of supplies was incredibly powerful. As for using one on a single item, I dismissed the idea. I was not wealthy enough to waste a card like that. Wolf corpses X2 can be purified. Wild vegetables X106 can be purified. Wild fruit X308 can be purified. Spear X1 can be purified. Thatch X800, planks X250, stone X200, wood X380, wood X310 can be purified. The large items occupied 9 inventory slots, while miscellaneous objects filled the remaining 7. Supplies from treasure chests did not require purification. What should I purify? I could cleanse food and then exchange it for other supplies. Can an inventory slot hold water? If it can, maybe I should purify an entire slot of it. Water was an indispensable resource. Washing, cooking, and daily life all required it. The small amount found in treasure chests would never be enough. Purifying it little by little with my ability would also be troublesome. If an inventory slot could hold water, I could cleanse one full slot at once and stop worrying about my supply. I had found a lake the previous day, but an invisible barrier had prevented me from reaching it. Now that my base had leveled up, the area I could explore should have expanded. I could test it that afternoon. If I still could not reach the lake, I would search elsewhere. The purification card had no expiration date. At worst, I could save it until I truly needed it. With my decision made, I returned the card to my inventory. I used the expansion card to add another inventory slot. Together with yesterday's expansion, I now had 17 slots, yet it still felt nowhere near enough. After some thought, I summoned the panel, opened the construction interface, and upgraded the large thatched shelter. Golden light flashed, and the open-ended shelter instantly transformed into a thatched hut. The hut measured about 6 square meters. Apart from its door, it had only one small window. It was modest, but far safer. Beside the window, I laid down a thick layer of thatch and spread the blanket on top to create a bed. I used the other side to store smaller supplies from the chests, including the toilet paper and rice. I put on the sports bra immediately. It was a little small, but exercising in it was much more comfortable than going without one. The water vat reached halfway up my body. I had not yet decided what to do with it, so I left it outside against the hut wall. Once everything was settled, my stomach growled. I purified several wild vegetable leaves and cooked a pot of vegetable congee. After eating, I picked up the woodcutting knife and left. In addition to finding water, I wanted to fill every inventory slot before the protection period ended. Once protection disappeared and all the suppressed mutated creatures emerged, who knew what horrors would appear? Without the 70% damage reduction, Challenger casualties would undoubtedly soar. I decided to stockpile more supplies and avoid going outside for the first few days. I could stay home and monitor the chat. Following the marker, I soon found the lake I had seen yesterday. I was right. The area a Challenger could explore was connected to the level of their base. The higher the level, the larger the accessible region. A larger region, in turn, offered richer resources. It was a virtuous cycle, and the 3-day beginner protection period would become the dividing line. The strong would grow stronger, while the weak might only wait slowly for death. The water looks clear enough. I studied the calm surface. With a splash, ripples spread across the lake. Collect. I focused on drawing the lake water into my inventory. One slot soon filled completely. I checked it and discovered that I had collected 999 cubic meters of lake water. The lake showed no visible change, which demonstrated how enormous it was. Once I purified this slot, I would not need to worry about water for a long time, provided I did not waste it recklessly. I shook the water from my hand, purified the toxins that had contaminated it, and prepared to dig bamboo shoots. At that moment, a large, plump fish leaped from the lake, flicked its tail twice in midair, and splashed back down. I stared at the spot where it vanished. How did I forget about that? No matter what, I had to catch some. I summoned the panel, opened the construction interface, and searched through it. I remembered that the apprentice craftsman knowledge included a fish trap. Found it. Simple fish trap basket. Bamboo strips X20 plus, wood X5 plus hemp rope X50. I already had wood. I could cut bamboo from the vast grove nearby and process it into strips. As for hemp rope, was it made from flax? I opened the processing interface, entered hemp rope in the search field, and ran a search. Hemp rope, flax. 50 lengths of hemp rope required 100 units of flax in total. I passed an enormous flax field while searching for chests yesterday. Where was it? Found it. It isn't far from here either. The flax is closer and easier to harvest. I'll collect it first, then go to the bamboo grove. With the decision made, I set out immediately. 20 minutes later, I reached the flax marker. The plant stood taller than a person. Without a word, I took out my woodcutting knife, put on the anti-toxin gloves, and began harvesting. I cut down more than 1,000 stalks in one stretch before stopping. The more I collected, the more fish traps I could make and the more fish I could catch. Once beginner protection ended, fishing would probably become far more difficult. I opened the processing panel, selected hemp rope, set the quantity to maximum, and processed all the flax. Processing has begun. Completion time, 25 minutes. The materials could process while I did other things. I closed the panel, sheathed my knife, and hurried toward the bamboo grove. The moment I arrived, I began chopping bamboo without a break. Every time I felled a stalk, I processed it into bamboo strips. While waiting for the processing, I took out the iron pickaxe and dug bamboo shoots. Time was limited, and shoots covered the ground, so I selected only the tender ones. Each went directly into my inventory. Once all the materials were ready, I made 8 large umbrella-shaped fish trap baskets in one batch. I used the green-eyed wolf's organs as bait and placed the traps at different locations. After setting them, I rushed back to dig more shoots. Along the way, I cut several additional stalks and made a few square bamboo baskets for storing miscellaneous items back home. I kept digging until darkness began to fall, then stopped and headed to the lake. I only intended to check the traps, but I found that the stakes on shore had bent beneath their weight. There was only one explanation. The traps had caught too much. I quickly hauled one up. There are this many: snakehead, bass, spiny loaches, mandarin fish, and all kinds of species I could not identify thrashed inside the net. Prawns as long as my palm and crabs with shells the size of fists crowded it so densely that the trap nearly burst. Had no one ever fished this lake? Every form of aquatic life seemed to have multiplied out of control. I emptied the fish and shrimp from the net. Halfway through my excitement, I suddenly developed a headache. Fish alone accounted for more than 10 species. Since each inventory slot could hold only one type of item, I could never fit all these fish, shrimp, and crabs. Even traveling light, it took nearly 2 hours to reach my base. Carrying all this, I might not get home before midnight. But I could not bear to discard supplies I had worked so hard to catch. I searched my inventory, deciding what to leave here and retrieve tomorrow. Then I saw the square bamboo baskets and suddenly thought of a solution. Let's test it. My eyes gleamed. I took out a basket, poured all the fish and shrimp inside, closed the lid, drew a deep breath, and placed my hand on it. Collect. When I opened my inventory, the basket was inside. Moreover, it occupied the same slot as my other bamboo baskets. The 3 empty baskets and the basket filled with fish and shrimp had all been stored in a single inventory slot. It really works. My eyes shone fiercely. I had discovered a loophole in the rules. As long as I made enough large-capacity bamboo boxes, I could place all my supplies inside them and store the boxes in one slot. I would never have to worry about insufficient inventory space again. I'm a genius. I'll pull up every trap, then cut more bamboo and make boxes before it gets completely dark. I rapidly hauled in the remaining 6 traps. I poured all the fish and shrimp into baskets and stored them in my inventory. After a moment's thought, I collected the fish traps as well. If I left them and caught nothing tomorrow, losing the traps too would make matters worse. I could set them again tomorrow. Given the lake's abundant resources, the delay would cost me very little. Once the traps were packed away, I rushed to the bamboo grove and swung the wood-cutting knife with all my strength, chopping stalk after stalk. Now that I had discovered this loophole, I would exploit it completely. I wanted large boxes, enormous boxes. I worked until full darkness before sheathing the knife and sprinting home. Back at the base, I drank some water, summoned the panel without delay, and checked the available basket dimensions. The smallest was palm-sized. The largest bamboo box measured 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and 1.5 meters wide. Custom dimensions were not available. Those measurements will do. 999 boxes that size can hold an enormous amount. When I had the necessary conditions, I could build even bigger containers by hand. I immediately processed all the bamboo into slats. Bamboo was plentiful. The stalks I had cut that day alone could make many large boxes. My current supplies would never use them all, and if they somehow proved insufficient, I could cut more tomorrow. The grove contained endless 100-meter stalks 20 centimeters in diameter. I would save my wood for upgrading the house. So far, apart from the abandoned logging site and the gigantic peach tree, I had not found any other sources of timber. The logging site contained only about 1,000 logs. Once they were gone, there would be no more. I certainly could not cut down the peach tree. I was waiting to harvest its enormous fruit. For now, I would leave the wood untouched and use bamboo wherever possible. The slats soon finished processing. I opened the large bamboo box recipe and set the quantity to maximum. Large bamboo boxes available, 56. Required time, 2 hours. The system would craft them automatically, so I could leave it alone. I browsed the construction panel and used the remaining bamboo strips and hemp rope to make another 10 fish traps, along with baskets and other everyday items. Then I made a 2-meter wooden table, 2 3-meter X-shaped drying racks, wooden bowls, spatulas, chopsticks, a large wooden basin, buckets, and other household necessities. When I finished, I took out one wolf corpse, placed it on the table, and began processing it. I had never done anything like this and could only feel my way through it. First, I removed the head and tail, then skinned the body. I carefully peeled off the entire pelt, washed it clean, and hung it on a rack beside the fire to dry. Without resting, I began processing the organs. I kept even the inedible parts to use as bait tomorrow. After dealing with the body, I processed the head and tail. Once everything was cleaned, I cut the wolf meat into pieces with a wood-cutting knife, washed it, and placed it in a scrubbed bamboo box. By the time I had processed both wolves in the same way, I was so exhausted that I wanted to collapse. My stomach was also growling. I purified several fruits and ate them to take the edge off my hunger. Then I removed a piece of wolf meat marbled with fat. After purifying it, I diced it with the boning knife and set it aside. I washed several wild vegetables, purified them, chopped them, and prepared them as well. I placed the iron pot over the campfire, heated it, and added the wolf meat. Sizzle. I seasoned it with salt. Once the meat was nearly cooked, I added the vegetables, stir-fried everything, and removed the pot from the fire. Perhaps exhaustion had dulled my sense of taste, or perhaps purification had altered the wolf meat. It was somewhat tough, but had no unpleasant odor. I devoured 2 bowls before sighing contentedly and setting the bowl down. I purified several more fruits for dessert. After eating and resting briefly, I resumed my work. I took out all the fruit I had picked and vegetables I had dug, placing each type in a separate bamboo box. More than 300 pieces of wild fruit occupied only one corner of a box. By my estimate, a single box could hold at least 10,000 fruits, though its vegetable capacity would be about half as great. I separated the fish, shrimp, and bamboo shoots into different boxes and stored all the containers in the same inventory slot. Only after finishing everything did I wash up briefly and retire. With the doors and windows shut, I found a comfortable position, summoned my panel, and opened the chat. I intended to lurk for a while and learn the latest news. Instead, the first message that appeared startled me. I swear I saw it. It was a ghost. It looked exactly like a real person, except its entire body was black and white, without any color. It was like someone who had stepped out of a black and white funeral portrait. I yelled in fright, and it vanished in a flash. If that wasn't a ghost, what was it? Why would I lie? What would I gain? Could it have been a mutated human? Ugh, whether it was a mutant or a ghost, it sounds terrifying. What am I supposed to do? I won't dare go outside tomorrow. If it's a creature from this world, treasure chests should contain something that can counter it. The question is whether we'll find it. Here's something else strange. I was gathering mushrooms in the woods today when I suddenly heard a bang. My entire body immediately felt like it was on fire, burning and hurting, and it still hasn't stopped. I must have triggered something. If protection hadn't reduced the damage by 70%, I'd probably be dead. While I was picking wild fruit today, an earthworm as thick as my arm shot out of the ground. If my reflexes hadn't been fast, it would have eaten me. Who would joke about their own life? I used earthworms as bait all the time when I fished. I couldn't have mistaken it. I ran into a red-eyed rabbit half as tall as a person. It bounced straight at me and tried to bite. I guess the days when rabbits fled from humans are over. If you're walking across level ground and see a raised mound of sand, go around it. Stay as far away as possible or prepare to die. I paid half my life for that lesson. Brother who encountered the earthworm, can the wild fruit you picked be eaten? If so, I'll gather some tomorrow. I'm starving. If you're starving, why worry so much? I ate wild fruit this morning and cooked vegetables in river water tonight, and I'm still fine. Besides, isn't someone selling fruit? It all looks the same to me. Everything in the fog is poisonous. The effects might not appear immediately, but who knows what will happen later. The fruit being sold is much brighter in color. It was clearly treated somehow. It was probably purified. I found a purification card today that removes all negative effects, and I used it on a basket of eggs. Before purification, the mushrooms were dull and blackish. Afterward, they became much cleaner and brighter. Invisible poisonous creatures in the woods, man-eating rabbits, gigantic earthworms, raised sand mounds. Could those mounds be ant nests? From what we had seen, every mutated animal ate humans. Ugh, ants lived in colonies. If they also ate people, they would be horrifying. If I ever encountered one, I would stay as far away as possible. As I organized the information gathered from the chat, I unknowingly drifted to sleep. After washing up the next morning, I swiftly cooked a large pot of meat congee, ate until I was full, and purified several fruits for good measure. With an hour remaining before the chest spawned, I took my knife and left. I had far too much to accomplish that day. I wanted to fill one box each with fruit, vegetables, bamboo shoots, and fish. The fruit grove was closest to my base, so I went there first. I picked fruit until 8, stopping only when the treasure chest notification arrived. I stored the bamboo box and summoned my panel. After planning the day's treasure hunting route from the map, I began searching without a moment's delay. 3 hours later, I returned to the base. That day, I had found 18 chests. There was 1 radiant chest, 3 gold chests, 2 silver chests, and 12 wooden ones. I obtained eggs X3, beast hides X6, gold ingot X1, iron X100, flower pot X1, basic healing function card X1, basic physique cards X3, expansion card X1, invisibility skill card X1, blue crystal X1, and base upgrade card X1. Base upgrade card. Single-use consumable. Raises the level of a base within a certain range upon use. Use. I upgraded the base immediately. Golden light flashed, and its area instantly tripled. A second golden flash followed, expanding it again to what looked like 100 square meters. Challenger, Xiao Ran. Base level, level 4, 100 square meters. Upgrading to a level 5 base requires 3,000 energy and will expand the base to 300 square meters. Overall physique, 15. Ability, purification. Supplies, eggs X3, beast hides X6, gold ingot X1. It had risen by 2 levels at once. One upgrade card was equivalent to 15 white crystals. As expected, higher-level treasure chests produced better supplies. Since the base had expanded, I upgraded the thatched hut too. Golden light flashed. A kitchen appeared on the left side of the new hut, while a bathroom appeared behind it. The interior was visibly more spacious. When I have time later, I can add a bed, cabinets, and the rest. For now, I needed to finish fusing with the cards and go gather supplies. I picked up another card. Invisibility skill card. Fuse with it to acquire invisibility. No time limit. Blocks detection but does not block attacks. Fuse. The card became light and entered my body. I immediately thought, invisibility. A strange sensation swept across me. I took out a mirror and looked. My reflection was completely absent. The mirror showed the toxic fog outside the window directly behind me. As I tilted the mirror from side to side, an eerie figure suddenly appeared in the glass. It had a human shape, but its body was black and white and radiated deathly stillness. What is that? I spun around. A black and white ghost was indeed standing at the edge of the base. Speak of the devil. It's a good thing I'm invisible. It shouldn't be able to see me. I quietly put away the mirror, hid behind the door, and observed the figure outside the base. It was looking around in confusion. It seemed to want to enter, but was blocked by the base's invisible barrier. Wait, something's wrong. I suddenly noticed its shadow. The firelight stretched it across the ground. It was not a ghost, then, despite its human appearance. Was it a mutant? I stepped out from behind the door and openly approached for a closer look. Ignoring that creepy black and white coloring, this mutant is actually rather handsome. He had large eyes and a high nose, looked 17 or 18, and stood more than half a head taller than me. His body appeared slender, but the muscles visible on his arms were sharply defined. He had clearly trained. He was probably the sort who looked thin in clothes, but muscular without them. Had a cat mutated into a human, or had a person's genes suddenly developed feline traits? I stared at the mutant's cat ears. He seemed to sense something strange and began to flash away, only for his head to jerk as someone seized his ears. His eyes flew wide. His whole body stiffened, and his pale face instantly turned pitch black. Startled, I released him without thinking. The mutant leaped 5 or 6 meters away in a single bound. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more leaps carried him into the churning fog. That speed is absurd. Still intrigued, I looked toward the direction in which he had fled, then turned toward the vegetable field. Once everything else was settled, I could find an opportunity to learn more about these mutants. For now, I needed to stockpile supplies. Ideally, I should surround the base with a wall. The green-eyed wolves had visited before, and the mutant had appeared today. More creatures would undoubtedly discover this place. Once the barrier stopped protecting me, my current strength would not be enough to defend the base. I would struggle even to protect myself. The mutant had jumped about 2 meters high, so the wall needed to be at least 4 meters. I remembered seeing a wall category in the construction panel. It offered earthen, stone, wooden, and bamboo walls. As long as I gathered enough materials, the system could construct one directly. Earth would not work because the ground here was too hard to dig. Stone was also impossible. I had nowhere near enough. Timber and planks were limited and needed for the house. After considering every option, I decided on bamboo. It was tough and resistant to damage. Most importantly, I had an abundant supply. The mutated bamboo contained countless stalks thick as bowls and 100 meters tall. There would be enough even if my base expanded several more times. I increased my pace and soon reached the grove. After setting the fish traps by the lake, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. I did not need to trim branches or bind the stalks for transport. I could fell each one and store it immediately, saving a great deal of time. By 9 that night, I had cut more than 300 stalks. I tested the bamboo wall recipe and confirmed that I had more than enough before sheathing my knife and returning. While cutting, I had also checked the fish traps 3 times and filled 2 large boxes with fish, shrimp, and other aquatic food. The toxic fog world never saw the sun. Daytime was a uniform gray, while moonless nights were terrifyingly black. Holding a torch aloft, I hurried toward the base. I arrived at 4 in the morning. Along the way, I had even scooped a basin of river snails from a wild ditch. I had extracted every last bit of value from the protection period. Now it was time to build the wall. I summoned the challenge panel and went directly to the trading page. Besides bamboo, the wall required 150 iron. I had only 25 and lacked more than 100. I entered iron in the search bar and looked for relevant trades. 20 iron in exchange for 1 serving of food. 10 iron in exchange for 1 serving of food. 15 iron in exchange for 1 serving of water. Compared with stone blocks and wood, iron was currently rare. Few people offered it. I calculated that even accepting every listing would yield only 80, far short of what I needed. 1 treasure chest could produce 20 iron at a time. These sellers had clearly split their iron into smaller portions to trade for supplies. Idiot. I must have been blind to fall for an idiot like you. If you're capable of giving supplies away, why can't you get them back? Look around. Is anyone responding to you? So what if we found nothing today? Do you have donkey dung for brains? Do you know what happens tomorrow? Tomorrow, beginner protection ends. The damage reduction disappears, and every suppressed mutant creature appears. Do you really think finding supplies will be easier tomorrow than today? You idiot. If you hadn't given everything away, we could have survived several more days. Now we can wait to die. How do you still have the nerve to ask me for anything? And did anyone need your kindness? The damn Emperor of Luck's base is already over 1,000 square meters, and his supplies are piled into mountains. Have you seen him giving anything away? Plenty of people have supplies, and not one of them shared. You're the only penniless fool pretending to be rich. You're so kind, right? Go find the people you helped and ask them for food. Don't come to me again. I have nothing for you. The moment I opened the chat, the saintly couple's argument filled the entire channel. If they wanted to fight, they could do it privately instead of occupying a public resource. I blocked them both, and the channel instantly became much quieter. After lurking briefly, I closed the panel. First, I purified 10 fish, each as long as my palm. Then I used bamboo to make 10 sealed containers with capacities of 100 liters each and filled them with purified water. I opened the trading panel and listed both items. 1 fish in exchange for 20 iron. 10 available. First come, first served. 100 liters of purified water in exchange for 20 iron. 10 available. First come, first served. Finally, after some thought, I sent the Emperor of Luck a private message. Emperor of Luck, 2 packs of cigarettes in exchange for iron. I had found another 2 packs in that morning's treasure chests. I had not known what to trade them for at the time and saved them. Now they were perfect for obtaining iron. But after I sent the message, the Emperor of Luck did not respond. Is he asleep? Normally, I would have been sleeping at this hour too. Trade success notifications began sounding one after another. You successfully exchanged 1 fish for 20 iron. You successfully exchanged 1 fish for 20 iron. Within a single minute, every listing had sold. I received 400 iron. That's enough. Time to act. I opened the construction panel and began building the bamboo wall. A square projection appeared. I moved it with my mind until it aligned with the base's boundary, then pressed build. Golden light flashed. A 4-meter bamboo wall materialized, completely enclosing the base. Sharp, downward-facing spikes lined the top to stop creatures from climbing over. I stepped forward and pushed hard against it. The wall rose 4 meters above ground and extended 3 meters below. That was a serious foundation. There was a gate on each side, allowing me to enter or leave in any direction. Since all my supplies could travel in my inventory, I did not need to worry about carrying large objects through the gates. I circled the wall and confirmed that all 4 gates were locked from inside. Then I clapped the dust from my hands and prepared a late-night meal. After eating, I planned to sleep until dawn, but the Emperor of Luck finally replied and asked how much iron I needed. He remained as likable as ever. I don't need iron anymore. Offer me something else, Emperor of Luck. I made the request without hesitation. On the other side, the Emperor of Luck raised an eyebrow. This woman certainly was not shy. In the end, however, he sighed helplessly. The great Emperor of Luck had even opened a legendary chest, yet cigarettes alone had never appeared for him. He could not obtain them through trading either. The Emperor of Luck was deeply frustrated. Fine. This young master will be generous once more and trade you information. During the 3-day protection period, most native creatures were suppressed. We couldn't see them, but they could see us. So tomorrow, you'd better stay inside and reinforce your defenses. They may already be outside your base, waiting for their chance. A violent chill ran through me, and I snapped my gaze toward the darkness outside. Had the cat-eared man who suddenly appeared outside my base followed me home? Ugh! I suddenly felt as if countless eyes were watching me from beyond the wall. Any desire to sleep vanished completely. After trading the cigarettes to the Emperor of Luck, I built 6-meter, 2-story defense towers in all 4 corners of the base and beside the house. I prepared 100 arrows. Even if a large creature leaped over the courtyard wall, the dense spikes below would turn it into a sieve. By the time I finished, daylight had arrived. The cold system notification appeared again. Warning: beginner protection has ended. From this moment onward, challengers will receive 100% damage, and all terrifying creatures will become fully manifest. In 7 days, the locations and basic information of all safe bases will appear on the map. Today's treasure chests have spawned. Challengers, good luck. As the seal lifted, the entire world seemed to come off mute. Insect chirps, bird calls, and the terrifying roars of countless creatures erupted at once, making my scalp tingle. This was the true face of the toxic fog world. The sounds alone inspired panic. I climbed a defense tower and looked outside. The mist churned much faster than before. Strange figures flickered in and out of view where the fog had once appeared empty. The sight made my heart tremble. Collecting today's chests won't be easy. I was still debating whether to leave and search. A wolf howled close to the base. More than a dozen green-eyed wolves sprang from the fog and circled outside. They seemed unable to understand how a wall had appeared here in only 2 days. Another howl sounded within the fog. The wolves beneath the wall began slamming into the bamboo. They were trying to knock it down and charge inside. Whoosh! Without a word, I knocked an arrow, drew the bow, aimed, and released. The arrow shot forward and struck a wolf. It inflicted little damage, but thoroughly enraged the pack. Another howl rose from the fog. At the sound, the green-eyed wolves retreated, took running starts, and tried to leap over the wall. SHNK, SHNK, SHNK. One agile wolf cleared the 4-meter wall. Before it could land, it struck the courtyard trap. The spikes pierced its body, and it collapsed in a pool of blood. Whoosh! I immediately fired an arrow and ended its life. I looked at the treasure chests on the map. More had spawned today than during the previous 3 days combined. Had the increase in danger caused more chests to appear? Whatever the reason, it was good news. I needed to collect them quickly and return. Before leaving, I had checked the forecast. Rain would begin at 2 that afternoon. It would be poisonous rain, and I could not remain outside in it. Why is that boy here again? Not long after leaving the base, I encountered the wolf boy who had escaped yesterday. He stood beside a large rock, staring open-mouthed toward my base. I approached him with a smile. Then I reached out and grabbed his large tail again. His whole body instantly went taut and froze in place. The moment someone grabbed his tail, he became as rigid as if affected by a paralysis spell. I released it and placed my hand on the treasure chest beside him. Collect. Once the chest entered my inventory, I left without looking back and headed straight for the second one. Over 3 hours, I collected 25 chests. I encountered danger several times, but because I remained invisible, every crisis passed without injury. Time to go back and open them. I had found a diamond chest that day. I could hardly wait to see what it contained. Clinging to a trunk, I carefully lowered myself. I had no choice. The diamond chest had spawned in a crooked tree. To obtain it, I had been forced to climb. I had never climbed a tree in my life. Fortunately, this one grew at an angle. The branch supporting the chest was thick and only about 3 meters from the ground. I was willing to take the risk. The entire process took more than 20 minutes, and I stored the chest only moments before it disappeared. Now I only needed to descend slowly and safely. I hugged the branch and inched toward the main trunk. At that moment, a familiar howl came from the woods ahead. Did I encounter this pack every time it hunted? Judging by how violently the trees were shaking, the battle was fierce, far beyond anything I could join. Leave. I needed to get away before it reached me. I hurried down faster. The moment my feet touched the ground, an enormous black and white creature charged out from deep within the forest. It stood 2 meters tall and measured 4 meters long. It had black and white fur, a round head, round ears, enormous black eye patches, and tiny eyes. It was clearly a mutated giant panda. A pack of green-eyed wolves pursued it relentlessly. Both predator and prey raced toward my hiding place. It was already too late to run. I pressed myself against the tree and hid. I prayed they would not stop and would pass straight by. Unfortunately, the pack caught the panda about 100 meters from me. 1-2. In a one-on-one fight, even the alpha might not defeat it. Against the whole pack, the panda had no chance. It was already covered in wounds. Some were superficial, while others exposed bone. As the fight continued, black blood poured from them. With injuries like those, the wolves did not even need to attack. They could simply exhaust it to death. Strange. Throughout the long battle, no matter how dangerous its situation became, the panda allowed itself to be wounded rather than attack with its mouth. Several wolves had even come within biting distance, but it refused to react. No matter how much it had mutated, it remained an animal, and biting prey should have been instinctive. Suddenly, a green-eyed wolf caught its hind leg and yanked. The panda lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Something flew from its mouth. It rolled to a stop 10 meters in front of me after striking a rock. Only then did I see what the panda had been protecting. A cub. Curled up, it was the size of a basketball and could not yet run. After being thrown free, it lay limply on the ground and squeaked. Hearing the cry and no longer burdened by the cub, the panda's combat power erupted. With a crack, it bit through a wolf's skull. Then one sweep of its paw sent another giant wolf flying. It instantly eliminated the wolves blocking its path and rushed toward the cub. The alpha intercepted the panda and growled. Several green-eyed wolves left the battle and raced toward the cub. The panda panicked and tried to break through regardless of the cost, but the alpha directed the pack to hold it back. After a brutal battle, the panda finally collapsed. Its eyes remained fixed on the direction in which the cub had rolled. The alpha growled angrily. Only after finding nothing did it give another low growl and leave while the pack dragged away the panda's corpse. 3 hours later, I returned to the base in the rain. After the pack departed, I had waited an additional hour before leaving the woods. Halfway home, rain began falling. Only after reaching the little wooden house did I breathe a long sigh of relief. I carefully opened my protective suit. A panda cub lay against my chest, fast asleep. While the adult panda held back the pack, I had secretly carried the cub away. I only wanted to test whether it was possible, but after hiding the cub beneath my clothing, my invisibility did not end. Several wolves passed within 1 meter of me while searching. My heart nearly leaped into my throat each time. I was terrified the cub would suddenly cry. Fortunately, it remained quiet once held in my arms. That allowed us to escape safely despite the danger. Sadly, the adult panda died without ever knowing its cub was safe. The thought made me feel sorrowful. In the old world, I liked watching giant pandas whenever I had free time, felt low, or was exhausted. Their adorably clumsy appearance could heal every trace of unhappiness in me. Giant pandas meant something special to me. But under those circumstances, there was nothing I could have done. If the pack had noticed anything strange, both the cub and I would have died. At least I had saved it. Stay with me from now on. From this day forward, I finally have a cat of my own. I went outside and removed the protective suit. Purify. Blue light instantly wrapped around me. A moment later, it faded. I returned indoors and took out the treasure chests I had collected that day. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I opened all 25 chests in one go. Orbs of light sprang from them one after another. Potato chips X1, teacup X1, seasoning packet X1, sewing kit X1, fishing rod X1, expansion cards X3, advanced protective suits X3, intermediate protective suits X2, basic blacksmith qualification card X1, basic purification cards X3, basic health attribute cards X2, basic physique cards X3, life card X1, random resource card X1, white crystals X3, red crystal X1, supply transfer function card X1, and advanced hunter qualification card X1. Looking at the supplies covering the floor, I opened the construction panel and made a storage rack. I also made several bamboo storage baskets. I sorted the supplies by category, placed them in the baskets, and arranged them on the rack. Then I made a small bed and cotton blanket for the panda cub sleeping soundly on the pile of straw. I now had 2 full rows plus 2 additional slots, for 18 inventory slots in all. 17 had capacities of 999, while one held 9,999. I had previously expanded that slot for stone. I used the first slot in the first row, slot 1, as my supply reserve and had placed 100 large bamboo boxes inside it. It could originally have stored a great many supplies. Unfortunately, purified and unpurified resources could not share the same inventory slot. I had purified that entire slot yesterday, which meant resources gathered from the fog could no longer be placed inside. I would need another slot. After some thought, I emptied slot 2 and filled it with bamboo boxes identical to those in slot 1, designating it for unpurified supplies. Whenever the items in slot 2 were cleansed, I could move them directly into slot 1 without occupying a new slot. Besides, who knew how many supplies it would take to fill 999 boxes measuring 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high? Even if they eventually filled, I could expand the slot to 9,999. Finally, I used the 3 expansion cards to increase slot 3's capacity to 9,999 as a reserve. For the moment, I had 18 slots with capacities of 999 and 2 with capacities of 9,999. I would not need to worry about inventory space anytime soon. A basic purification card could purify any one item. I had nothing that needed it right now. Fusing with the basic blacksmith qualification card would grant the skills needed to forge basic tools. Fuse. Once I had absorbed the knowledge, a new forging category appeared on the manufacturing panel. Iron axe, iron pickaxe, iron pot. I closed the panel and took out the physique cards. Fusing with all 3 granted 12 physique points. Added to my previous 15, my physique reached 27, improving every aspect of my body considerably. Mom would never have to worry about me failing to open a bottle again. Wonderful. The random resource card was a single-use consumable. After fusion, it would randomly generate one type of resource inside the base. Note, the quality and type of resource would be affected to a certain degree by the base's level. In other words, a higher base level meant a better chance of producing a valuable resource. I lacked almost nothing at present and did not need to generate one, so I stored the card. I would use it after the base reached a higher level or when a specific need arose. The supply transfer function card was also a single-use consumable. After activation, it could move one unowned object within a certain range. I immediately thought of the gigantic peach tree and its head-sized fruit. The rain was also falling harder and harder. After collecting tomorrow's chests, I would circle over and test the card. The 3 white crystals were the same size as the one the Emperor of Luck had given me yesterday. Each contained 3,000 energy. Together with the 1,000 points remaining after yesterday's upgrade, I had exactly 10,000. I used 3,000 to raise the base from level 4 to level 5, then 7,000 to reach level 6, leaving a balance of 0. Base level, level 6. 30,000 energy required to reach level 7. Unfortunately, I had not found cigarettes or alcohol today. Otherwise, I could trade with the generous Emperor of Luck again. I'll see whether I can exchange food for some later. It was unwise to put every egg in one basket. What if my luck turned bad and I found no crystals for several days? The red crystal was much smaller than a white one, only about the size of an egg. Red crystal can be used to improve fire-type skills. Well, I had no such ability, so it was useless to me. If I truly could not gather enough energy to upgrade the base before the 7 days ended, I could trade the red crystal. Fusing with the Advanced Hunter qualification card would grant the knowledge of an Advanced Hunter. An Advanced Hunter would certainly understand this world's mutated plants and animals. Receiving that experience would greatly improve my safety. The card became light and entered the space between my eyebrows. A vast amount of hunting knowledge and information about numerous plants and animals flooded my mind. The fusion took a full 3 minutes. So that humanoid monster was called a stone demon. In the toxic fog world, most people died once the mist corroded them beyond a certain point. A small number, however, underwent mutation. If the mutation succeeded, they became abnormal species such as stone demons or wolf people. They also gained special abilities. Stone demons, for example, possessed formidable defenses. Wolf people acquired lupin advantages. Their senses of smell, agility, and speed far exceeded those of ordinary humans. Overall, the direction of a person's mutation and whether they survived it depended partly on their innate traits and partly on luck. Unmutated humans had an average lifespan of about 30 years. Mutants lived somewhat longer, but generally only to 45. Moreover, as both mutants and ordinary humans aged, they developed numerous complications. Almost no one died peacefully. That was the destruction caused by the toxic fog. Anyone who wanted to live a long and healthy life needed to stay away from it. Unfortunately, the entire world was shrouded in poison. Its people had nowhere to hide. Only challengers like us possessed bases free of toxic fog, which meant, wait. I abruptly sat upright. The wolf-eared boy might be interested in the one thing my base truly offered: safe, unpolluted land. I finally understood why the wolf boy kept lingering outside. He had probably set his sights on my base. Throughout the toxic fog world, only challengers' bases were free of poison. The boy must have discovered its unique nature by chance and wanted to investigate. At that time, beginner protection was still active, and the invisible barrier had kept him outside. He probably assumed some strange restriction prevented outsiders from entering. That was why he had merely watched from the perimeter when he returned today. He had also been shocked by the base's overnight expansion and the sturdy stone wall, which kept him from attempting to enter. But that situation would not last. Once he crossed the boundary and discovered that the obstruction was gone, he might decide to settle here. And when he learned that I was alone, and a woman, what would he do? How many people stood behind him? I needed to reinforce the base quickly. Ideally, I would build a taller wall along the outer boundary. I could add blockhouses on top as a first line of defense. Inside the base, I could install more traps. At the beginning, I needed to establish an intimidating presence, inflict a painful lesson on any enemy, and make them afraid to act. Once the rain stopped, I would collect stone. I would also see whether I could dig a moat outside the outer wall. Inside, I could plant those mushrooms that turned invisible and exploded. I became so absorbed in planning the base's defenses that I forgot the time. Only when the panda cub woke, burrowed around, and squeaked repeatedly did I come back to myself. Are you hungry, little one? Wait here. I'll make you a bowl of milk. I rubbed the cub's head, then boiled water to prepare formula. I had never raised a panda, but I had watched plenty of zoo live streams and videos. I remembered the bowls of formula nicknamed Wangzai milk particularly well. Conveniently, I had found a case of powdered milk that day and could feed it to the cub. Once it grew older and could eat bamboo, I would give it bamboo shoots. My inventory held plenty of fresh, tender ones. The cub could enjoy fresh shoots throughout the year. Time stood still inside my inventory. No matter how long something remained there, it emerged exactly as it had entered. I lit the fire, boiled water, waited for it to cool, and mixed the formula. Without a nursing bottle, I used a 1-liter wooden bowl. I worried that the abrupt change from breast milk to formula would make the cub refuse it, so I drizzled honey over the surface. While the water boiled, I had traded 3 bays for a bottle containing only 100 milliliters. I could find another solution later. I placed the bowl on the ground and set the cub beside it. Perhaps it was desperately hungry, or perhaps the bowl itself held an irresistible attraction. The little creature toddled over at once. Uffed. I could not help laughing. I held the loose skin behind its neck to help support the weight of its enormous head. Only then did it begin drinking steadily. The cub quickly emptied the entire bowl. I held it against my chest and wiped the milk from its head with a towel. It rested obediently in my arms while I fussed over it, gazing up with bright black eyes. It was almost unbearably cute. From now on, your name is Fubao. Surviving the mouths of 30 wolves required tremendous good fortune, and the adult panda had protected this precious treasure with its life. Combining fortune and treasure gave me Fubao. Squeak. The cub raised its head and cried. I'll take that as agreement, little Fubao. I rubbed its round head. It refused to stay in its bed and kept trying to crawl outside. The floor was cold, so I made a large straw mat and spread it like a rug, allowing the cub to play on top. I went to the kitchen and began preparing my own food. After so much activity, I was hungry too. A chest had conveniently given me a bag of white flour, so I decided to make noodles with minced wolf meat sauce. After eating and drinking my fill, I put on a protective suit and walked around the wall. I climbed and inspected every watchtower. Only after confirming that nothing unusual waited outside did I return. Ugh, it's cold. Purify. After cleansing myself, I rubbed my arms, shut the door, and barred it. The rain intensified as the temperature rapidly fell. It was perfect weather for curling up under the blankets and watching shows on a phone. Darkness was also approaching. I would not leave again today. I lay on the thick wolf fur blanket, pulled a normal blanket over myself, then placed the second wolf pelt on top. Warmth immediately surrounded me. I opened the manufacturing panel and made several changes of clothing, then went to the chat interface for my daily information gathering session. Idiot. I must have been blind to fall for an idiot like you. If you're capable of giving supplies away, why can't you get them back? Look around. Is anyone responding to you? So what if we found nothing today? Do you have donkey dung for brains? Do you know what happens tomorrow? Tomorrow, beginner protection ends. The damage reduction disappears, and every suppressed mutant creature appears. Do you really think finding supplies will be easier tomorrow than today? You idiot. If you hadn't given everything away, we could have survived several more days. Now we can wait to die. How do you still have the nerve to ask me for anything? And did anyone need your kindness? The damn Emperor of Lux Base is already 10,000 square meters, and his supplies are piled into mountains. Have you seen him giving anything away? Plenty of people have supplies, and not one of them shared. You're the only penniless fool pretending to be rich. You're so kind, right? Go find the people you helped and ask them for food. Don't come to me. I have nothing. The saintly couple's argument dominated the channel the moment I opened it. If they wanted to fight, they could use private messages instead of occupying the public channel. I was trying to gather information. I blocked both with one motion, and the screen became much quieter. It's over. My wood probably won't last until tomorrow. Can some kind person lend me some? I'll pay it back tomorrow. Help. A snake. An enormous snake. It's slithering toward my base. What do? Is it going to eat me? It's here. The snake entered my base. One person's cries for help suddenly filled the public channel. Before anyone else could respond, a blood-red notice appeared. Challenger Zhang Air was killed by a mutated venomous snake. Eliminated. The scrolling messages stopped instantly. The first death since the challenge began had occurred. It was the first death since everyone had been dragged into this world. The chat remained silent for 3 full seconds before someone cautiously asked a question. He's dead. I know that guy. I checked his profile. His picture has turned gray, and his status says deceased. Damn, I checked too. His picture really is gray. Everyone else's is still lit. Does dying send us back to our old world? I don't want to stay here. I never have enough food or warm clothes. I can't sleep, and I spend every day terrified. I'm going crazy. Stop dreaming. Death means death. You can't return to the old world. Don't forget that the people who didn't qualify for the first group will arrive in a month. If you're afraid, work to overcome that fear. Grow stronger, and then defeat it. Boo-hoo. I'm the campus beauty of Southern First University, with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Is there a big brother willing to take me in? I only need one sip of water and one. No, half a steamed bun each day. Beauty, join Big Brother's base in 7 days. Big Brother will protect you. Little Beauty, come to Big Brother. My base is already level 4, and I have a huge villa. Challenger Zhang San was killed by a mutated rat. Eliminated. Challenger Li Si was killed by a mutated bat. Eliminated. Just as the mood began to ease, 2 more death notices appeared. The entire chat fell silent again. When no one spoke for a full minute, I closed it. Hearing about death could never compare with seeing it happen. The rules had warned us from the beginning that challengers could die, and that death was real. Yet most people had not taken it seriously. After all, everyone came from an era of peace. Society might have treated them harshly, but when it came to life and death, they retained a measure of optimism. Consciously or through self-deception, they assumed circumstances would never become that bad and that they would not die. Now death stood before them. 3 notices had appeared in less than a minute. The public channel became completely quiet, and no one voiced those earlier fantasies again. Faced with the threat of death, everyone had to accept reality. I was thankful I had not wasted the 3-day protection period, had gathered every resource possible, and had worked through the night to build the wall. Tomorrow, I would collect bricks or trade supplies for them and build a 2-story house. A thatched hut could never match a brick house's defensive strength. Besides, I had always liked small buildings designed in the style of a traditional Chinese courtyard home. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder shook the sky. Whoosh! Rain poured down in solid sheets. Startled, I burrowed deeper beneath the blankets. Squeak! Squeak! Fubao crawled frantically across the floor and cried in fear. I was so accustomed to living alone that I had forgotten about the little one. I hurriedly got up, returned Fubao to its bed, and gently stroked its back. Once it calmed down, I covered it with the new cotton quilt, moved the bed beside mine, and lay down again. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed outside as rain fell in torrents. Warm and comfortable under the covers, but unable to sleep through the thunder, I opened the chat again. Can some kind person help me? My large thatched shelter has started leaking. The rain is too heavy. A simple shelter can't withstand it. You need at least a thatched hut. My shelter collapsed. The rain is so heavy, and I'm freezing. If I don't find somewhere dry, I'll definitely get sick tomorrow. Damn it, stop complaining. At least you have shelters. All I own is an iron pot. I'm holding it over my head and squatting like a quail. My legs are freezing numb. Sigh, we're fellow sufferers. I have neither a shelter nor a hut, only a large dining table. Like the person above, I'm hiding underneath it to keep off the rain. If you don't have a shelter but own planks or a waterproof cloth, build something yourselves. Who knows how long this rain will last? Spend a night soaked and you'll definitely get sick. In this wretched place, illness means death. The varied messages gave me an idea. I could manufacture tables and trade them. I acted immediately, opened the manufacturing panel, and made 3 long-legged wooden tables, each 1 square meter in area and 1.5 meters high. Then I opened the trading panel, edited a listing, and uploaded it. 1 high-legged wooden table in exchange for 300 bricks or other supplies. A trade success notification arrived immediately. All 3 tables sold. I made another 100 and listed them. Go to trading. Someone is selling wooden tables for only 300 bricks. 300 bricks? I only have 200. Can I trade? Send the seller a private message. The listing says 300 bricks or other supplies. I simply made another 1,000 and listed them all. Then my private messages exploded. Dear, I don't have bricks. Will you take 80 iron? Can I trade 300 wheat seeds? I found a clod of soil in a diamond chest. Will you accept that? I approved anything that seemed roughly equivalent. I replenished the stock twice more before trading finally slowed. By then, the thunder had stopped. I yawned and prepared to sleep. Before closing my eyes, I checked the chat one last time. I found someone bragging. I traded a clod of soil for a table. It was a random item from a bronze chest, but I told the seller it came from a diamond chest, and they agreed. So damn gullible, huh? Hurry and trade too. Just offer anything and claim it's valuable. I blocked the person immediately and rejected every future trade with them. Then I searched the goods I had received and found the clod of soil. No matter how I examined it, I saw nothing remarkable. If it differed from ordinary soil at all, it was lighter. It weighed far less than the same volume should have. I think I found a random seed before. Tomorrow, I'll plant it together with this soil. Both had arrived randomly. Perhaps that counted as fate. I returned the clod to my inventory, curled up in my warm, soft bed, and fell asleep. I rose early the next morning. The rain had stopped, but the temperature was much lower than yesterday. Fortunately, I had made several thick cotton outfits the night before. They were perfect now. Good morning, Fubao. After rubbing its round little head, I washed and dressed. Then I mixed a bowl of milk for it. Once Fubao finished, I returned to the kitchen, turned an entire pot of boiled water into formula, poured it into a wooden bucket, and stored it as a reserve. My inventory could not hold living creatures. Anything placed inside would die. Every fish I had stored alive emerged dead. But no matter how much time passed, ordinary supplies emerged exactly as they had entered. The preservation function was excellent. The bucket of milk would not spoil in storage and would still be hot when removed. Whenever Fubao became hungry, I could pour some into its bowl without boiling water and mixing formula every time. After finishing those chores, I cooked myself a bowl of wolf meat congee. When I finished eating, it was only 6:40. More than an hour remained before the chest spawned. If I moved quickly, I could make a round trip without delaying the treasure hunt. Once I decided, I acted. I took out the cloth carrier I had made last night, placed Fubao inside, and hung it against my chest. I pulled a protective suit over both of us, activated invisibility, and left. I had originally intended to leave Fubao at the base. After my physique doubled, however, my stamina, speed, and every other physical attribute had improved substantially. A journey that once required an hour and a half took only a little over 40 minutes. It's only been a few days. Why are the peaches already turning red? I looked up and discovered that, after only 2 days, many of the green peaches had begun to redden. At this rate, they would fully ripen in less than half a month. I had originally planned to wait a month before returning. I took out the supply transfer function card and thought, use. Please select the supply to move. How was I supposed to select it? I instinctively looked at the peach tree. A blinking dotted line appeared around it. My heart stirred. I thought, select the giant peach tree. Testing whether selected object complies with transfer rules. Test complete. Giant peach tree complies with transfer rules. Transplanted. Yes. Preparing giant peach tree for transplantation. As soon as the box appeared, the dotted line around the tree became solid. A huge ball of soil protecting the roots rose slowly from the ground. The entire tree floated in the air and became translucent. Preparation complete. Object may now be moved. After selecting an ideal location, think, plant, to transplant the giant peach tree. It can do that. I tentatively took 2 steps. The tree's projection moved with me. I felt no burden whatsoever during the process. It was unbelievably convenient. Full of praise for the card, I turned and ran toward my base. The enormous projection floated steadily beside me the entire way. I returned to the base without incident. After looking around, I ultimately planted the tree outside the stone wall. It was too large. Placing it inside would make the base crowded and oppressive, so I selected open ground beyond the wall. I guided the tree over the chosen location and thought, transplant. Golden light flashed, and the tree was instantly planted. The soil fitted so perfectly that it did not look newly transplanted. It seemed to have grown there from the beginning. I circled it once and nodded in satisfaction. Treasure chests have spawned. It was 8 o'clock. I opened the map, reviewed the chest distribution, and hurried away with Fubao. After collecting the chests, I did not return to the base. I had traveled farther than usual and decided to use the opportunity to explore beyond my normal range. At noon, I fed Fubao milk, drank a bowl myself, and continued investigating. Only in the evening, when frightening cries rose all around, did I turn back. From a distance, I saw someone standing at the base boundary and staring open-mouthed at the peach tree. The wolf boy had returned again. I would teach him a lesson for coveting my base. I activated invisibility, quietly approached from behind, lifted my leg, and kicked his firm backside hard enough to knock him down. Then I stepped forward and seized his tail, intending to swing him in a full circle. But the boy recovered and reached back for my hand. I immediately released him and retreated to create distance. His hand caught nothing. His expression changed drastically. He sprang up and fled. I knocked an arrow and drew my bow. Whoosh! The arrow screamed toward him. Whoosh! Whoosh! He agilely dodged them all. Before I could fire a third, he had crossed the base boundary and disappeared into the fog. I did not linger. I retrieved the arrows and returned inside. After setting Fubao down, I poured it a bowl of milk. I removed the protective suit, purified my entire body, and opened all the treasure chests. I had collected 32 that day. After storing the supplies and fusing with the cards, I studied the fist-sized black and white sphere in my hand. It had come from the diamond chest. Celestial sphere. Single-use bindable object. Can be bound to a base. Once bound, it simulates sunrise, sunset, moonrise, and moonset within the base according to current weather conditions. I carried it into the courtyard and eagerly bound it to the base. Binding successful. Celestial sphere activating. Activation successful. Current date, mid-July. Time, 8 p.m. Weather, clear. Cloud cover, none. Stars visible. Celestial sphere calibrating. After the sequence of notices, the sphere finished calibrating and floated out of my hand. It came to rest above the base. A ring of light spread from it, and a miraculous scene appeared. A crescent moon emerged in the pitch-black sky. Frost-like moonlight poured down and enveloped the entire base. The moon. I stared in surprise at the frosty light on the ground. Would the sun appear tomorrow during the day? In the toxic fog world, the sky was gray by day and utterly black at night. It had neither sun nor moon. The celestial sphere had created such a realistic moon that the result was genuinely delightful. As I gazed at it, a deep, indescribable emotion filled me. I opened the manufacturing panel, made a lounge chair, and lay in the courtyard to bask in the moonlight. Squeak, squeak. What was wrong? Why had Fubao suddenly begun crying? It sounded terrified. I hurried to my feet and entered the house. Screech. When my flashlight beam swept across the room, I saw a scruffy rat the size of a wash basin dragging Fubao toward a hole equally wide. Someone had been killed by a mutated rat yesterday. I never expected to encounter one today. The rat showed no fear when it saw me. Instead, its eyes gleamed viciously. Screech. It released Fubao and lunged to bite me. Axe. My expression changed. I dropped the flashlight, pulled out an axe, and swung it down. Screech. The rat cried at the sight of the axe, but it was already airborne and could not evade. The blade struck its head. As a man-eating mutant, however, it possessed astonishing defenses. The blow split its skin and flesh, but otherwise did little. The instant it landed, it attacked again. The room was small, putting me at a disadvantage in close combat. Outside, I would have more space, more available weapons, and more room to dodge. But the rat had only fainted. When it saw me retreat, it turned and dashed toward the hole. Rats lived in groups, and this mutant possessed intelligence. If the wounded creature escaped, it would probably return with an entire swarm. I hurled the axe at it. Seeing my hands empty, it stopped fleeing, turned, and attacked again. I retreated while my thoughts raced, then pulled out a long spear and swept it violently at the rat. Screech. Before it landed, I pursued and struck it into the air again. It slammed into the wall, slid to the floor, and squealed, unable to rise for the moment. Screech. The spear pierced its belly. It screamed once and went still. As expected, its sleek outer fur was difficult to penetrate, but the soft stomach was a weakness that the spear pierced easily. Afraid it was not completely dead, I retrieved the axe and chopped off its head. Only then did I exhale and wipe cold sweat from my forehead. For some reason, neither the green-eyed wolves nor the stone demon had frightened me as much as this rat. After steadying myself, I returned to the room. I carried Fubao outside to sit in the moonlight, then came back and shone the flashlight into the rat hole. It was pitch black inside, and I had no idea where it led. Wherever it went, I could no longer live in this thatched house. If one rat could enter, another could too. The thought of being bitten while sleeping soundly was terrifying. I immediately stored everything inside the house. Then I opened the construction panel, selected the thatched house entry, and pressed Process. From the options that appeared, I chose Demolish. Demolishing the thatched house will recover 70% of its materials. Proceed. Confirm. Golden light flashed, and the house vanished. I opened the construction panel and selected Brick and Tile House. I chose a 2-story home without an enclosed courtyard, designed in the style of a traditional Chinese courtyard residence. It had a main building in the center and one side room on either end. Upstairs were a small sitting room and 2 larger bedrooms with private bathrooms, one for Director Chin and one for me. I disliked oversized bedrooms. They always felt empty and made it difficult to sleep soundly. 3 smaller bedrooms would house the 3 little ones, with one shared bathroom. Downstairs were a large living room and 3 guest rooms. The left side room served as a kitchen and the right as storage. The east and west wings had flat roofs connected to the side rooms, forming large terraces. The building covered about 180 square meters. I deliberately chose a granite foundation 2 meters deep. Golden light flashed, and the house appeared instantly. Even the fixed interior finishes were complete. I was extremely satisfied. The kitchen used a traditional earthen stove, and I forged 3 iron pots to place on it. The large water vat from a previous chest stood in one corner. While I lived alone, storing water in my inventory was enough. There was no need to pour it out. When Director Chin and the children arrived in a month and the household grew, I could fully equip everything. I had originally planned to build this house only after they arrived, but then the mutated rat appeared. It had left such a psychological shadow that I built early. Once everything was finished, I entered the living room and lit the fireplace. I also made a large straw mat and spread it beside the hearth. After examining Fubao from head to toe and confirming the rat had not bitten it, I placed it on the mat to crawl around. I took a flower pot, dug up a pot of soil from the courtyard, purified it, and planted the seed from my inventory. I had intended to use the clod received through trading, but it was as hard as stone and impossible to break apart, so I had no choice but to abandon the idea. After planting the seed, I placed the pot outside in the moonlight. Then I gutted the mutated rat. I planned to turn its pelt into boots. I cut the meat into pieces and listed it for trade. After finishing and feeding Fubao another bowl of milk, I began inspecting the base while chewing on a pancake. I moved through the grounds as I ate. The giant peach tree standing alone beyond the wall still made me uneasy. I had found a granite quarry that day and collected enough stone to surround the entire base. But I wanted to wait until the base rose another 2 levels. Then the inner layer could hold residences, while the outer ring became farmland. By expanding and building outward 1 layer at a time, I could ensure sufficient security. Once it was safe, I could demolish the current wall and combine the first 2 layers, creating a larger activity area. Counting yesterday and today, I still lacked 13,000 energy for the next upgrade. I hoped tomorrow's chests would contain something unusual enough to trade with the Emperor of Luck. I lay beneath my warm blankets and calculated until I drifted into sleep. The next morning, warm yellow light filled my vision when I opened my eyes. After staring blankly for 2 seconds, I sprang up and pulled back the curtains. Soft morning sunlight poured into the room, falling across my hair, body, and bed. The sky was blue, with white clouds drifting through it. Everything looked exactly like the old world. I leaned on the windowsill and stared. Only when Fubao squeaked for food did I get out of bed. I poured it milk and poured myself a cup, eating a wolf meat pancake alongside it. Afterward, I carried Fubao downstairs, left it beside the fireplace, activated invisibility, and went to inspect the peach tree. The moment I stepped outside, I found the wolf boy standing stupidly at the base's edge. He had never seen peaches this large. No wonder he was stunned. But he belonged to this world and should have seen the tree before. While I wondered, he stepped forward and entered the base. Then he stepped back out. He repeated the process more than a dozen times before remaining inside and cautiously raising one hand. Only then did I realize that what he had never seen was sunlight. That made him even more dangerous to leave alone. Before I could release an arrow, however, he fled. His speed carried him into the fog in only a few leaps. After confirming that the peach tree was unharmed, I returned indoors. At 8, I took Fubao and went treasure hunting again. The instant I crossed the boundary, I turned back in surprise. The base looked uniformly gray. I stepped backward into it. Bright sunlight and beautiful scenery returned instantly. From outside, however, the base became gray again. I finally understood why the wolf boy had repeatedly crossed the boundary. The celestial sphere's effects were visible only inside. From outside, they automatically concealed themselves. It had a built-in camouflage effect, so I did not need to fear exposure. I had worried that a brilliant sun and moon would shine like beacons in this dim world and attract disaster. If I could find a way to hide the physical base as well, everything would be perfect. My physique had reached 34, more than 3 times the average. Every physical attribute had strengthened noticeably. The improvement in speed was especially clear. I could not match the mutant boy, but I was much faster than an ordinary person. Greater speed meant collecting more chests within 3 hours. Today, I had found 42. There was no diamond chest, and most were wooden, but even the leg of a mosquito was still meat. If it was a treasure chest, I liked it. Sometimes I was easily satisfied. I only needed to work hard, demand nothing, envy no one, and quietly tend my own little territory. I found a safe place and let Fubao out to eat and stretch. Then I began opening the chests. For the past 2 days, I had not returned immediately after collecting them. Instead, I continued exploring along my route. My map was now packed with resource sites I had discovered step by step. Anything I could not use or carry for the moment, such as fruit trees, received a marker. I had even marked hornet nests. Once my honey ran out, I planned to harvest them. Lipstick, Louis Vuitton, Huangala cigarettes, Helena Rubinstein cosmetics, a ruby necklace. What kind of nonsense had these chests produced? Rice would have been more useful. Maybe the Emperor of Luck wants them. I turned my attention to him. Emperor of Luck, want some Huangala cigarettes? He replied almost the instant I sent the message. After completing that trade efficiently, I decided to ask one more question. Emperor of Luck, do you want lipstick, Louis Vuitton, Huangala cigarettes, Helena Rubinstein cosmetics, or a ruby necklace. They're all luxury brands. I did not expect much. Why would a grown man want products for women? To my surprise, he accepted them too. I immediately gathered everything together. The Emperor of Luck responded decisively. In the end, I received 6 white crystals containing 3,000 energy each. 6 times 3 was 18,000. I now had enough for the upgrade. I would continue exploring and upgrade after returning that night. I fused with the cards from the chests. I gained 2 inventory slots with capacities of 9,999 and planned to use them for granite. I added 1 slot with a capacity of 999. Physique increased by 8. Purification rose by 1 level. I stored 2 basic healing cards, 1 health card, 1 life card, and other cards I did not presently need. Once organized, I resumed exploring. At the bottom of a valley, I unexpectedly discovered a mountain village. It belonged to the toxic fog world's native inhabitants. This was my first native settlement. The wolf boy had discovered my base, so conflict with the natives would come sooner or later. Learning about them could only help. I would keep my distance, and invisibility made self-protection easy. I patted Fubao to signal it to stay quiet and crept closer. When I saw the people arguing, I stopped in shock. I had stumbled across the wolf boy's home. A group of burly men surrounded him. His handsome face and body were both wounded. He remained silent and glared at them stubbornly. Brother Kata, tell us where that place is. You can't defeat everyone alone. No one means harm. We've suffered under the toxic fog for years and only want somewhere safe to live. We won't hurt its owner. Ryer's right. Kata, you said that place has no toxic fog and even holds the legendary light of salvation. Heaven has shown favor to protect our Kara clan. As one of its people, you must lead us there. Kata, we held back because you're the old chief's son. If you remain obsessed and refuse, don't blame us for becoming ruthless. No fog and the light of salvation. Were they talking about my base? I had come to watch someone else's drama, only to discover that it concerned me. Invisible in the darkness with Fu Bao in my arms, I watched quietly. I would let them fight among themselves and clean up afterward. Kata, if you refuse to reveal the God-given land, we'll expel you from the village. You're young and strong enough to wander, but how long will your AMA last? Your AMA was bitten by a poisonous insect while gathering herbs this morning. Without treatment, someone her age won't survive long. Tell us the location, and I'll have the shaman heal her now. The middle-aged leader, apparently the village chief, threatened Kata when he continued refusing. Before the boy could answer, the other villagers joined in and demanded the location. Yes, tell us, or leave the village. Kata, reveal it. Living without poisonous fog benefits everyone. Why are you so stubborn? Brother Kata, do it for your mother. Will you watch her die? The enraged boy was about to speak when a weak but determined voice came from behind the crowd. Stop pressuring Kata, and don't use me to threaten him. I ordered him not to tell you. Everyone turned. A striking woman of about 40 stood there. Her face was pale and darkened by poison, and her steps were unsteady. Kata hurried over to support her, his face full of worry. Amma, she patted his hand, interrupted him, and looked sadly at his wounds. I'm fine. Don't worry, Ka. After comforting her son, she faced the others and finally the chief. Does the chief truly intend to drive my son and me to our deaths? Karo gave a false smile. Of course not, sister-in-law. The old chief died protecting everyone from a mutated tiger. We will always remember that debt. But you know what the God-given land means to us. The rainy season is approaching. Moving there could save us, perhaps preventing a single death this year. Why stop Kata from revealing it? You owe us a reason. Or do you intend to abandon the clan and secretly monopolize it yourselves? He first used the old chief's death to wound them, then pushed mother and son into opposition with the village. Anyone indebted to the old chief would now question their motives. Even if those people did not support Karo, they would not help Kata and his mother. Once the pair lost all support, they would become fish on his cutting board. As expected, the villagers' eyes began flickering. They looked at the pair with suspicion and vigilance. One blunt villager asked, Kalia, is that truly your plan? It probably is. If Raya hadn't overheard them and told us, we'd still know nothing. Kalia, explain yourself today, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Give us the God-given land. Tell us. So the boy had not betrayed my base. But judging by the confrontation, this could not end peacefully unless he revealed it. Kalia looked at her surrounded son and sighed. Rubbing Kata's head, she stepped forward as though reaching a decision. I dreamed a prophecy. Anyone who enters the God-given land without the God summons will suffer annihilation. But those who wait for the summons will gain an infinitely bright future. They will bathe in divine light and follow the God into a prosperous, glorious age. I feared you would rush there and bring annihilation upon us. So I ordered Kata to keep the secret while we awaited the summons. Unfortunately, Raya overheard our conversation and exposed it early. That places us at a disadvantage. The god is watching. I advise everyone to abandon evil thoughts. Kalia was a mutant who could glimpse the future through dreams. Everyone knew that. Many villagers immediately wavered. Is it true, Kalia? Is the god watching us? Will the god summon us? An infinitely bright, prosperous future. Is that real? Kalia straightened confidently. My divinity is weak, and I receive few instructions, but they have never been wrong. When will the summons come? The rainy season is almost here. I want to live. So do I. Do we need to do anything? Will questioning the land anger the god and cost us the summons? The crowd surrounded Kalia with questions. If my base was the god-given land, then was I the god they meant? If so, Kalia's words would become true. The base was growing, and I could not manage it alone forever. The village held nearly 100 people. If they were truly this devout, allowing them to live in the second ring was possible. Not everyone qualified. The chief and Raya clearly harbored malice. Kalia said, "My dream showed that the summons will arrive shortly after I am poisoned. We need do nothing except remain reverent and devout." I blinked. Every word suited my intentions. Don't be deceived. If she can foresee the future, why didn't she predict the old chief's death? Seeing everyone favor Kalia again, the chief could no longer remain silent. If she can predict the future, why didn't she foresee that disaster or save him? Everyone lost relatives. Where was her prophecy then? After all these years together, has anyone heard she can predict the future? Now she claims she dreams it. Do you believe her? I don't. None of us has seen the God-given land. Only Kata has, and he refuses to show us. Once we learn of it, she frightens us with a divine summons and annihilation. Who can prove any of it? Who can prove she isn't invoking a god to control us? After the old chief died and Kata was too young to lead, I became chief. I took his position. Now Kata is grown and our only mutant. His future achievements will exceed mine. If you want his title restored, say so. Why invent this God-given land to frighten everyone? Chief, do you mean there is no God-given land and Kalia invented it? He has a point. We've seen neither land nor God. What if she is lying? Karo's speech successfully raised suspicion again. Eyes moved between Kalia and Karo, and no one knew whom to trust. He looked smugly at her. Prove the land exists or prove you can predict the future. Otherwise, you are dividing the clan with rumors, and our laws permit us to expel you. Kalia studied him and the others. I have said enough. Time will prove whether you believe me. Kata is an adult. Since the chief fears him so greatly, we will leave. Anyone who wants to follow may do so. Everyone else may stay. She took Kata's hand and turned to leave. The same people who had questioned them blocked the way and pleaded for them to stay, afraid of losing the supposed land forever. Then the forgotten chief approached Kata. From behind, he drew a dagger and stabbed at Kata's heart. Kata was supporting his mother and keeping the crowd from crushing her. He never saw it. Only when the blade entered and pain erupted did he react, lunging forward just enough to avoid a fatal strike. When the attack failed, the chief withdrew and created distance. Kata had only just become an adult, but his wolf mutation granted superhuman speed and strength. Karo dared not fight him directly. Retreating, he shouted, "He's badly wounded. Attack!" More than a dozen men drew daggers and assaulted Kata. Several strong women attacked Kalia. Already weak from poison and age, she was soon pushed to the ground. Kata tried to help, but was trapped by the men. Some villagers pushed away the attackers while others helped Kalia up. The village split into Karo's followers, the pair's supporters, and a small neutral group. Invisible nearby, I memorized every person. I would never accept the chief's faction. They were strong adults, but their corrupt character would cause disaster. Kalia had 20 or 30 supporters. They were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled, but appeared dependable enough to shelter and observe. The factions fought for half an hour, suffering casualties before stopping. Kata fought over a dozen men alone. Blood soaked him, yet he killed 2 and severely wounded 5. The survivors backed away with their knives, none daring to attack first. If he guarded my base, its security would soar. Holding a blood-covered machete, Kata lifted the now helpless Kalia onto his back and left the village. Behind them, over a dozen women near Kalia's age guided elders and children. Many had been wounded, but only the 2 people Kata killed had died. They had secretly supported mother and son and naturally sided with them. Kata, you are the chief now. You must protect everyone. Kalia spoke weakly from his back. I understand, Alma. I'll protect them. There's an abandoned quarry beyond the hill. We'll spend tonight there. Kalia added. A woman beside them asked, Aren't we going to the God-given land? Kalia shook her head. It isn't time. I followed invisibly. I approached Kalia and placed a hand on her. Purify. Blue light enveloped her. Then I took out a healing card and pressed it against Kata. Heal. Green light surrounded him. His terrible wounds closed visibly. Kalia reacted first. She struggled down, prostrated herself, and cried reverently, My God. The others recovered and knelt. My God. I was a 21st century person and could not accept worship. At the hour of the ox, Kata may lead you to my domain. Leaving those words, I carried Fubao away. I saved them because Kalia's poisoning was already terminal. Without my help, she would have died within 2 hours. Kata had defeated more than a dozen opponents, but suffered severe wounds. The chief's surprise stab was especially dangerous. Untreated, he could have bled to death. One united the older generation, the other represented future hope. I needed both. I was recruiting people to solve problems, not create more. Kalia and Kata could restrain and manage their own clan. Under present conditions, mystery inspired the most fear and offered the greatest safety. Once the base grew crowded, I even planned to mingle secretly among them. Planning the future, I headed back toward the Kara village. I intended to eliminate Karo and several hardline followers. They were dangers who would eventually drag my base into trouble. Without their leadership, the remaining village could settle down. Following my memory, I soon returned. After the battle and separation, the village felt dispirited and oppressive. Fortunately, no homes had walls. Separate houses simply stood across the ground. I listened at each one and found Karo in the third. He and the troublemakers sat around a fire discussing their next move. The door was open. I walked in openly, sat on a stool behind them, and watched. They sensed nothing and continued planning their deaths. No matter what, Kata has been expelled. No one can threaten your position now, big brother. A man who resembled Karo bared his teeth. Karo glanced at him without answering. A horse-faced man of 35 or 36 seated to Karo's right said, If we don't remove the roots, the weeds will return. Karo looked at him. What do you suggest? The horse-faced man lowered his voice. Kalia has snake venom in her body. Without the shaman, she won't survive tonight. Kata is fierce, but he was badly injured and won't last long. Even if he lives, he'll be useless for some time. Most of their group are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Without Kata, their few wounded men and half-grown children cannot oppose us. We should pursue them now and eliminate every last one. He waited for Karo's decision. Karo asked the others, What do you think? Uncle is right. Kalia, Kata, and his mutation kept those people from accepting you. They were waiting for Kata to replace you. This is the perfect chance to eliminate him, destroy their hope, and force their true submission. I agree, but we shouldn't rush. Wait until Kata reaches the God-given land and reveals its location. Yes, with that land, we can survive the rainy season and absorb other clans. But Kalia mentioned divine punishment and annihilation. There is no God. If one existed, why hasn't it saved anyone all these years? Divine punishment is only her lie, right? Even if there is a God, we'll kill it. I had no idea where their confidence came from, but each threatened to kill a god. When they fell silent, I prepared to attack. One suddenly asked, Shouldn't we send someone after Kata before they disappear? Karo looked at the horse-faced man. Don't panic. I already took Kalia's friend Kano. If anything happens, she'll tell me. He pulled an egg-sized black stone from his clothing. One end was round and the other shaped like a fish tail. A white bump in the round end resembled one fish of a yin-yang symbol. Voice transmission stones were made from naturally occurring paired yin-yang stones. One person held the white stone and another the black, allowing them to speak across 1,000 miles. Unfortunately, the material was rare and difficult to shape, so such stones usually belong to major powers. He pressed the white bump. Kano, do you have news? Kafta, the god appeared. The god healed Kalia and Kata and ordered Kata to lead everyone to the God-given land at the hour of the ox. What did you say? Karo and the others rose in shock. The god appeared and healed them. Did you see the god? No, it did not manifest. We heard, purify, and blue light surrounded Kalia, curing her venom and chronic ailments. Then we heard heal, and Kata's wounds closed before our eyes. Hiss. Kafta drew a sharp breath and looked grimly at the others. The god had chosen and healed Kalia and Kata, then invited them to the land. Kalia had told the truth. Do not harbor evil thoughts. Annihilation. The god is watching us. Remembering her words, they shuddered. Perhaps from guilt, they felt unseen eyes watching them. Kafta swallowed repeatedly before speaking. Where are you? At the abandoned quarry 10 Li East. Kafta, persuade Chief Karo. The god chose them. You will suffer divine punishment. Ignoring the warning, Kafta said, tell me when you depart. After a silence, the answer came. All right. Kafta looked at Karo. Chief, what now? I'll follow you. Karo slowly sat. After contemplating the fire, he spoke darkly. There is no retreat now. Prepare according to the original plan. Karo left first. Kafta was soon alone. I stood, drew a sharp dagger, and silently approached. After sitting briefly, Kafta kept glancing at the door. He seized his coat and rose, apparently intending to follow the others. His eyes suddenly widened. Looking down stiffly, he saw dark red spreading across his chest. HHK. I flicked blood from the dagger, searched him, and stored the voice transmission stone. After searching the house and finding nothing valuable, I became invisible again. My invisibility had no time limit, but it did have restrictions. I could not attack while invisible. The instant I attacked, the effect ended. If I stopped after one strike, it returned. After eliminating all 5, I returned to Kata's group. Kafta was dead, but Kano had still betrayed everyone. I could not ignore that. The people around the fire excitedly discussed the blue and green light, unable to sleep. What time is it? Is it time yet? No, it's still early. Everyone should rest. The God-given land is far away. Kalia tried to persuade them. They were too excited and instead asked Kata to describe the land. The first time I went, it had only a small thatched house. An invisible force prevented me from entering. Perhaps I had not yet received the god's approval. When I returned, it had suddenly expanded and gained a stone wall. I could enter. Later, a 20-meter peach tree appeared from nowhere, bearing fruit larger than a human head. And this morning, Kata trembled with excitement. There was light, yellow and warm on my skin. The sky was blue, a pure blue more beautiful than anything I've seen. The ground remains black, but I think even that will soon change. We will be happy there. Invisible nearby, I examined every person. Then I moved to the edge, took out Kafta's stone, and tapped it twice. Tapping one voice transmission stone made its pair react. Kano. Everyone froze, then knelt. My God, as a modern person, I truly could not accept it. I stepped aside and watched the only woman still frozen. Kano, where are you going? Everyone turned toward her. The god had called twice. Kano had clearly done something wrong. She clutched her stone, moving her lips without producing a word. I ordered someone to seize it and initiate a call. When Kano's voice emerged from the stone in my hand, the truth was proven. Kafta is dead. Kano collapsed. What's happening? The slower villagers questioned those beside them. Kano, were you working with Kafta? You betrayed us. How could you? Kafta murdered your husband. Kalia's accusation dropped another bomb. What murderer? Didn't Cardiff die in the divine calamity? Did the others not die from the calamity either? Kalia, tell us what happened. Kalia sighed. Now that we are free of Karo, I will hide it no longer. I foresaw the calamity 5 years ago and warned Kata's father. That was why we migrated during the rainy season. Migration was dangerous, but staying meant everyone would die. We had escaped danger when Karo, Kafta, and their allies secretly caused the deaths of Kata's father and the others. I learned it only after overhearing Karo and Kafta argue. Kano was there. Kalia looked at Kano. The others condemned her. What else could I do? Kano finally broke. Kashir was 1 month old when Cardiff died. Kafta threatened to strangle him unless I submitted. No matter where I hid, I couldn't escape. I had to obey. Why didn't you tell us? We would have helped. How? Could you restrain Kafta or guard Kashir every moment? When Kashir was 18 months old, a wolf nearly carried him away. You thought it was an accident, but Kafta admitted doing it. I was terrified. I would do anything if Kashir could grow up safely. Kano wept and revealed her suffering. The villagers' anger softened. We understand what you did under threat, but now you and Kashir are free. Why keep informing him? Yes, why? Kano wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Do you think Karo would spare us? He only waited to learn the land's location before attacking. We would all die. I wanted an escape. Condemnation erupted again. She had risked every life to preserve her own retreat. I watched coldly and said, Karo, Kafta, and their faction are dead. Dead? Kano froze, then smiled. Good. She drew a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed her heart. I sinned, and I will atone. But Kashir is innocent. She looked at Kalia. We grew up together. For our friendship, and because he took no part in this, care for him. Kano died. Kalia would raise Kashir. Go. Kata will lead you to the God-given land. They were my base's first subjects. The people cheered. Their new life had begun. I traveled with the group for a while. After confirming that nothing was wrong, I left them and continued alone. Most were elderly and slow, especially while traveling at night. I could move much faster by myself. Before they arrived, I planned to demolish and rebuild the wall. I wanted a larger inner courtyard. Space had been limited before, leaving only 300 square meters inside. After building the house, it felt crowded. The base currently covered 1,000 square meters and would reach 1,500 after becoming level 7 today. At level 10 within a week, it would cover 10,000 square meters. That was roughly 15 mu of land, enough to support many people. It could develop into a small town. When the population eventually outgrew it, we could expand beyond the walls. The remaining 500 square meters could shelter the Kara clan for now. I would arrange permanent housing after the next expansion. 3 hours later, I returned and immediately upgraded the base to level 7. A golden barrier brightened along the edge and expanded until it enclosed 1,500 square meters. Base level, level 7, 1,500 square meters. Upgrading to level 8 requires 50,000 energy and will expand the base to 2,000 square meters. I demolished the old wall, reserved 1,000 square meters, and rebuilt it with granite. It stood 3.3 meters tall, was 50 centimeters thick, and had corner towers at all 4 corners. After finishing, I inspected the entire base again. Only after finding nothing abnormal did I remove my suit, purify myself, and go indoors. A blazing fire soon illuminated the room and dispelled the chill. I took fubao from my clothing and set it on the mat beside the hearth. I had fed it once during the journey, and it was sleeping soundly. After rubbing its head, I boiled a full pot of water and enjoyed a hot bath. That feels good. I purified a watermelon, sliced it, and added several wild fruits to the plate. Carrying the fruit, I returned to the fireplace. I ate while opening the chat. The Kara village affair had occupied my entire day, leaving no time to lurk. Perhaps new intelligence had appeared. Lier was killed by a green-eyed wolf. Eliminated. Zhouda was killed by a mutated venomous snake. Eliminated. The moment I opened the interface, death notices flooded it. They continued for a full minute. What happened? Why did so many die today? Even last night's storm had killed fewer. Damn it, I nearly died too. A huge red rooster chased me for an hour. If I hadn't climbed a tree, a chicken would have pecked me to death. How humiliating. I must have disturbed an animal den. I meet a monster every few steps. I was too scared to hunt chests today. Same here. Animals are everywhere, huge and powerful. I can't defeat them, so I hid all day. Maybe the rain kept them inside. Look at today's notices. They never stopped. Who knows how many died? What level are everyone's bases? Most people were surprisingly still at level 1. Then I remembered that they were not the Emperor of Luck and could not see chest locations. Even after running myself ragged, I had only reached level 7. I wondered what level the Emperor of Luck had reached. Someone asked the same question. Does anyone know the Emperor of Luck's level? This Emperor of Luck is level 20. Trash. Gaze upward in awe. Level 20. I resentfully tore a huge bite from a wolf meat vegetable pancake. Damn. How did you level so fast? Ridiculous question. This Emperor of Luck is Heaven's chosen son. Moving slowly would insult the heavens. Brothers, if anyone finds his base, tell us. We'll attack together. So what if it's enormous? He's alone. Enough people can bury him, and then everything becomes ours. Frogs in a well. Apart from daydreaming, what can you do? Come destroy me. I'll accept any number and guarantee none return. He clearly was not alone in that base, but I had too little information to guess its condition. After lurking without learning anything useful, I closed the chat and opened trading. 20 iron in exchange for food. 300 thatch in exchange for food. 200 planks in exchange for water. Listings formed an endless tower. I skimmed several pages. Most sought food or drink. I already possessed the offered materials. Rather than waste time searching, I entered crystal in the search box. Everyone needed crystals to upgrade, so no one should sell them, but perhaps someone would. To my surprise, I found several bargains. 1,000 energy white crystal in exchange for food. 3,000 energy red crystal in exchange for food. 1,000 energy green crystal in exchange for food. Red, white, colorless, blue, green. Crystals of every color were listed. After negotiating, I spent 1 whole wolf's worth of meat, 3,000 wild fruits, 1 bag of flour, 2 cases of instant noodles, and 10 tons of water to obtain 65,000 white crystal energy. I had cleaned out every white crystal on the platform. Honestly, I missed the generous Emperor of Luck. With him, 60,000 energy would cost only several packs of cigarettes. He certainly did not lack fruit. My fruit and watermelons had come from the toxic fog world. If I could find them, Heaven's chosen Emperor of Luck surely could. He He probably possessed things I had never seen. I opened personal information and upgraded. Base level, level 8, 2,000 square meters. Upgrading to level 9 requires 100,000 energy and will expand the base to 5,000 square meters. The base expanded again. Level 9 required 100,000 energy. Tomorrow, I would seek more chests and hope for cigarettes and crystals. I carried Fu Bao to the upstairs bedroom, placed it in its bed, and covered it. Then I climbed into bed and fell asleep in the moonlight. Cheers woke me the next morning. There really is no toxic fog. Look, the sky is blue. It's beautiful. What's that glowing thing? It's bright and warm. Are we living here from now on? I opened the rear curtains and saw Kata arriving with the group. They had walked all night without stopping. Seeing the sun and blue sky and feeling warm light, they moved from shock and disbelief to ecstasy and tears. I finally lived to see this day. I thought I never would. Kalia wiped her tears. Books said the toxic fog world had been different 1,000 years ago. The fog covered the earth overnight and plunged the world into darkness. They said the world would recover when light returned. Unlike the others, Kata stared around blankly. He remembered yesterday. The fog had been closer to the peach tree, while the wall had been farther away. He could not understand the changes. I swiftly prepared, left Fu Bao by the fireplace, became invisible, and moved to the front of the base. Out of their sight, I built more than 10 orderly thatched homes. Each had a central room, bedrooms on either side, a kitchen, and an outhouse behind it. Every family received basic furniture, cookware, and tools such as sickles, hoes, and axes. As I finished, Kata led the people forward. Kata. The noisy crowd fell silent and knelt. My God. I stepped aside. Allocate these homes. Make a list of everyone's skills. I must know what they can do. I support no idlers. Understood. Understood, my God. Kata answered respectfully and looked at Kalia. She wrote the information on a hide and handed it to him. I had secretly watched her write every entry. See that wall? No one enters without my permission. Violators die. You may farm or raise animals on the land between the wall and the fog. Without permission, reveal neither this place nor anything concerning me. After issuing the rules, I let Kata handle details and observed invisibly. The families followed Kata and selected homes. These are much better than our old houses. Yes, spacious, bright, and furnished. Every family has a stove and an outhouse. Wonderful. I want this one. Then I'll live opposite you. After seeing the houses, they planned how to use the open land. Kata, can we use all the soil? Everything outside the wall. Then we can plant vegetables and fruit around the houses. I had left space around every home for comfort. Those small, irregular patches were ideal for vegetables. We can try shade-loving plants beneath the peach tree. Its crown covered over 100 square meters, and leaving it empty seemed wasteful. Of the 2,000 square meters, I occupied 1,000, and the homes took much of the remainder. The intact plot on the right can grow grain. We can plant millet and coarse grains in the corners. Afterward, we'll go into the mountains and capture young animals to raise. The more they planned, the more hopeful life seemed. Before, they could only envy people who farmed and raised livestock while they gathered wild resources. Gathering was far more dangerous than farming. Listening, I thought of a paradise hidden from the world. Once the base grew, fields and livestock would fill it. People would work from sunrise to sunset, elders rest before the houses, and children play among the fields. Director Chin and the 3 little ones would love it. The only shortage was land. There should be a solution, and there was no need to rush. After I ate and fed Fu Bao, 8 o'clock arrived. The new day's chest spawned. I checked their distribution, planned a route, and left with Fu Bao. Yesterday's physique increase had made me faster still. In 3 hours, I found 52 chests. Jade bracelets x1 pair, Red Bull x1 case, 50 kilograms flour x3 bags, 10 kilograms rice x5 bags. Electrician qualification card x1, planting skill card x1, expansion cards x5, health cards x3, healing cards x5, base upgrade card x1, transfer cards x2, white crystals x5, colorless crystal x1, lifespan cards x2, healing skill card x1, electrician qualification card, fuse to acquire electrical knowledge and unlock electrical manufacturing. Planting skill card, fuse to acquire knowledge of all planting methods and unlock related manufacturing. Healing skill card, fuse to acquire healing. I looked at my hand and thought, heal. Green light rose from my palm. It matched the light from a healing card. Purification and healing both pushed me toward a support role. The new recipes included wells, silkworm rooms, chicken coops, and energy generators. Seeing well reminded me that the base lacked one. Kata's people needed water for daily life and farming. The nearest river was over an hour away. I should return and build wells first. I could also study the energy generator and install lights and appliances. When I returned, everyone stood beneath the peach tree, staring upward. Many had bumps on their foreheads as if struck by something. I approached curiously and heard them complaining about a monkey. I've never seen such a violent monkey. It attacked us with rocks. It kept yelling too. It looked angry enough to be cursing. We didn't provoke it. Now it's hiding in the tree. What do we do? After changing positions several times, I spotted it on a branch. It was about a meter long, with a brown head, yellow-brown back, orange-yellow lower body, and gray-yellow belly. Its forehead was low, with a protruding ridge. It screamed at the people and occasionally threw gravel. It looked as though someone had stolen its home. Did it think these people moved the tree here? Or had it simply been absent when I moved it? How had it found this place? The original location was over 30 li away. Should we drive it down? The peaches are almost ripe. Don't let it ruin them. Send Kata. He's agile enough. Everyone discussed removing it. One monkey could not eat much, and another animal would make the base livelier. No, let it remain. At my voice, everyone saluted. I stopped them and ordered that such ceremonies were unnecessary. They tried to object, but I made the rule firm. From now on, this place is Peach Blossom Village. Call me Village Chief. Yes, Village Chief. They had reclaimed half the intact field. Most were old or weak. Kata had done most of the work. I asked him to gather everyone. Kata, call them over. Yes, Village Chief. He ran to summon them. He soon returned with several strong men who had been tilling. Many others suffered chronic ailments from years without medicine. Those conditions accelerated their deaths. I had considered purifying them, but the fog had corroded them since childhood, perhaps even in the womb. No one could guarantee their bodies would adapt to a toxin-free state or avoid side effects. My ability remained limited, so caution was best. For the same reason, I had never purified Fubao. Without purification, it could live. If its body failed to adapt afterward, it might die quickly. But even if I could not purify the villagers, I could heal them. I would remove their injuries and illnesses. Everyone is here, Village Chief. Kata surveyed the gathered villagers. Form a line. I will use healing to cure you. Yes, Village Chief. They quickly lined up under Kata's direction. Heal. Beginning with the first, I cast healing 3 times on each person and removed every ailment. My leg doesn't hurt. The pressure in my chest is gone. All my wounds healed without scars. My whole body feels lighter and stronger. Me too. Walking made me breathless before, but now I could climb a mountain. It was the Village Chief. Thank you for blessing us. Thank you, Village Chief. If you follow me, I will not mistreat you. Work hard, and your future will be bright. The words moved them deeply. I dismissed them to work and continued planning the base. I built wells at intervals for household use and irrigation. Only when finished did I return to the inner base. I lit the fireplace to remove the chill. After feeding Fubao, I left it nearby. I purified myself, sat cross-legged by the fire, ate a wolf meat pancake, and opened the panel. The temperature had never recovered after the earlier rain. The forecast showed no near-term improvement. We needed to solve the problem of warmth. My small stock of cotton could not support this many people. I needed to build a silkworm room quickly. I had opened about 100 silkworms before. The room maintained a constant temperature, allowing year-round breeding, and they reproduced quickly. Several village women were skilled at sericulture and could manage them. The only problem was mulberry leaves. I opened the map and searched. It was dense with resource markers. I remembered marking a mulberry grove during a treasure hunt. Found it. It lay over 10 li south. I could dig up several trees that afternoon and replant them here. That would be safer and faster. I opened the inventory slot holding seeds from treasure chests. It contained wheat, rice, sorghum, sweet potato vines, and more. Each variety numbered only dozens or hundreds. After considering them, I kept one sweet potato vine and stored the others. If the vine survived, it could solve the food shortage. I would plant the rest myself later. Those crops would be purified and non-toxic. That afternoon, I also needed more stone. I could bring back every log from the logging site. Cold weather was coming, so people needed charcoal. After planning each task, I took out the base upgrade card. Base upgrade card raises the base by 1 level upon use. The higher the base's level, the more valuable this card became. Each later upgrade required more energy. Using it now felt wasteful. Challenger, Xiao Ran. Base level, level 8, 100,000 energy required for level 9. The base will expand to 5,000 square meters. Overall physique, 45. Abilities, healing, purification. Supplies, healing cards x5, base upgrade card x1, Transfer cards x2. White crystals x5. 100,000 energy. White crystals. At my thought, all of today's crystals appeared. 1 contained 1,000 energy, 3 contained 3,000, and 2 contained 10,000. Together, they held 30,000. I opened my messages with the Emperor of Luck. I had found cigarettes, alcohol, and jewelry today. Perfect trading goods. Emperor of Luck, cigarettes, alcohol, and jewelry. Let's trade. After sending it, I opened manufacturing to make a low table, but his reply arrived. 3 bottles of 1982 Chateau Lafite, 6 packs of Jonhua cigarettes, and a pair of Hitian jade bracelets for white crystals. Name your amount. 50,000 energy. He accepted readily. The price was lower than before, but still astronomical compared with other buyers. Relative to anyone else, it was a fortune. I could seek the remaining 20,000 on the market. Someone always became hungry enough to sell crystals. As I prepared to leave the private chat, the Emperor of Luck stopped me. He asked whether I had sanitary pads. Why did a man want those? The question flashed through my mind, but I did not ask. I had 1 case to sell and would keep 2 for myself. A case held 6 packs, enough for 3 or 4 months. That was ample time to find more. If none appeared, I could research making them. He traded 10,000 white crystal energy for 1 case. I added 2 jars of brown sugar as a gift. He was rich and generous, so maintaining a good relationship suited me. How could the great Emperor of Luck take something free? I'll give you information in exchange for the sugar. First, the Emperor of Luck had an image to maintain and would not casually owe favors. Second, his information was probably inaccessible to ordinary people. Never casually sell random items from treasure chests. Another message followed. A fool traded a random clod of soil for a broken table and bragged about it. One day he'll cry. After the trade, I immediately took out that clod. I examined it from above and below. Then from every side. Nothing seemed unusual. But the Emperor of Luck must have evidence. I would store it. One day, I would discover its secret. I also checked the random seed outside. After planting it, I had casually left the pod on the front steps. I wanted to dig up the soil and check for roots. But if it had rooted and I broke them, regret would be useless. Given this weather, it seemed cold. I carried the pod indoors and placed it by the fireplace. Moist soil and warm air were ideal for germination. I hope you bring me a surprise. I made a low table and placed the pot on it. Now I could constantly observe it. After the previous trade, I had 15,000 energy left. Today brought 30,000. Cigarettes, alcohol, and jewelry brought 50,000. And sanitary pads brought 10,000, totaling 105,000. I still bought 10,000 from the market as a buffer, spent 100,000 on the upgrade, and retained 15,000. I upgraded the base. Outside the wall, everyone had discovered the newly appeared wells. While they marveled, a sky-high golden light surrounded the base. Before they could question it, the light pushed away all toxic fog in its path. 3,000 additional square meters became toxin-free in moments. Everyone stared in shock. A miracle. They knelt facing the wall. Kata watched the golden barrier fade until someone called him. By then, I had secretly left from another side. I first collected every log from the logging site. With today's expansion cards, I added 2 999 capacity slots and expanded 3 to 9,999. Then I harvested cotton. Finally, I dug up mulberry trees. I selected finger-thick saplings a little over a meter tall with plump leaves. They would transplant easily and provide tender leaves for silkworms. By the time I finished, darkness had fallen. Whoa! Before reaching the base, I heard repeated howls. The pack knew its location. My heart sank, and I accelerated. Inside, there was no fog, and moonlight provided excellent visibility. I immediately saw the Wolf King hiding behind the pack and directing more than 10 wolves against the villagers. Some villagers hid in houses, some lay on the ground, and children wailed. Only Kata and several strong men held the front. They dared bully people on my territory. I approached the Wolf King silently, drew a powerful crossbow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt screamed forward. Unfortunately, the Wolf King sensed it, leaped aside, and avoided the fatal strike. Whoa! While dodging, it howled for the pack to defend it. I became invisible again. After repositioning, I aimed at another wolf and fired. Whoosh! SHNK. It lacked the king's alertness. The bolt pierced its skull and killed it. Whoa! The Wolf King growled. I vanished and rapidly changed position again. From another direction, I targeted a wolf and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Another died from a bolt through its heart. Whoosh! When the third wolf fell, the Wolf King finally became afraid. It growled and fled with the pack. I stored the crossbow and ran to the unconscious villagers. Still breathing, Heal. I treated them immediately. At the same time, I ordered Kata to gather the wounded. Count casualties. If they still breathe, I can save them. Kata immediately brought everyone together. Those with lighter injuries stopped severe bleeding while awaiting me. After more castings than I could count, I felt hollowed out, but every survivor had been saved. They wept with joy. Some touched healed wounds. Others embraced awakened relatives. Tears and laughter mixed together. This time, several insisted on kowtowing. But I was invisible and had already moved aside. Rest, then process those wolf corpses. After giving the order, I entered the residential area. I demolished damaged houses and replaced them. I also built a 2-story stone watchtower every 50 meters. The first level stood 3 meters tall and the second 5, providing refuge from wolves and other beasts. In several days, once the base grew enough, I could build a surrounding wall and secure the interior. Until then, the towers would suffice. I returned, explained their use, selected a plot, and took out the mulberry saplings. Plant these here tomorrow. Later, I'll build a temperature-controlled silkworm room. Cold weather is approaching. Raise silkworms quickly so we can make clothing and quilts. None of the clan had arrived with thick clothes or bedding. I know a place with cotton. Kata, select several quick workers tomorrow, and I'll lead you there. I had gathered enough for Director Chin, the children, and myself. The remainder was not enough to give every villager a cotton coat. They could make thinner clothes or prioritize elders and children. Another plant could also provide fabric. This is kudzu. Its stems make cloth, and its roots are edible. Learn to recognize it. It grows commonly in the wild. I've seen it. A valley held plenty, but I thought it was a useless weed. It grew behind our old village too. Kudzu was indeed common here. Nearly everyone recognized the sample. They had simply never harvested it. Good. Gather some near the village when you have time, and I'll make clothes. Cold weather is coming. Staying warm matters. After explaining the towers again, I prepared to leave, but Kalia stopped me. Village chief, the wolves have been processed. Their pelts are complete. She stepped aside. Give me these 2. I selected 2 intact pelts. They were for Director Chin. The climate was cold and damp, and at her age, she might struggle. I let the villagers decide how to use the rest. Kalia said, we plan to trade them to traveling merchants for supplies, perhaps grain seeds. Traveling merchants? I asked her to explain. The toxic fog world was vast, sparsely populated, and dangerous. Many people never left their birthplace. At some unknown time, traveling merchants had emerged. Their caravans wandered through the fog, buying and selling supplies. The Kara village was isolated, with no other settlement for 1,000 li. A merchant visited once a year. The next visit would come in 3 months. Kalia wanted medicine. The snowy season followed the rains. Illness was common in the bitter cold, and surviving without medicine was difficult. Fine. Tell me when they arrive. I want to see them. No one likely understood this world better. How much medicine can 3 pelts buy, and what have you traded before? 3 wolf pelts buy 1 packet of medicine for cold damage. Barring disaster, it could carry us through winter. Animal pelts, wild goods like lingji mushrooms and antlers, gold stone, silver stone, and crystals can all be traded. Kalia listed them. Gold stone probably meant gold. Silver stone meant silver. Crystals caught my attention. What do those crystals look like? They're beautiful. Traveling merchants like them most. Last year, Caro traded a basket of colorful crystals for 2 horses. He hoped to breed them, but they soon wandered off. A basket of crystals for 2 horses? Did I misunderstand local prices? Or did these people not know the crystal's value? Caro found a small mine last year, but they emptied it. With a crystal mine, upgrading would become easy. Kalia lowered her voice. Last month, I found an abandoned mine. I counted over 100 crystals of many colors. The smallest were egg-sized and the largest as big as a child's head. Did you extract them? No. I asked Kata to block and disguise the entrance. Ordinary people won't find it. I immediately obtained the location and planned to mine it after tomorrow's treasure hunt. Kalia offered to send Kata, but I refused for safety. Only he and I possess strong combat power. If both left and the wolves returned, the villagers would be endangered. We needed stronger defenses. I made more than 20 ordinary crossbows and distributed them. If wolves attack, hide in the towers and shoot. Safety comes first. Nothing matters more than life. Equipment can be remade, lives cannot. After warning them, I took 1 wolf's worth of meat and let them divide the rest, then returned home. I lit the fireplace and immediately looked at the flower pot. Only half a day had passed. There was no need to rush. I took out fubao and poured it milk. After purifying myself, I opened manufacturing and made an energy generator. It differed from generators on Blue Star. It was a small, sealed cube. A funnel-shaped recess sat on top. Following the instructions, I inserted the reserved cable connector and locked the clasp. I placed a crystal in the energy slot and switched on the generator. Crackle! The stone rose and floated above the slot, firing 2 electrical arcs downward. The entire house lit instantly. An egg-sized crystal could supply power for 3 months. After admiring it, I locked the generator inside a thick wooden box and returned to the living room. Click! The room became bright when I pressed the switch. Solid wood sofas, a coffee table, bookshelves, cotton curtains. I added everything, and the empty room finally felt like home. Only Director Chin and the 3 children were missing. After happily surveying it, I went to boil water. Fu Bao ate enormously and had finished all the prepared milk. I rolled up my sleeves and kneaded dough. While it rose, I made more than 30 fist-sized cornmeal buns. I washed a basin of handspan-long green peppers. I heated oil and added them. Once slightly charred, I salted and plated them. I loved spicy food, and blistered green peppers were among my favorite dishes. I could eat an entire plate alone. The hotter, the better. I sniffled from the spice and cried out in satisfaction. I stored the peppers. The dough had risen, so I prepared fillings. Leavened flatbread was softer and tastier. I cooked over 20 wolf meat pies, shaped the remaining dough into steamed buns, and steamed them with the cornmeal buns. When finished, everything entered my inventory. I would not need to cook for some time. After cleaning the kitchen, I returned to the living room. By the fire, I took out peppers, a wolf meat pie, a cornmeal bun, and milk and began eating. So spicy, so good. Only my delighted slurping filled the room. Moonlight covered the ground beyond the large windows. Full and satisfied, I reclined by the fireplace, stroked Fu Bao with one hand, and opened chat. It was time for my daily lurking. Death notices appeared first as always. The first time had terrified me. Now I was accustomed to them. When they ended, the messages became visible. Stop crying. You're doing better than me. I'm still level 1 and have never found anything above silver. You're taking it well? Aren't you afraid someone will kill you and seize your base? I left chat and opened trading. After buying every white crystal, I did not immediately leave as usual. Crystals of every color were listed. I selected blue and green ones. Blue could upgrade purification. Green could upgrade healing. I obtained 5 white crystals, 3 blue, and 2 green. Over several days, I had learned how both skills worked. Higher levels improved their effects, but increased the energy cost per use. Absorbing matching energy expanded the skill's energy pool and raised its level. Levels 1, 2, and 3 required cumulative thresholds of 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 energy. Level 4 required 50,000. Casting level 1, 2, or 3 effects cost 10, 50, or 100 energy respectively. My highest skill was currently level 3. At higher levels, I could choose which level of effect to cast. Challenger, Xiaoran. Base level, level 9, 200,000 energy required for level 10. The base will expand to 10,000 square meters. Overall physique, 56. Abilities, Purification, level 3, effective range, 3 meters, 43,000/50,000. Healing, level 2, effective range, 1 meter, 100/10,000. Supplies, base upgrade card X1, transfer cards X2, white crystals X5. After several upgrades, Purification had reached level 3. Its energy pool contained 43,000. I could cast level 3 430 times, level 2 860 times, or level 1 4,300 times. Then the pool would empty and require replenishment or natural recovery. The hollow feeling after healing the villagers yesterday had been the reaction to an empty pool. I took out one newly purchased blue crystal. It was fist-sized. Holding it, I thought, absorb. It became blue light and entered my body. Purification, level 3, effective range, 3 meters, 46,000/50,000. The pool rose from 43 to 46,000. I absorbed the remaining 2. Purification, level 3, effective range, 3 meters, 50,000/50,000. The pool reached 50,000. Crack. A quiet sound like breaking restraints echoed inside me. It signaled a skill upgrade. Purification, level 4, effective range, 5 meters, 0,100,000 required for level 5. Purification had indeed risen from level 3 to level 4. Level 5 required 100,000 energy. That demand was even more frightening than the basis. Let's test it. I placed a basket of fruit 3 meters away. Purify. Dense blue light rose from the basket. Nearly 100 fruits were cleansed instantly. The casting distance had increased from 3 to 5 meters. The effective range expanded with the skill level. Within it, I could purify targets without touching them. At level 10 or 20, would the radius reach 100 meters? Could one cast cleanse everything within that range? Could one healing spell cure every ally within 100 meters? Keep upgrading. I took out the green crystals. Both granted 4,000 energy, insufficient to level up. I owned many crystals of other colors. Unfortunately, without matching skills, I could not absorb them. I stored them all and went upstairs to rest. My internal clock woke me early the next morning. From the upstairs balcony, I saw villagers already planting mulberries. I made 3 maps covering a 50-li radius around the base. After marking needed resources, I washed and dressed. Following breakfast, I found Kata and gave him the maps. The village urgently needs supplies. I've marked them. Lead people to collect them. Kata accepted the maps. They showed resources, safe routes, possible dangers, and methods of avoidance. By the time he recovered from his surprise, I had built 2 silkworm rooms beside the trees. Crystals powered their temperature control systems. Silkworms grew best between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. Within that range, higher temperatures accelerated growth. I set them to 28 degrees. When I inserted an egg-sized crystal, the temperature rose. At 28 degrees, it stabilized. One crystal could maintain it for 5 months. Kalia, you will manage both rooms. Here are the eggs. The rooms are ready at 28 degrees. If leaves run short, send Kata to the marked grove. Yes, village chief. Kalia received the eggs with reddened eyes. When I heard about sericulture, I feared we had no eggs. You prepared everything. I will manage them well. After arranging everyone's tasks, I dismissed them. I checked the new chest locations and set out. My greatly increased physique made me much faster. Consequently, my daily chest harvest kept growing. Most remained wooden, but sheer quantity produced abundant gains. After collecting them, I hurried directly to Kalia's abandoned mine. Kata had blocked the entrance with stones and camouflaged it with plants. I searched for a long time. I removed the vegetation, opened a person-sized gap, and entered. The walls and floor were pitted. I searched the depressions. Kalia had said the crystals lay there. To prevent discovery, they had hidden some in concealed places. The mine was small, so searching it took little time. Since it was abandoned, only an occasional crystal was as large as a child's head. Most were pigeon egg-sized. In 2 hours, I recovered all 136. 46 were white and contained 150,000 energy. 26 were blue and contained 57,000. 12 were green and contained 16,000. I absorbed enough to raise healing to level 3. Without matching skills, I stored the rest. Hungry after the work and safe inside the cave, I rested there. Level 4 purification made a short stay in the fog harmless. I poured fubao milk, ate a wolf meat pancake, and opened today's 56 chests. 6 expansion cards added 3 999 capacity slots and expanded 3 to 9,999. 5 physique cards added 12 points, raising overall physique from 56 to 68. A mid-level physician qualification card granted corresponding medical knowledge and skill. 8 white crystals supplied 60,000 energy. Together with the mine, that made 210,000, enough for level 10. Level 10 covered 10,000 square meters. A base upgrade card could then reach level 11. Level 12 required 500,000 energy. Without another mine, that was impossible within 7 days. But I could gather 30,000 more to reach level 11, then use the card for level 12. Level 12 covered 50,000 square meters. That was more than twice level 11. After calculating, I decided to save 300,000 energy to reach level 11, then use the card to jump straight to level 12 and avoid paying another 500,000. I could trade cigarettes, alcohol, and jewelry to the Emperor of Luck. By the time every chest was open, I had eaten 3 pancakes and drunk a bowl of milk. Whether from my stronger body or constant running, my appetite had grown. Full again, I carried fubao out of the mine. 1832. It was not yet night, but dense mountain foliage made everything dark, obstructed vision, and amplified frightening animal calls. I abandoned gathering wild goods and headed home. Even at full speed, the trip required 3 hours. I arrived at 9:30. Frost-like moonlight illuminated the base. Kata's group appeared to have reclaimed more land. Kalia and 3 women studied something inside the silkworm room. In the fields, Kata led the men in digging by moonlight. Yesterday's 3,000 new square meters were flat, and they planned to plant all of it. In the residential area, children sat before cloud-like piles of cotton, removing seeds. Nearby, More than 10 elders cut a mountain of bamboo shoots into strips. Round woven trays beside the kudzu held drying, preserved wolf meat. It's already 9. Has the village chief returned? I don't know. Probably. Perhaps she went straight inside. Someone as powerful as her will be safe. When I approached to collect the kudzu, I heard them worrying. I'm back. I'll take the kudzu. Ask Kata for clothes tomorrow morning. I stored the cut plants. The village chief is back. Huh. What divine power. They began speaking excitedly, but the kudzu vanished before their eyes and startled them. They could not see my invisible form. It's late. Don't push yourselves. Rest. We're not tired. We used to work until midnight in worse conditions. Life is wonderful now. We're too excited to sleep, so we might as well work. Their ease was genuine. One elder said that until yesterday, they only hoped to avoid abuse and eat enough. No one expected life to transform in one day. Another feared waking to discover it was a dream. I understood and stopped urging them. As long as I am here, life will improve every day. I switched on the lights, brightening the living room. After lighting the fireplace and placing fubao nearby, I removed my suit, purified myself, and sat down. The strong fire soon removed the chill. I opened the panel and upgraded. I spent 200,000 white crystal energy, leaving 10,000. Golden light flashed, and the base expanded to 10,000 square meters. Kata's group stared briefly, then erupted in excitement. The village chief returned. The village expanded again. It looks twice as large. Stop staring. Dig. Let's plan all of it before the rains so we won't starve next year. Right? Hurry. Their tiger claw tools flew. With hope, no labor felt exhausting. I studied the flower pot. The soil looked unchanged from morning, so I set it down disappointedly. As usual, I swept useful goods from trading. After another trade with the Emperor of Luck and some lurking, I prepared for bed. Then I hurried outside to help. Kata, what happened? That sounds like my son. Is he hurt? Let's see. Outside, anxious women ran toward Kata. Don't come closer. There are snakes. Kaler was bitten by a venomous one. Get the village chief. Kata stopped them. A strong man carried a boy away from the area. The others beat the grass with tiger claw tools, trying to frighten the snake and prevent further attacks. I'll call the village chief. Several women ran toward the wall. No need. I'm here. Purify. From 5 meters away, I cast level 3 purification. Heal. Then I used level 2 healing. The black-faced, dying villager opened his eyes and raised his head in shock. I feel fine. Kei, put me down. Kaler jumped down and bounced twice, livelier than before the bite. Kaler, thank the village chief. Without her, you'd be dead. No need. Stay here and don't approach. I'll investigate. I hurried toward Kata. They had been sweeping with torches for a long time without retreating, meaning they probably could not. The flames deterred the snake but had not driven it away. It prowled through the grass, waiting to strike. It was probably mutated. Kata distracted it from the front. I secretly circled behind the grass. I climbed a boulder and looked toward him. My scalp immediately tingled. There was not one snake, but a pile. Each was as thick as a child's arm, and their twisting bodies formed a horrifying mass. Human fear of limbless serpents was instinctive. I wanted to flee, but forced myself to draw the crossbow. With my hunter knowledge, I barely needed to aim. Whoosh! The bolt flew. Think. It pierced a snake's vital point behind the head. The thick body twisted twice and stopped. Whoosh! 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 Before the others reacted, 3 more bolts struck their vital points. After 4 died, the rest panicked and fled. 2 slower snakes were pierced and pinned to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! I finished both, scanned the area, then climbed down. Village chief. Kata could not see me, but recognized the blue and green light. I'm here. Is anyone else hurt? Only Kaler, but the venom is powerful. Please help him quickly. They had focused on the snakes and missed his recovery. He's healed and jumping around. Everyone relaxed. For safety, I still purified and healed each of them before returning. As the base expanded, its terrain grew complex. Some weeds stood taller than a person. Insects and snakes naturally hid there. There were about 18 snakes. I killed 6, and 12 escaped. Stay away until I deal with them tomorrow. The villagers shuddered at the existence of a nest. Without my timely arrival, more than Kaler would have suffered. After sunset, no one works in the fields. It's too dangerous. I formally prohibited night labor. Continued expansion would produce increasingly complex terrain. Tall weeds would multiply, and no one knew what hid within. Carelessness could cost a life. Everyone immediately agreed. It's late. Rest. Then I remembered something. Leave 2 people on watch in case the snakes seek revenge. I had read stories of snakes returning at night after one was killed. These mutants were intelligent, requiring greater caution. The villagers became too afraid to sleep. Eventually, everyone settled down, and moonlight quieted the village. As darkness began retreating before dawn, grass suddenly rustled. I snapped my eyes open. 1, 2, 12 snakes emerged and approached the village. My fear had been justified. They truly launched a night attack. Kata noticed and lifted a prepared gong to wake everyone. Don't. Rather than guard against them forever, we should eliminate them now. Village chief. Kata's shoulders jerked. He had volunteered for watch and happened to choose my spacious tower, while I had remained silent. I spoke only because the gong might frighten the snakes away. It's me. Can you shoot? Yes. Then wait for my order and fire with me. I drew my crossbow and watched. Fire. I gave the order when they came within 10 meters. My marksmanship needed no explanation. Kata had also been one of his village's best archers. Amid the confusion, we killed another 5. The survivors tried to flee, but it was too late. Bolts pierced and pinned them. Even after every snake died from a strike behind the head, I did not approach. Snakes can remain active for some time after fatal wounds. Approaching then invites attack. I waited on the tower until they were fully dead. Kata, do your people eat snake meat? I could not overcome my own aversion, but perhaps they did. If so, I would purify the bodies and remove the venom. Otherwise, we could discard them far away. We do. Kata answered. To them, snake meat was a rare delicacy. I purified every corpse and asked him to arrange processing. Almost every part had value. The skin made clothing and bags, while the meat was edible. I opened the map and searched. Mint repelled insects, served as food and medicine, made tea or kanji, and combined with ginger to expel cold dampness and treat colds. Stocking some before the rainy season was wise. I had obtained ginger from chests and could plant it. Balsam repelled snakes, beautified courtyards, dyed nails and hair, invigorated blood, and was edible and medicinal. It served many purposes. Found them. The mint was 10 li away, the balsam 15. I could gather both while treasure hunting. There are so many snakes. Thank heaven the village chief ordered a watch. Imagine them sneaking inside. Is the village chief still here? I closed the panel. Process and share them for meat kanji. I'll bring insect-repelling plants and flowers later. Kata, gather supplies this morning. Stay inside this afternoon while I plan the village. Yes, village chief. I returned to my courtyard. Fubao was happily playing with a flower pot balanced on its head. Fubao, closer. I recognized the pot containing my random seed. It was empty. I'll deal with you later. I tapped its head and followed the trail. I found the seed in a puddle of poisonous rainwater from 2 days ago. It rooted. As I uncovered it, I saw that the rain had doubled its size, transformed it from withered yellow to plump, and produced a tender white point beneath it. It sprouted. The point was a root rather than a shoot. The seed I had awaited for so long had finally taken root. Fortunately, Fubao had not destroyed it. I carefully prepared a new pot with soil and replanted it. Then I placed it beyond Fubao's reach. At this rate, it should emerge within 2 days. What would it become, and what miraculous function would it hold? The Emperor of Luck valued random items highly. It could not be ordinary. After breakfast and cleaning Fubao, 8 o'clock arrived. We left to find chests. Afterward, I headed to the marked mint site. Dense mint covered a woodland wetland. I struck the plants with bamboo to test for danger before gathering. Mint propagated easily from cut stems and grew quickly, so I collected only enough. Then I traveled to the balsam. It grew in a secluded valley. Meter-tall, umbrella-shaped plants covered the valley. Red, purple, white, and pink flowers mingled beautifully. After checking the surroundings, I selected an attractive plant and reached for it. Flutter, a 20-centimeter red hawk moth flew from the flowers. Then a second, a third. Countless moths rose and circled low. Red hawk moths ate balsam flowers. But these mutated insects were enormous, and I did not know whether they ate humans. A red-eyed white rabbit half as tall as a person suddenly charged from the woods. Fleeing something, it plunged into the flowers. Every hawk moth attacked it. They engulfed the rabbit instantly. Screech. Its scream quickly stopped. The moths descended, forming a red mound. Only a skeleton remained. Once that carnivorous swarm found prey, even an elephant could not escape. Fortunately, the rabbit had drawn them away. I seized the chance, uprooted more than 20 giant balsam plants, and quietly left. Their flowers would produce at least 10,000 seeds. Balsam survived easily in wet ground, so quantity was no concern. I soon returned. At noon, every household was cooking. I gave the plants to Kata for distribution and returned home. I set Fubao down to play. Then I planted mint and balsam in 2 large pots. I sat on the front steps and opened all today's chests. Thanks to yesterday's physique increase, I set another record. I obtained down jackets X3, 20-liter water barrels X10, red dates X1 case, expansion cards X6, green crystals X3, white crystals X8, health cards X2, physique cards X6, and divine disguise skill card X1. I currently had enough large inventory slots. Since chests produced expansion cards daily, I used all 6 to add slots. Golden light flashed, adding 6 with capacities of 999. I now had 6 9,999 capacity slots and 31 999 capacity slots. The green crystals supplied 5,000 energy, insufficient for an upgrade. I stored the white ones until I gathered 300,000 for level 11. 6 physique cards added 15 points, raising overall physique from 68 to 83. Divine disguise skill card. Fuse to acquire divine disguise. Freely alter bones, build, appearance, voice, and more. Save 3 fixed templates. Unlimited random forms. No time limit. Now that's powerful. The card became light and entered my brow. A strange sensation followed. Looking into a mirror, I imagined an appearance. 3 seconds later, white light faded, and the reflected person had changed completely. Every movement and expression appeared natural, with no trace of disguise. I only needed a fixed face. White light faded to reveal a striking, cool-looking woman 168 centimeters tall. I saved it as a fixed template. I played for a while before hunger ended my interest. Eating a wolf meat pancake, I opened chat. Death notices appeared first. I finally reached level 5. Forget level 10 unless a crystal mine falls from the sky. I need 10,000 more energy for level 10. Anyone want to follow me? We can build a village together. I found 11 chests today, almost as many as all previous days combined. Damn, let me absorb your luck. I found 3. If only the spawn sites were fixed. What's everyone's highest chest, and what came out? Ask the Emperor of Luck. Mine was diamond. Don't ask what it contained. I don't know. Emperor of Luck. Calling the Emperor of Luck. I found a legendary chest containing a golden egg. After blood binding, it hatched a divine beast. Is legendary the highest grade? Let's try. I stuffed the pancake into my mouth and took out the clod. I cut my finger and dripped blood onto it. The soil absorbed the blood instantly. It emitted dazzling light and flew from my hand. It expanded from fist-sized to bowl-sized and floated like an inverted cone. A subtle connection formed between us. Information entered my mind. Divine domain. Activate through blood binding. Enrich its species, resources, and vitality to evolve the domain. Once bound, ownership cannot change unless the Divine Lord dies. If the Divine Lord dies, the world born through that Lord collapses. This seems powerful. At my thought, the soil, now the divine domain, or floating island, descended before me. It had grown and could fly. Move left. It obeyed. The floating island moved left. Move right. It followed again. Fly upward. It rose. I did not know whether this was its limit or merely its current maximum. I recalled it to hover before me. Enriching species and resources expanded it. What if I add water? I poured some from a bottle. Golden light rippled, and the top expanded to about 1 square meter. A puddle appeared at the center. It gradually became a tiny lake. I dug up soil, purified and crushed it, then scattered it across the island. Golden light expanded the surface to 2 square meters. The thin dust transformed into deep, fertile soil. With water and soil, plants should grow. I scattered grass seed. Another golden flash expanded it to 3 square meters. 1 square meter per species. I planted 1 seed of another grass. The island gained another square meter. I added 1 seed from each variety. Then I purified and planted 1 of every flower and herb gathered over recent days. Each flash enlarged the island. When the light stopped, its inverted mountain body extended over 300 meters downward, while the surface covered 360 square meters. The next instant, I appeared on the island. It felt like a mountaintop, not yet an independent miniature world. If I continued adding species and resources, it would eventually evolve into one. Remembering my crystals, stone, and granite, I took 1 of each and buried them. Rumble. The island expanded again, and a 100-meter hill rose from the ground. It had a mountain, water, and a plain. It only lacked a cabin. I opened construction and built one at the hill's foot. This could become my secret base. I added a fence, then returned to the ground with a thought. Within 300 meters of the floating island, I could teleport onto it at will. It was effectively another life-saving skill. Under suitable conditions, I could even travel on it. For now, I could not guarantee that such an enormous island could move through toxic fog without corrosion. If its secret leaked, others would covet and fight for it, bringing fatal danger. I lowered it to the ground and disguised it as a mountain. At over 300 meters high, no one would know what lay on top unless I told them. Even if they knew, they would assume it was an unusually shaped peak. Now I needed more species and resources. Its potential was limitless. I wondered whether the man who traded it for a table would howl when he learned the truth. Hee. When I returned, villagers had gathered outside. The mountain that appeared from nowhere left them staring. Am I seeing things? Why is there a mountain in the village chief's yard? Maybe it was always there, and we forgot? No. It appeared in a blink. Did it grow upside down? Will it fall? I emerged to hear them debating whether my island would topple. Don't worry. It isn't upside down and won't fall. Even if it does, I'll hold it up. The village chief. Good afternoon. We were only curious and chatting. In a good mood from obtaining the treasure, I dismissed invisibility and smiled warmly. Follow me. I'll show you something fun. When they remained frozen, I turned and urged them again. Only then did they recover. It was the first time I revealed myself. Every gaze fixed on my face. Some exclaimed at my youth. Black hair and healthy skin stood out sharply here. I could also see their condition. Elder and child alike carried the gray decay of long exposure to fog. I had no solution yet. 3 days ago, you didn't know you would meet me and live without toxic fog. Someday, perhaps you will escape its effects entirely. As long as you live, there is hope. Don't despair. The village chief is right. Life means hope. What are you showing us? They quickly adjusted and asked eagerly. Upon reaching an open area, I made a crystal-powered tractor. It resembled a level 1904 Q-wheeled tractor from Blue Star. Only the engine differed. A pigeon egg-sized crystal powered it for 2,000 hours. At 10 hours per day, it needed replacement only every 6 months. It could also haul cargo. I had not originally planned to build one. Apart from ability users like me and mutants like Kata, most people here were ordinary villagers. As the base developed, improving their efficiency was essential to fully use its resources. I placed the tractor on the ground, prompting exclamations. What is that? It looks strange. Village chief, what does it do? It tills fields. This village's dozen-plus moo could be finished in half a day. Amid their shock, I explained its basic controls. Kata, learn first, then teach everyone. Yes, village chief. He obediently climbed aboard. My expression became strange. Imagine a boy with wolf ears and tail sitting solemnly on a tractor. The contradiction possessed an indescribable charm. Kata drove a circle, returned, and stopped steadily. His earlier curiosity and tension had become irrepressible excitement. Village chief, what next? After mastering the tractor, learn plowing. I made an integrated rotary tiller. It had 5 plow legs, a 2-meter working width, and a 30-centimeter depth. It crushed clods immediately after plowing. Under my direction, Kata and several men attached it. I let Kata practice. Then I made another tractor and tiller so he could teach someone else. Once another driver learned, I took Kata to the village edge. I want a pond here for fish and shrimp, giving everyone more nutrition. I had observed their diet for days. Their food was too limited. Apart from wolves and snakes, they ate almost entirely wild vegetables and coarse grains. That diet would ruin their health. The pond only needed to cover 1 moo and be 3 or 4 meters deep. I selected the location and marked it with stakes. Kata's people rolled up their sleeves to dig, but I stopped them. Manual labor would take forever. We needed excavators. I produced one I had already manufactured, drawing more cries. Village chief, what is this? I explained its function and controls, again teaching Kata first. Once he learned, he would teach the others. I made 3 in total. Together, they should finish in 2 days. Leaving them to dig, I took Kata to the lake. The pond needed water and fish. At 1 moo and 3 meters average depth, it required about 2,000 cubic meters. Only the lake could supply that. It also held abundant fry, so I set more than 10 traps. While waiting, I made a tractor and trailer. I lined the floor and rails with thick straw mats, then added heavy plastic sheeting. Half an hour later, the traps yielded half a trailer of aquatic life, and we returned. On the road, I tried purifying a palm-sized carp. With a bang, it exploded. I stored another fish, removed it dead, and purified it. This time it succeeded. After repeated tests, I confirmed that living creatures could not undergo deep purification. Some connection appeared to bind the fog to native life. Forced purification broke that link and caused self-destruction. I was thankful I had not rashly purified Fubao or the villagers. Kata was inexperienced and the road rough, so our return took 2 hours. The entire trip took 3. Only 1/3 of the pond had been excavated. The fields were already plowed, and several men crouched nearby watching the excavators. I made 2 more trailers for hauling soil. They were much faster than manpower. The silkworm eggs needed 2 weeks to hatch, so the rooms remained idle. Kalia and several women checked the mulberries daily to ensure sufficient food. After inspecting everything, I returned home. Fubao raced around the yard and occasionally tumbled. It had just learned to run, and its wobbling gait was unbearably cute. Fubao, come. It toddled over, squeaking. Hungry? Come drink milk. Seeing the empty yard, I made it a climbing frame. Now it had entertainment outside. Once it ate, I placed it there. Blue light rippled across my body. After purifying myself, I entered the island. I immediately sensed something different. Air seemed to circulate, forming an independent space. I sat comfortably and watched the moon. From this height, it looked rounder and brighter. I ate a wolf meat pancake, cornmeal bun, and milk for dinner. After resting, I took out a tiger claw tool and cultivated a vegetable plot. First, I was tired of wild vegetables. Second, the soil was fertile. As a Chinese person, farming seemed carved into my bones. Leaving it empty felt wrong. Third, planting increased vitality and accelerated evolution. 3 benefits at once. I planted cilantro, bok choy, tomatoes, ginger, scallions, chilies, and Sichuan pepper. I added a sweet potato vine. Once it rooted and produced shoots, I could propagate cuttings. By the time everything was watered, it was 9. Fubao had fallen asleep on the climbing frame. I checked the random seed again. Then I bathed, changed into comfortable pajamas, curled into bed, and began my bedtime ritual. Lurking. Can some expert give me food? I'm starving. Wild fruit and vegetables are everywhere. Have you never left your base? It's been 7 days. Surely no one still hasn't left? I did, but maybe I'm unlucky. I found no chests. For 2 days I've worn an expired suit, and I've eaten every vegetable nearby. More grow on the mountain, but wolves howl there. I don't dare go. Have you eaten only food from the fog? Do you feel different? 2 people began insulting each other. I left chat and opened trading. 30 iron in exchange for food. 30 planks in exchange for food. 1 transparent crystal in exchange for food. 1 incomplete treasure map in exchange for food. Most listings sought food. I had owned plenty of iron, but today's machinery had consumed almost all of it. I did not lack planks. Beyond the earlier logging site, I had found a larger one with over 10,000 logs. They filled 1 9,999 capacity slot and 2 999 slots. A quarry and granite mine held mountains of stone awaiting collection. Crystals of any color were always welcome. Anyone selling them had reached desperation. Although my food seemed abundant, I had depleted nearby resources in advance. Every wild vegetable or fruit gathered was gone until next year. That interval lasted an entire year. The villagers also lacked sufficient grain. That was why I rushed to make tractors and prepare fields before the planting season passed. The fish pond appeared to improve their diet, but it was really food storage in another form. The base looked large, yet none of its future harvests currently existed. Cruel as it sounded, if food ran out, I would not release my inventory. Those supplies were my survival foundation and would never become free charity. Stockpiling was urgent. Planting should finish within 2 days. Then everyone could drive to the bamboo grove, dig shoots, and dry them. Soon they would become inedible. We could capture pheasant or boar piglets to raise. Mountain products could also be stored. Medicinal herbs were especially necessary for rainy and snowy seasons. I sighed. I had believed my supplies rich, but calculation revealed a severe shortage. Fortunately, everything was gradually stabilizing. Once the villagers became productive, food reserves would stop worrying me. I continued browsing trades. I bought anything needed or unusual. Then I opened weather. Sunny, 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 rain, storm, followed by a week of rain. Kata said the rainy season lasted 4 months. Wind and heavy rain would likely destroy the thatched homes. Stone houses seemed safer. Tomorrow, I should gather enough white crystals to upgrade. I needed large slots for stone and should build the walls soon. Challenger, Xiao ran. Base level, level 10, 10,000 square meters. Level 11 requires 300,000 energy and will expand the base to 20,000 square meters. Overall physique, 86. Recent physique cards added 3 points. Abilities, healing, purification. Supplies, 10 kilograms rice x3. My physique was formidable. Apart from ability users, few normal humans could defeat me. Unfortunately, every skill was supportive rather than offensive. I fell asleep while thinking. Machinery woke me the next morning. From the balcony, I saw villagers still digging the pond. 2/3 was complete. They had apparently worked all night. I quickly washed and checked the random seed. Then I inspected the island and returned. I fed Fubao. Finally, I cooked fish congee and ate it with stuffed buns. The buns came from chests. Some contained meat, others vegetables, and some were pan-fried. They emerged steaming as if freshly cooked and went directly into my inventory. After breakfast, I visited the pond. Good morning, village chief. Morning. The pond should be done this morning. Every villager greeted me warmly. There's no rush. Don't work overnight again. When finished, add a gentle slope and steps on the village side for washing clothes. Wait for me to add water. I placed 2 stone slabs over 3 meters long and 1 meter wide beside the pond for steps. I explained my stockpiling plans and told them to form teams for fishing, gathering shoots and vegetables, picking fruit, and hunting. Vehicles made travel easy and allowed them to act boldly. Today's greatest chest concentration lay southeast. Away from the crowd, I donned a suit, vanished, and began the hunt. The villagers also set out. My increasing physique made me run like the wind. I moved rapidly between map markers. I ignored animals and marked resources. After collecting 100 chests, I reached an abandoned village. Its houses had collapsed, weeds grew everywhere, and deathly silence prevailed. The place felt wrong. It held many trees, but not one bird. I had visited countless places while hunting chests. Even the most desolate had insect sounds. This was either dead land or home to a terror that drove away or devoured everything. From high ground, I noticed something strange. White net-like sacks clung upside down to many walls. I also saw brilliant light. It came from a diamond chest. The nearest other chest was 15 minutes away. I decided to risk it. I was invisible. Caution should protect me. Following the map, I approached the largest residence. Beyond a collapsed wall, diamond light flickered in the living room. It was the chest. Collect. As I reached for it, my heart jolted. I dodged without thinking. Splat. White slime struck where I had stood. It hissed and corroded a hole in the ground. My heart jumped. I had escaped just in time. A direct hit would be disastrous. A white thread extended from the slime to a roof beam. There hung a basin-sized patterned spider. Ordinary spiders were corn kernel-sized. This one matched a wash basin. More horrifyingly, its 8 eye positions held 8 human faces. Crying, laughing, furious, glaring. Each wore a different, eerie expression. Worst of all, it had seen through invisibility and attacked accurately. My skill appeared useless before it. It attacked again. Splat. Slime struck my previous position. Wherever I moved, it found me. I canceled invisibility, drew the crossbow, and fired. Screeching, it dropped from the beam, dodged, and attacked. I vaulted a broken wall into the courtyard and fired backward. It sprang at me. I turned and shot. Against such agility, the crossbow was ineffective. I stored it, sprinted behind a tree, and drew a tang saber. A gold chest had produced it yesterday. It was 1.2 meters long and cut iron like mud. I gripped it behind the trunk. When the spider lunged, I turned and slashed. 2 legs flew off. Screech. Splat. All 8 faces twisted, and it spat again. Slime struck the tree, hissing as it opened a black crater. After missing, it attacked again. I circled behind it and slashed. It lost balance. I struck the abdomen and split it in 2. Splat. It spat once more. The slime hit the trunk, and droplets splashed me. My suit corroded open, and sharp pain burned my arm. Purify. I cleansed the poison immediately. Heal. Green light followed, instantly curing the wound. The bisected spider stopped moving. Without delay, I collected the diamond chest. Turning to leave, I noticed half a footprint beneath the slime. I checked the other attack positions. Each held footprints I had left. I finally understood its accuracy. Invisibility had not failed, nor could it see me. I had exposed myself. Dust covered the abandoned floor, recording every step. The spider used the prints. I needed greater caution. While invisible, I must avoid leaving traces. Passing a wall, I cut open a white sack. The spider larvae inside were severed. Every sack was an egg sack. From their number, the village contained at least 1,000 spider eggs. I vanished and fled without clearing them. 1,000 eggs meant more than one adult. Even if they could not kill me, I did not want that pain again. More importantly, clearing them was unnecessary. They lived over 200 li from my base and threatened no one there. If the base someday expanded here, I could eliminate them then. I marked the village and hurried toward forest 30 li ahead. Before entering the mountain, I found safety and opened every chest. Today's harvest was excellent. It included 2 football-sized white crystals. Combined with my reserves, they enabled another base upgrade. There were enough blue and green crystals to upgrade both skills. Physique cards added 10 points. 7 expansion cards expanded 3 slots to 9,999 and added 4 with capacities of 999. The strengthened body increased speed, agility, senses, and more. Most importantly, I found 2 skill cards. Teleportation skill card, fused to acquire teleportation. Initial distance, 3 meters. Combined with invisibility, this counted as an offensive skill. The card became light and entered me. With one thought, I appeared 3 meters away. Within that radius, I could go anywhere at will. I tested it while invisible. Teleporting did not cancel invisibility. Eagle Eye, fused to acquire the sharp vision of an eagle. Fuse. The card entered my eyes. My field of view doubled, distance increased, and clarity jumped from high definition to 4K. I could see insects between soil grains, their structures, even their antennae. More important was sensitivity to movement. Anything moving in view was detected and identified instantly. That greatly improved my reactions and survival. Excellent. Both cards came from the diamond chest. They consumed mental power. Higher teleportation levels and longer eagle eye use required more. Colorless crystals replenished it. I had stockpiled over 10 and absorbed them all. Mental energy reached 10,000. Teleportation became level 3, increasing maximum range from 3 to 10 meters. I could trade for more crystals tonight. After opening everything, I ate, fed Fubao, and entered the forest. Mushrooms covered the ground immediately. Termite mushrooms, bamboo fungi, gamba mushrooms, boletes, matsutake, lion's mane, red, blue, white, green, and yellow varieties formed a colorful carpet. Advanced hunter knowledge made edible and poisonous species obvious. Pop. While gathering, a quiet explosion sounded, and burning pain covered me. Poison. I immediately purified and healed. Blue and green light removed the pain. I froze and recalled what happened. I had touched something, then heard an explosion. An invisible poisonous mushroom? Eagle Eye. I activated the skill. 3 transparent, spotted mushrooms the size of cabbages stood beside my foot. I stepped on one. Pop. It exploded and sprayed blue-purple smoke. The cloud expanded 3 meters. Burning pain returned. I immediately cleansed and healed myself. It resembled a real version of mushrooms from a Blue Star game. That character was my favorite. I loved planting mushrooms in rivers, brush, dragon pits, jungles, and every tricky place. After reading about these in chat, I had searched mountains to experience real mushroom warfare, but found none. Today, I finally had. I would not miss this opportunity. I could plant them outside the base and explode anyone who approached. I stored my edible mushrooms and searched for bombs. Mushroom bombs were mutants. At maturity, they became invisible and exploded on contact, making transplantation impossible. I needed immature ones. Before maturity, they looked like ordinary mushrooms and remained visible. Once mature, their mutant traits emerged: invisibility, rapid expansion, and intense poison. Older bombs became more toxic. The strongest could instantly kill an elephant. The one I triggered had only just matured and was weak, or I would not have tested it. Found one. Among plump boletes, I found 3 seedlings. They were short, fat, purple, black-spotted, and rather cute. I dug them up with surrounding soil. Searching the whole area yielded a backpack of seedlings. Afraid inventory storage would stop their growth, I carried them physically while gathering edible mushrooms. After clearing the edible patch, I sought herbs. Rabbit grass, gentian, verbena, basil, catnip, rehmannia, astragalus, coastal glenia, ginseng. I gathered everything. As I stored the herbs and prepared to leave, I heard pigs grunting. Wild boars. I vanished and moved forward. After 100 meters, I found a cave containing the sounds. Night approached, forest blocked the light, and the cave was black. Using Eagle Eye, I entered. 5 or 6 meters inside, 7 or 8 piglets lay on a grass nest. The piglets were about 20 centimeters long, covered in yellow-brown stripes, and newly born. No adult remained in the cave. It had gone foraging. I soon found it. About 1.2 meters tall, nearly 3 meters long, and weighing 5 or 600 gene. Taking it home meant finally replacing wolf meat. I carefully avoided dry branches and approached. At 10 meters, I aimed the crossbow above and between its eyes and fired. A critical strike there would kill it. The bolt entered its brain. I stored the boar, returned to the cave, lined a half-person tall pack basket with straw, and placed all 8 piglets inside. Raised and bred at home, they would ensure a future pork supply. With piglets on my back and mushroom bombs in my hand, I rushed home. The pond was finished, including laundry steps. The villagers had pumped enough well water to fill a small portion. It was densely packed with fish. Everyone move. Once clear, I poured stored lake water into the pond. The crowded fish scattered and swam joyfully. I built a stone pig pen near the homes, released the piglets, and asked Kalia to find an experienced keeper. Amid cheers, I returned home. I released Fubao, gave it milk, and immediately checked the seed. Still not above ground. Even the soil showed no bulge. I upgraded the base directly. Golden light flashed, expanding it to 20,000 square meters. Level 12 required 500,000 energy, so I used the upgrade card. Base level, level 12, 50,000 square meters. Level 13 requires 1 million energy and will expand the base to 100,000 square meters. 50,000 square meters equaled roughly 75 mu, enough for self-sufficiency. The base would appear on maps in 2 days, inevitably causing chaos. At its edge, I opened construction and built a granite city wall. It stood 10 meters high, 5 meters thick at the base and 3 at the top, leaving a 2-meter walkway behind the battlements. 6 by 3 meter defensive projections extended every 50 meters. The gatehouse had 2 floors and 2 30-centimeter thick iron gates. Most people still struggled for food and could not besiege a city. Without overwhelming numbers or heavy weapons, the wall was impregnable. I lacked firearms, so others probably did too. The Emperor of Luck might be an exception, but his style made an attack unlikely. Thinking, I climbed the gatehouse. The wall and 2 stories placed me almost 20 meters high. The entire base was visible. So was my courtyard. I planned to shift my focus to the island, so exposure did not matter. After circling the wall, I ignored everyone's shock and went home. I processed the boar, enjoyed braised ribs, and entered the island. After 1 day, it seemed slightly larger. I watered yesterday's vegetables and fruit trees, then cultivated more land. I planted 30 square meters of corn, 60 of wheat, and 20 of potatoes. Back in bed, I opened trading. I bought every crystal. After purchasing unusual items, I opened chat. Most messages begged for food, shelter, or summons and offered nothing useful. For the next 2 days, I left early and returned late. Physique cards added 30 points, raising overall physique from 96 to 126. I hunted chests each morning and resources each afternoon. Kata led villagers in crystal tractors to collect everything I marked. Time passed, reaching the final evening. Tomorrow, the 7-day base information protection would end. I returned early, ordered Kata to close and barricade the gates, and prohibited anyone from leaving without permission. My level 3 teleportation reached 10 meters. I could teleport beyond the wall. Protected by a high wall and abundant supplies, the villagers felt unprecedented safety and readily obeyed. I woke early the next morning and waited. Base protection period ended. Protection mechanisms will deactivate, and all base information will appear on the map. Challengers with level 10 bases may hide base information. Your base is level 12. Hide it. Yes. I selected hide immediately. Your base information has been hidden. Base level 10 reached. New function unlocked. Recruit subjects. Anyone whose loyalty reaches 100% may be recruited as a base subject. Each subject generates 1 reputation per day. Reputation can upgrade the base or grant attribute bonuses. Explore for details. Subject information is available on the challenge panel. I had over 30 villagers. How many qualified? I opened subjects. Each page displayed 5 people. Kata appeared first. Subject, Kata. Sex, male. Age, 18. Attribute, mutated werewolf. Physique, 45. Skills, hunting, scouting. Loyalty, 100% eligible. Subjects receive base bonuses. Kalia was second. Subject, Kalia. Sex, female. Age, 42. Attribute, ordinary villager. Physique, 10. Skills, sericulture, planting. Loyalty, 100% eligible. Kaler was third. Subject, Kaler. Sex, male. Age, 19. Attribute, ordinary villager. Physique, 15. Skills, none. Loyalty, 100% eligible. Every person had 100% loyalty. I selected recruit for all. The system said invitations had been sent and required personal confirmation. I contacted Kata by voice transmission stone. You've received invitations. Anyone willing to stay should accept. Tell the others. Understood, village chief. Names lit one by one. Kata, Kalia, Kaler. All 34 accepted. Congratulations, base Lord Xiaoran. You have 34 subjects. You will receive 34 reputation daily. At reputation level 1, all base buildings gain +1 durability. View reputation level and functions in personal information. I opened it immediately. Challenger, Xiaoran. Reputation, 0. Reputation level 0, 100 reputation required for level 1. At level 1, all base buildings gain +1 durability. Base level 12, 1 million energy required for level 13. Base will expand to 100,000 square meters. Overall physique 126. Abilities Purification level 5, effective range 10 meters. Healing level 4, effective range 5 meters. Eagle Eye level 5, teleportation level 3, effective distance 10 meters. Supplies water 20 kilograms x 30, flour 20 kilograms x 12, rice 10 kilograms x 36. Reputation had indeed appeared. Level 1 granted durability. What did level 2 offer? I tapped the bouncing exclamation mark. Reputation effects. Level 1, 100 reputation, all buildings gain +1 durability. Level 2, 300 reputation, all crops gain +1 yield. Level 3, 500 reputation, all crops gain +1 growth speed. Higher reputation granted more base bonuses. They applied only inside. Outside, everything returned to normal. If the base was large enough, that did not matter. Another exclamation mark followed base level. After level 15, upgrades also consume reputation. Example, level 15 to 16 requires 10 million energy and 100 reputation, expanding the base to 1 million square meters. Ugh, reputation was manageable, but the energy was terrifying. 10 million energy and a million square meters could support tens of thousands. What level is the Emperor of Luck? I opened the map. Base icons covered it densely. Challenger, Zhao Kai. Base level 5. Challenger, Li San. Base level 4. Challenger, Zhang Si. Base level 2. Challenger, Su Ming. Base level 7. I could not find the Emperor of Luck. I located my own base. It lay in a southwestern mountain basin, within the map's 5th ring. Surrounded by mountains, it was a hidden paradise near busy territory. The basin was large and contained over 30 other bases. The highest was level 8, the lowest, level 1. Remaining level 1 this late was an achievement. 80% clustered in the northwest. Mine was in the southeast. Within 100 li were 3 bases, level 3, level 2, and level 1. The level 1 base lay only 20-some li away. I stared at that level 1 base, my expression turning strange. I had searched the direction where that level 1 base stood several times. For several days, it held the most treasure chests. Level 1. Unable to find chests. Had I collected every chest and prevented this person from upgrading? What remarkable fate. After today's hunt, I would visit. The other bases lay 300 and 400 li away. I could inspect them later. I opened the ranking. 10,000 challengers had reached level 10. Almost all had hidden information. First, Anonymous, level 38. Second, Anonymous, level 22. Third, Anonymous, level 21. First place dominated at level 38. Perhaps that was the Emperor of Luck. I had expected him to remain visible, but even he was cautious. After another glance, I hid base information on the map. It obscured the treasure chest markers. Why are there so few chests today? I blinked at the map. Even along the densest route, my speed would collect only 40-some. Villagers had risen early and organized supplies in small groups. Every face held a happy smile. They spoke and laughed freely, making the village feel hopeful. Invisible, I reached the wall, teleported outside, and began hunting. The world would be chaotic today. My remote base, threatening no nearby base and protected by walls, should be safe. For caution, I searched only within 50 li. After 3 hours, I held over 40 chests, almost all wooden. I stored them, confirmed the direction, and ran at full speed. I wanted to inspect my level 1 neighbor. From a hilltop, I saw a crude large thatched shelter below. A stone-ringed fire stood before it, with one person seated nearby. The figure was a strong man pointing at the air and speaking. He was likely using chat. Personal panels were invisible to others. Voice input automatically became text. I approached silently and heard his complaints. Damn it, I found no chest again. Am I cursed with terrible luck? Really? In 10 days, I found 3, all wooden. Yes, I'm still level 1. Will some expert take me in? My luck is bad, but I'm strong enough to fight 3 people. Just feed me. Anyone who accepts me gets free intelligence. While searching, I found a native village. It has sunlight by day, moonlight at night, and a secret base over 1,000 square meters surrounded by 3-meter stone walls with a tower every 50 meters. HK. An arrow pierced his heart before he finished. His eyes widened at the arrowhead protruding from his chest. He turned halfway without seeing me, then collapsed. Clatter. A coin drop sound rang out. Golden light covered the corpse, leaving supplies as it disappeared. I approached with my crossbow. I had only intended to investigate, but he knew about my base and planned to sell the information. He could not live. I had raised the base to hide it. Anyone who exposed it died. Thatch x 200, wood x 50, stone blocks x 100, flour 10 kilograms, millet 5 kilograms, firestarter x 1. Fortunately, bolts were reusable. These goods were barely worth one. Still, something was better than nothing, and chest supplies were clean. I could give them to villagers. I dismantled the shelter and recovered half its materials. Challenger, you killed level 1 base Lord Zhao Er. His base belongs to you. Merge. A translucent panel showed both bases. Mine covered 50,000 square meters. Zhao Er's covered 10. Their pale green edges indicated merger was possible. I could move Zhao Er's diagram and choose its position. It was tiny, but small gains accumulated. I attached it outside my main gate. Zhao Er's base vanished. My diagram gained a small piece. This was more convenient than crystal upgrades. After level 15, upgrades required reputation. After level 25, who knew what else? Upgrading became harder, while killing base lords offered a shortcut. There was no limit. More kills meant more land. If I felt tempted, the other 2 base lords would too. I wished I could stab Zhao Er twice more. I had struggled to hide my base and avoid disaster. After level 10, no one should know it existed unless they physically found it. Yet I had overlooked a base directly under my nose. Its owner had already discovered mine. I arrived before he revealed much, but concealment was no longer safe. He had clearly complained repeatedly and probably exposed every detail about himself. Anyone could locate Zhao Er, study his movements, and infer my base. What would the 2 nearby base lords think? I should harm no innocent person, but I must guard against others. I would inspect the other bases. After confirming locations, I set out. 3 hours later, beyond the mountain where I caught piglets, I found the second base on a plain. The map showed level 8 and 2,000 square meters. Eagle eye revealed everything. The base was empty. No home, fire, or sign of life existed. Without the absence of fog, I would suspect a map error. I circled it carefully and found nothing abnormal. Unable to understand, I dared not enter. As darkness fell without movement, I left and planned to return tomorrow. I considered the final base but abandoned the idea. This one lay southwest and the other northwest, over 600 li apart. I should return and investigate tomorrow. 3 hours later, I reached home. After circling and confirming safety, I teleported inside. The villagers were organizing yesterday's resources. I went home, released Fu Bao to play, sat on the steps, and opened chat. Merger notices filled the screen. Level 8 base Lord Li San was killed by Level 2 base Lord Zhao Si. Li San's base merged into Zhao Si's. Level 7 base Lord Zhang Mimi was captured by Level 1 base Lord He Ping and voluntarily relocated to his base. Level 5 base Lord Sun Miao Miao was killed by Level 3 base Lord Zhang Xiangui. Her base merged into his. Level 6 base Lord Yao Yi voluntarily joined Level 9 base Lord He Lu's base. I said my luck was bad, but my strength was great. Today I finally acted. I shot from Level 1 to Level 8. I went from Level 3 to Level 9. Anyone who refused obedience died. Don't worry. I'm attacking now and will finish tonight. Low-level fighters hunted weaker high-level owners. After hiding notices, I found mostly men chatting, apart from female base lords seeking powerful protectors. Women who appeared were immediately targeted. Their real bases suffered attacks. Except for a few victors, most outcomes were terrible. Order and morality had collapsed like an apocalypse. I left chat and opened the map. Many morning base names had disappeared. The process would continue. Only when everyone became evenly matched would it stop. I needed strong defenses during this period. I contacted Kata and ordered wall guards. They should quietly report suspicious people. Apart from Kata, only 7 or 8 of 30-plus villagers could fight. The others were too old or young. I had never expected them to protect the base. But circumstances had changed, and they were now my subjects. When possible, I should protect them. I needed more fighters. The base could support 100 or 200 people, but where could I find them? Kata's guards could not cover every projection, only the corners. The Kara village still had 50 or 60 people, including over 20 young adults. Recruiting them would at least solve guard staffing. Unfortunately, the groups were hostile, and those villagers were disobedient. I would seek another method. A level 8 and level 7 owner could hardly cross my 10-meter wall. The priority remained strengthening myself. First, I would open today's chests. I took them out. Golden flashes yielded wooden comb X1, cookies X1 pack, large water vat X1, Advanced Protective Suits X3, Thatch X600, Roof Tiles X100, Condoms X200, Brown Sugar X2 Jars, Cotton Towels X3, Cotton Pants X1, Expansion Cards X2, Purification Card X1, Physique Cards X6, Blue Crystals X3, Red Crystal X1. There were few chests, mostly wooden and poor in quality. I used both expansion cards to add slots. I stored the purification card. The physique cards added 11 points. I stored the crystals. Perhaps the Emperor of Luck wanted something. I opened our private chat. Emperor of Luck? Do you need condoms? He quickly replied with 6 dots. It was awkward. He had not said yes, and I did not want to ask again. Before I closed the chat, he asked the size. I said they were all large and requested information or a weapon. Temporary Lightning Strike skill card. Grants level 10 Lightning Strike for 3 hours. Trade. Deal. Afterward, I examined the card. Its material and shape matched other cards, but lightning patterns covered it, radiating a sharp aura. After playing with it, I stored it and prepared dinner. Red braised boar, stir-fried greens, 2 steamed buns, and congee made my meal. Once full, I remembered the seed and ran to check. It still showed no sign of sprouting. 3 days without movement was wrong. Alarmed, I carefully uncovered it. The once plump seed had shriveled, and its root point was withering. I had kept the soil moist. Then a possibility occurred to me. It had rooted while soaking in poisonous rain. After replanting it in purified soil and water, its condition worsened. The courtyard puddle had already evaporated. I had no choice but to use unpurified lake water. I filled a jar, soaked the seed, and placed it on the balcony in moonlight. As I prepared to water the island, the ground rippled like a wave. A 1-meter hole opened, and a man climbed out. He had a sharp, monkey-like face and tiny eyes that darted around. Realizing he had tunneled into the gate's center, he froze, then looked ecstatic. Seeing no one, he crept toward the gate, tunneling underground. Was he Don-chun from the level 8 base? Remembering the empty level 8 base I had seen during the day, I identified him immediately. He had probably followed Zhao Er's information and intended to seize mine. I raised the crossbow. I had become invisible at the first ripple. Anyone targeting my base had to die. I aimed at Dongchuan's chest and fired. The bolt flew. His expression changed, and an earthen yellow barrier appeared, stopping it. The point halted less than an inch from his chest. With a bang, the barrier broke and the bolt fell. He turned and fled. Surprised, I recovered and fired at his back. Another barrier blocked the fatal strike. I pressed my lips together and fired again. He reached his tunnel and jumped inside. The ground wriggled shut. His ability clearly involved earth. Rather than approach, I flashed onto the island. At its edge, I activated Eagle Eye. Even from over 300 meters high, I saw the ground clearly. Found him. Toward his base, 3 li from mine, a figure emerged underground and fled. He invaded my base and thought he could escape? I returned to the ground and pursued invisibly. My physique soon brought him into view. Given his unusual defense, I did not attack rashly. Instead, I followed to investigate his base. After about 4 li, he stopped and panted with hands on knees. Although no pursuer appeared, he soon continued. I followed from 30 meters. Perhaps tunneling consumed too much, or he felt safe. He walked the rest of the way above ground. Behind a boulder, the soil began moving and exposed an entrance. Steps descended underground. He checked behind twice before relaxing. Now, after following so far, I finally saw his guard fall. Teleport, draw the blade, stab the heart, one seamless motion. As he stepped onto the stairs, my blade emerged from his chest. Turning, he saw only a bloody blade floating in the air. Once I knew the wound was fatal, I withdrew. He tried to speak, then collapsed. Coin drop sounds rang. The body vanished, leaving a hill of supplies. I flicked blood from my saber and collected everything. The merger box appeared. You killed level 8 base Lord Don-chun. His base belongs to you. Merge. I dragged it to my gate and selected merge. Then I headed home. 1 base lord remained, and staying away made me uneasy. Unhindered, I sprinted back in 2 hours. After confirming safety, I sat on my steps and sorted Dongchuan's supplies. Millet 15 kilograms, soybeans 30 kilograms, glutinous corn X20, eggs X50, thatch X1, 200 bundles, planks X200, iron X65, expansion cards X12, physique cards X2, protective suits X3, lifespan card X1, health card X1, healing cards X3, purification card X1, earth skill card X1. For a level 8 owner, his supplies were far below mine but much better than Zhao Er's. After sorting them, I examined the cards. They were apparently abilities he had fused with and dropped upon death. 12 expansion cards added 8 slots and expanded 4 to 9,999. Physique cards added 5 points. I stored the lifespan, health, healing, and purification cards. Then I studied the earth skill card. Fuse. It became light and entered me. A subtle connection formed with the earth, allowing me to control soil. At a thought, a pit half a meter wide and deep appeared. Hidan-chun had used this skill to tunnel. I formed a pale yellow translucent barrier around myself. Pop. It burst after less than 3 seconds. My face went pale, and sweat covered my brow. This was what blocked the bolts. But I had just learned it, lacked control, and possessed too little energy. I absorbed every golden crystal, raising Earth to level 4. I tested again. The barrier became solid and stronger, though still below Hidan-chun's close-range defense. He had enjoyed good fortune but corrupt motives, and now everything benefited me. I was delighted. After fusing every card, I still needed to inspect his underground base. A structure built by an Earth user could not be simple. I would see it. I carried sleeping Fubao indoors, placed it by the lit fireplace, then went to the merged base. The tunnel remained open. Spiral stairs descended, with faint light around a bend. Could it contain traps? I tied a rope to the boulder, held the other end, and cautiously descended. The stairs wound downward. Each turn held a pigeon egg-sized luminous stone in a niche. Their light was what I had seen from the entrance. After descending about 10 meters, I reached the bottom. Identical passages 2 meters high and 1 meter wide extended ahead. I selected the right one. After many turns, it ended in a 10 square meter room. Egg-sized luminous stones lined wall niches, providing good light despite the depth. Thick straw covered the bed beneath a heavy blanket. A wooden cabinet held several outfits. There was nothing else. 3 more passages opened on the other side. I collected the straw, blanket, and cabinet, then continued. Again, I chose the right passage. 3 minutes and countless turns later, I reached another small room. Its layout matched the first. 3 further passages waited beyond. As I approached, the earth suddenly shook and the passage collapsed. I teleported outside immediately. Fortunately, I had remained within range. Otherwise, this trip would have been deadly. I was also glad I killed Hidan-chun before he entered the labyrinth. Once inside, escaping him would have been uncertain. Having survived, I abandoned exploration, sealed the entrance, and returned. I first inspected the island's vegetables. After circling it and finding no surrounding danger, I returned, enjoyed a hot bath, and took Fubao upstairs to sleep. When I woke, a new day had begun. After washing, I set Fubao in the yard and checked the seed immediately. A chopstick-thick, 30-centimeter sapling stood in the pot. Its golden leaves resembled willow leaves. I examined the willow, then the pot. Tender white roots filled it, and the lake water was gone. No wonder it had refused to grow before. Now that I knew why, I decided to plant it in the ground. This world's soil held the greatest concentration of fog toxins. If the golden willow fed on them, it would thrive there. I dug a hole with earth and tried to remove it. The roots clung to the pot, so I smashed it, carefully peeled them free, and planted the tree. Grow well, and in the future, what's happening? Before my astonished eyes, the sapling produced shoots, rose, and thickened until it became a meter-tall, finger-thick willow. Chopstick-thick branches drooped and released golden motes. Everything showed that it was extraordinary. At its roots, black soil faded to brown. That was healthy earth. Could the willow cleanse fog toxins? I stopped caring about its height and stared at the roots. As it grew, the brown patch expanded from coin-sized to palm-sized. Testing a sample revealed poor, infertile soil, but no poison. The earth had been purified. The tree could cleanse fog toxins. Around the main root, soil had become yellow-brown. Wherever roots spread, the earth lightened. A bold idea occurred. As this tree grew, could it purify all the toxic fog? Willows propagated through cuttings. Once larger, I could test a branch. If word spread, peaceful life would end. I wanted to move it to the secure island. But without toxins there, perhaps it would stop growing. I would leave it in the courtyard unless circumstances forced a move. I had 3 transfer cards in earth, so moving one tree was easy. Squeak. Fubao ran over and leaned against the willow. Golden motes disappeared into its body, and bliss filled its round face. Clever little thing. I had barely planted a treasure before it began benefiting. Fubao, this tree is precious. Don't bite it. Protect it, understood? I rubbed its increasingly round head. Squeak. Fubao rubbed my hand, then neatly placed both forepaws on the straw mat. After playing with it, I gave it a small mat and let it enjoy the tree. I built a stone table and 4 stools beneath the willow and ate breakfast. Wolf meat buns, plain congee, and pickled vegetables from a chest. By the time I finished, 8 approached. I prepared Fubao and myself to hunt, but it wrapped all 4 limbs around the willow and refused to release it. The tree attracted it so strongly that it would not leave for even a second. Squeak, squeak. Fubao cried anxiously. I still had to find chests, so I reluctantly left it. This was the first time since meeting Fubao that I acted alone. Only 3 hours were needed. Returning quickly should prevent trouble. Wait here obediently. Don't wander. I rubbed its head. At 8, the hunt began. Many chests spawned today, but the densest area lay opposite the level 7 base. After collecting them, I returned. Fubao and the willow were home, and I worried. Inside, crystal tractors chugged. Kata's people cleared weeds, tilled, and planted urgently. The expansion to 50,000 square meters added much space. It included a 4 mu grove. Kata asked whether to clear it for farmland. The base equaled 75 mu. Excluding the grove, my courtyard, housing, pond, mulberries, and future pasture, over 30 mu of flat land remained. 30-some villagers had enough, so I preserved the grove for possible future use. Others worked clearly assigned roles. Elders and children peeled shoots and dried them. Skilled elders had woven more than 10 2-meter round drying trays. Wolf and snake meat had been preserved and hung in cool ventilation. Carpenters made chairs, cabinets, tables, and other furniture. They used wood and bamboo gathered earlier. Fish that died during transport from the lake supplied another reserve. The villagers refused to eat them and dried them all. Lush forage beside the grove fed the pigs. Not one of the 30-plus people remained idle. Their labor was steady and fulfilling. Screech. A monkey cried. Beneath the peach tree, I saw 2 monkeys racing among the branches. One was the violent stone thrower. The other was quieter and slightly smaller. Was it the first monkey's mate? Among the many red peaches, I found several purple and yellow ones. Whether from mutation or grafting remained unclear. Only tasting them at full ripeness would tell. I also inspected the silkworm rooms. Kalia managed them, and the eggs should hatch in about 10 days. The mulberry grove covered roughly 2 mu and was currently sufficient. We could expand later. After a quiet circuit, I gave Kalia clothes made from kudzu fiber to distribute and returned home. My gaze went first to the golden willow. I stared in surprise. In only 3 hours, it had thickened again. 3 new branches hung down. The purified soil expanded from palm size to 20 centimeters across. At this rate, it would soon tower over the courtyard. Seeing me, Fubao toddled over and circled against my legs. It was clearly happy. I gave it milk and played until it contentedly returned to the mat. The stone stool was cold, so I added a mat. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and rice made lunch. All came from treasure chests. The fish I caught remained stored for Director Chin to cook after arriving. My cooking was decent, but could not compare with hers. By the time the peaches ripened, Director Chin and the children should enter this world. The base would be stable then. I had saved health and lifespan cards for her. With healing, she might not regain youth, but I could guarantee health and peace. After her arrival, I could install crystal refrigeration and floor heating. By then, the willow should purify enough soil for her flowers, fruit, and vegetables. The older generation could not remain idle. Meaningful work would make her comfortable. The courtyard alone covered over 1,000 square meters, not counting the island. The island kept growing and held fertile black soil. Director Chin would be ecstatic. For now, I needed greater strength to protect the base and those I loved. Sooner was better. I would inspect the level 7 base this afternoon. I needed to understand it. If anything was wrong, I would resolve it early. While eating, I opened the panel for current information. Many base names had disappeared. Alliance. Help attack a level 9 base and split everything equally. I found a hidden level 10 base. Any brothers joining me? Recruitment. Recruitment. Don't miss out. Our base seeks villagers. Number 996 schedule and number 007 schedule. No working from midnight to midnight. Join us and receive housing, land, supplies, wives, and handsome men. Excellent treatment all around. Every message concerned expansion. Some rejoiced, others suffered. Some rose overnight, others fell. Human joys and sorrows were never truly shared. After eating, I planted a medicinal herb beneath the willow. If it purified soil, could it purify plants? If so, the island could expand rapidly. I planted and watered the herb, told Fubao to guard it, then entered the island and watered crops. Sweating when finished, I returned and prepared to bathe before visiting the level 7 base. The voice transmission stone vibrated. Kata's voice emerged. Village chief, Katter found a suspicious person. Someone from the level 7 base? Before I could seek her, she delivered herself. Energized, I flashed onto the island and used Eagle Eye toward Kata's location. It was a woman with ear-length hair and cold, sharp eyes, clearly ruthless. After circling the wall, she found cover, shot a vine to the top, and climbed. She chose an unguarded blind spot. Apart from me on the island, no one knew an outsider had entered. I hid and only glanced at her before looking away. My strengthened senses could track her reactions without sight. She observed the pig pen, secretly entered the silkworm room, then hid behind a house to study the villagers and distant Kata. She watched everyone at work. At another blind spot, she produced a vine and crossed the inner wall. This time I saw that the vine appeared from nowhere rather than being prepared. A plantability? I judged, then teleported home. As her feet landed, Fubao woke beneath the willow and gave a piercing cry. The usually foolish-looking cub was surprisingly alert. Its reaction astonished me. I had imagined it would follow any kidnapper after one friendly call. Instead, it had developed intelligence, territorial awareness, and sharp senses. But it was too young to oppose her. The woman instantly tensed, assumed a fighting stance, and scanned the area. When no one appeared except the crying cub, she relaxed. After confirming that she was alone, she examined the courtyard and approached Fubao. It adopted an attacking posture and cried warnings, but did not recklessly charge. It guarded the willow with ears flattened. This base even keeps a panda. She smiled viciously. Don't worry, little thing. After I finish exploring and kill your master, I'll skin you and make a specimen. Understanding her, Fubao's black eyes burned with anger, but it still did not attack. She moved to the willow. This must be a rare treasure. It can purify poisoned soil. After circling, she wrapped a vine around the trunk and pulled. With a crack, Fubao bit through the vine and stood before the tree, growling. It remembered my order. That bite enraged her. You dare ruin my plans? You're tired of living. A vine wrapped Fubao and hurled it toward the wall. The impact would kill or cripple it. My face darkened, and I teleported to catch it. The woman reacted immediately. Vine. Although she could not see me, years of combat experience guided an attack at my position. Vines burst from the soil and twisted toward me. I teleported away, drew the crossbow, and fired. She knocked the bolt aside with one vine, while several others attacked its origin. I vanished and teleported again. The vines stabbed deeply into the earth. They could easily pierce a person. Cold-eyed, I teleported around her, firing after every movement. Such experience, reactions, and composure could not belong to an ordinary survivor. I teleported Fubao indoors, returned behind her, and swung my Tang saber at her head. When it missed, I retreated as dozens of vines screamed toward me. I teleported clear, but one grazed my skin, leaving burning pain. I purified the toxin and healed the wound. My vines carry lethal poison. Without an antidote, you'll die within 3 hours. Give me the base and treasures, and I'll spare you. Seeing blood on the vine, she smiled maliciously. I ignored her and considered how to kill her. Teleportation and physical attacks were ineffective. Close combat risked a counterattack. I needed a powerful ranged method capable of one-hit death. I stored the saber and took out the lightning strike card. It became light and entered me. A wondrous sensation told me I controlled thunder. I looked at her. Sink. The ground vanished beneath her, dropping her into a waist-deep pit. Bind. I tightened the surrounding earth and trapped her. You think this can hold me? Naive. Dozens of vines erupted to break the soil. I sneered, raised one hand, and shouted, Lightning strike. Thunder exploded from the clear sky. A child-arm-thick bolt descended. Her contempt vanished. She wove vines into a shield overhead. They turned to ash instantly. Her short hair charred, and arcs crackled across her body. Yet she remained alive and prepared to taunt me. I spoke first. Thunder burst. Residual lightning detonated inside her. Sun Xiangwan fell and dissolved into system light, leaving only supplies. Coin drop sounds rang as the woman vanished. The merger panel appeared. You killed level 7 base, Lord Sun Xiangwan. Her base belongs to you. Merge. A level 7 base covered 1,500 square meters. The map confirmed it was the northwestern base I had planned to inspect. I dragged it beside He Dongchuan's section and selected merge. My base expanded by 1,500 square meters. In 2 days, Zhao Air's 10, He Dongchuan's 2,000, and Sun Xiangwan's 1,500 added 3,510 square meters, far more efficient than crystals. Unfortunately, all 3 bases within 500 li were now merged. To absorb another, an owner would have to find me, or I would need to raid outside. I would not leave under present conditions, and outside arrivals were unlikely. I compared the basin and base on the map. Scaled calculation put the basin at about 40,000 square kilometers. Such an enormous place could not contain only these bases. Regions of similar size outside were densely populated with icons. Why were none visible here? Had every owner reached level 10 and hidden them? Once the golden willow grew, I would test cuttings. If successful, I would move the mother tree to the island and plant branches in the base. Then even if raiders destroyed or stole a tree while I traveled, the mother tree would remain safe. Moving the island consumed enormous mental power, and I was far too weak to travel with it. I closed the panel and collected the supplies. 8 expansion cards expanded 3 slots to 9,999 and added 5. 5 physique cards added 10 points. 3 beauty cards randomly improved attractiveness by 5 to 10 points without side effects. Someone would want them, so I could trade later. 5 slimming cards reduced 10 to 20 gene over a month without rebound or side effects. On Prosperous Blue Star, these cards could have made me financially free. Here, many already starved and lost 20 or 30 gene a month without help. 4 Jade Skin cards made skin smooth and delicate without side effects. 10 Hair Growth cards revived dead follicles and restored thick black hair regardless of anxiety or hereditary baldness. 3 Black Hair cards restored any white hair to black without side effects. At first, I thought I had found treasure. Was this all? Had I raided a beauty salon? Plastic surgery, reshaping, hair growth. This was a deadly survival world. These items left me speechless. Super Gene Mutation card. Fused to induce a random genetic mutation and gain a supernatural ability. The woman's vines had come from this card. They were powerful, flexible, and useful for attack and defense, solving my offensive weakness. But after mutating, would I remain human or become a plant? The description did not define the boundary, and I could not accept it yet. I would store it until a crisis if I still lacked an ability. If no other appeared, I could trade with the Emperor of Luck. Ability cards were not unique. If one appeared, luck could provide another. If necessary, I also had the Golden Willow to trade. No one in this world could refuse a treasure that cleansed fog. I stored the card and opened today's chests. After sorting everything, I returned indoors for more sleep and woke after dark. I stroked Fubao, gave it milk, then a cornmeal bun to gnaw. I went outside to inspect the willow. In one afternoon, it had grown again and gained 2 branches. I watered it with unpurified lake water. After more than 10 buckets, water finally pooled instead of vanishing. Apparently full, it had reached 4 meters tall. Golden leaves glowed beneath moonlight as motes drifted like a hazy dream. A mote entered my hand and merged into my body. Feeling nothing unusual, I ignored it and ate at the stone table. Afterward, I entered the island. Nearby resources were sufficiently stockpiled, and the island existed, so I decided to stay near home except for morning chest hunts. I would cultivate all open island land with soybeans, corn, peanuts, sorghum, and every seasonally suitable chest seed. After several busy days, every open area was planted and watered. I lay on the grass watching blue sky and white clouds when a notification sounded. I opened private messages. It was the Emperor of Luck. Why had he contacted me first? Curious, I opened it. Do you still have those cards from before? That was his entire message. My earlier beauty and body cards had all gone to him in exchange for many crystals. They raised healing to level 5, teleportation to 20 meters, and increased mental energy substantially. Since the generous Emperor of Luck bought every oddity, I replied, 1 slimming card, 1 beauty card, and 2 jade skin cards. Want them all. Since acquiring Sun Xiangwan supplies, my chest seemed to have broken a restriction. They began producing salon cards too, breast enhancement, butt lift, hourglass waist, pearl feet, and other bizarre items. I understood the first few, but had to investigate pearl feet. Strange as it sounded, pearl-like toe pads might look attractive, and many people would probably like them. The Emperor of Luck asked whether crystals still worked as payment. After I confirmed, he initiated the trade. Wishing I had a dozen buyers like him, I asked, I also have breast enhancement, butt lift, hourglass waist, pearl feet, and other body-specific beauty cards, 15 total. Want them? He immediately replied with 3 exclamation marks. No. His sharp refusal was completely unlike the last time. I did not know what happened, but the 3 exclamation marks suggested those cards had caused trouble. Challenger, Xiao Ran. Reputation, 136. Reputation level, 0, upgrade available. At level 1, all base buildings gain +1 durability. Base level, level 12, 1 million energy required for level 13. Base will expand to 100,000 square meters. Overall physique, 152. Abilities, purification, level 5, effective range, 10 meters. Healing, level 5. Effective range, 10 meters. Eagle Eye, level 5. Teleportation, level 5. Effective distance, 20 meters. Supplies, water 20 kilograms x 30, flour 20 kilograms x 12, rice 10 kilograms x 36. Each villager generated 1 reputation daily. After several days, the total exceeded 100. I upgraded immediately. Reputation level reached level 1. All base buildings gain +1 durability. Reached 300 reputation for level 2 and a new enhancement. If the toxic fog world had the Kara village, it should have others. I suspected reputation held deeper uses not yet unlocked and needed to plan early. I would ask village elders whether other settlements existed. The map's former mass of overlapping names had become history. Many bases had disappeared. Some were absorbed. Others reached level 10 after absorbing bases and hid themselves. Only scattered bases remained, generally remote or protected by dangerous terrain that outsiders could not quickly reach. I left the map and opened trading. As bases merged, traded goods changed. Few exchanged supplies for food. Most sought seeds, vegetables, grain, and anything edible that could grow this season. Merged bases had people, materials, and land but lacked seed. Seeds were scarce and came from chests in limited quantities, so almost no one traded them unless desperate. I owned seeds for all 4 seasons, but many varieties had only small quantities. All were open-pollinated. Their harvests would produce seed for future planting, allowing numbers to snowball. Every open patch on the island held seasonal crops. A small portion would be eaten, while most became seed. The island covered only 300+ square meters, but it could grow. Experiments confirmed that plants beneath the golden willow were purified. The young tree worked slowly. As it grew, it would purify more plants faster, rapidly expanding the island and eliminating land shortages. I needed to stockpile seed and gather many plants for purification beneath the tree. Every day, I irrigated it with unpurified lake water. Each time it drank its fill, it surged upward. After several days, it stood 10 meters tall. Its trunk was nearly a handspan wide. Its branches reached 1.2 meters, and countless golden streamers danced in the wind beneath drifting moats like a radiant waterfall. Purified soil beneath it now covered 3 square meters and expanded visibly every day. I dug a small pool under the tree and placed fish inside, hoping they would be purified. After refilling it with lake water, I left trading and open weather. The rainy season would begin in 4 days. According to Kalia, it would rain for 4 months until the snowy season in December. Temperatures would gradually fall to 2 or 3 degrees below zero before winter. Snow would fall for 4 months, with highs of -10 degrees Celsius and lows reaching -70. My home had floor heating, and treasure chests had provided thick down coats. People could survive the cold, but livestock could not. I considered building a greenhouse for the piglets. Without insulation, they would certainly die. I acted immediately, opened construction, and began researching.